It all started with the dragons. The progenitor dragons, Cyberus, Kyber, and of course, Eberron. Kyber betrayed the others, tried to take control of the material plane for herself, tore Cyberus apart. Eberron bound the traitor, locked her in place, and our world was born. The overlords rose and fell. Giants built mighty kingdoms, then fell to the Arganessan dragons. Dakan's goblin empire ruled the continent of Corvair until it, too, burned into the ashes of history. Galifar rose with its 5 nations of Ondair, Brayland, Karnath, Thrain, and Seer. And then, civil war. The last war. For 100 years the war raged, until one day all of Seer was consumed in a magical cataclysm. They called it the Morning. When the dust settled, all that was left was an uneasy peace, shattered lives, and what was left of Seer. They called that the Mournland. We call it the Gray. So much for history. What we got now is the present, and a group of people trying to survive. Here, in a salvage outpost called Salvation. You can see the Gray from here, swirling, flowing, billowing, never getting any closer or further away. There's treasure there for sure, riches and weapons and power. Salvagers go into the Gray to get what they can and get out while they can. Some of them make it. Most, eventually, don't. But not everyone's a scavenger, because the last war ain't over. Not really. Oh, it's quiet on the surface. But below, the nations are planning and scheming and getting ready for when things get loud again. The nation of Brayland's no different. If we're to survive when the peace ends, we need to be ready. That's what you're here for. The King's Citadel. The ones who do the job no one else can do. In the end, all we got is each other. And if things go different this time, it'll be because we didn't forget that we all need each other. Long live the King. Welcome to Eberron. Welcome to Corvair. Welcome to Salvation.
And with one of my favorite musical intros that we do, it is time, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome for a January 22nd, 2022. It's 1/22/2022 at 7:17 p.m. Eastern, and the time has come for the next session of D&D with I&B, which I just saw. I have somehow forgotten to update in Twitch because I, folks, am a pro streamer. I think it's important to recognize that there are pro streamers among us, and one of those pro streamers is the one who decided to put this out without actually tagging it properly on Twitch. So just make sure that whenever you do this, that you absolutely focus on on making sure that you get this stuff level. That's very important, and I am just going to fix that right now so that people don't think we're playing Golden Sun today when we're not. Sigh. I can't believe I did that. That's just sometimes things happen. Anyway, I will address that very quickly. But we are here with D&D with Infinity and Beyond. It is day, I believe it's actually not day 2. I believe today is day, I want to say, 3. I'm going to look this up right now, actually. My apologies. I literally looked over. I'm like, are you kidding me? I had everything ready to go and prepared and all set, and then I completely realized that I had the wrong thing set. So I am just doing that thing that they do in the business where they talk about, like, all right, you get stretch, just stretch it out, stretch it out, stretch it out. Yeah, so it's day 13. That's what we're looking at. Day 13 of D&D with I&B Eberron Oracle of War, and it is When the Dead Wait Part 3. There we go. Man, I just, it's, sometimes things happen. Okay, let's get that like that. Let's do that like that. And then I can do this like this. And let's do that. And there we go. I seriously can't believe I did that. Because I don't know. I didn't realize that it was all, you know what it was too, is that I had everything else set for some other aspect of this. And then all of a sudden that turned out not to be the thing that I needed. All right, so we do that and that. Okay, now we're good. Now we're good and we're ready to go. So we're all fine here. Thanks. How are you? I hope everyone is doing well and you're looking forward to what I expect to be a really awesome session tonight as the party tries to fight off a siege of the undead. Before we go any further, though, just a couple of reminders about ways to support us here on the channel. If you haven't done so already, please follow us here on the channel. That is always appreciated. If you haven't done so already, please make sure to check out our YouTube with !ArvTube. Even your Kilobot thought it was Golden Sun. Yeah, I screwed up. I made a mistake, but it's fine. We're all fine here. But yes, please make sure to check out our YouTube with !ArvTube. Please sub to us over there. !ArvTweets is the Twitter, so you can follow me over on Twitter. And !ArvCord is the Discord channel where you can hang out with the Arvanauts in between streams. Please do subscribe to me over on YouTube. We're trying to really push that. We're up to almost 810 subscribers there now, and we need to try to get that to 1,000 subscribers, and then a bunch of cool things are going to happen. So please consider doing that. That would be much appreciated. If you haven't done so already, please check out the financial ways to help us out. !Arv Shop, which is the merchandise area where you can get swag for D&D with Infinity and Beyond, and also Adventures of Middle-earth, and soon to be Esper Genesis stuff as well. Yeah, the end. Oh, yeah, I know. I appreciate that, Echo. So we've got that. And then we've got !Arv Treon, the Patreon, which really is the financial backbone of the channel. You can get cool stuff for yourself and stuff for the channel. You can also get inspirations to help the players. There's the chat having been updated properly. So there's that. And then if you haven't done so already, please consider as well subscribing to the channel, which gets you those awesome custom sub badges and emotes, and also inspirations to help with the players in our tabletop campaigns. Beyond that, on the publishing side, Icarus for my Athos Arts published graphic novel, Library for Tales and Tomes, The Forbidden Library, my 5e adventure and sourcebook, and of course, Greyshade KS for details about the Greyshade Kickstarter. We will have final details about that coming quite soon. And as always, BLM, Black Lives Matter, very important to affirm and assert the significance and importance of Black lives, and Help Now, the World Health Organization page on suicide prevention. Very important to reach out to others when you need help and to reach out to others when they need help as well. Now, quick note, schedule-wise, we've got, of course, Infinity and Beyond and Eberron going on this evening. Tomorrow, we will be back with the return of Sound Clash the Clampdown at 6 p.m. Eastern. Brandon O'Brien will be joining you as the amazing GM. So we will see Brandon O'Brien and company for Sound Clash the Clampdown. We'll be off on Monday. Then Tuesday, we have got the Patreon-fueled chat-chosen game of the month, which is The Council. And then Tuesday afternoon over on GogCom's Twitch channel, we will have at 4 p.m. Eastern, we will have another session of D&D with G&G, with GOG, Ghosts of Saltmarsh. So we'll have that going on. Wednesday and Thursday, we will be off. Friday, if all goes well, we will have some Esper Genesis for you, rescheduled from yesterday. And then Saturday, I will be partaking in the final Bag of Giving session of this month, the charity event to benefit the Reach Out Response Network this month. And Brandon O'Brien will again be GMing for a crew of intrepid adventurers, including myself in Tales from the Loop. So that'll be happening Saturday the 29th. So looks forward to a very good week to close out the month of January and get us ready for a big month of February to come. With that said, I'm going to unmute the players, myself first and then the players. I apologize for interrupting them with whatever I said, which probably interrupted an incredible conversation. And then
so he does comedy, and he does comedy in both languages, in English and in French. But but when he's in France, he has this wonderful comedy routine that he does, talking about having spent time learning French in Canada, and it all goes to pot because, as you can possibly imagine, he goes, that's French, but that's not French, but that's French, but that's not. You guys speak the same language, right? It's very funny. You should watch it.
Yeah. No.
He's pointing up. It's good to see everybody. Welcome. Apologize for a slightly extra time. I did not realize that I had accidentally kept this as my stream title from yesterday. So everyone in Twitch was like, "Oh, he's playing the same game." I'm like, "No, I'm playing D&D." Anyway, we're here now, and I'm going to.
You can go play that if you want to. That's fine.
No, I want to play with you.
We'll watch.
And I want to start with the first of those people I want to play with is the gentleman on the bottom left of the pyramid, and that, of course, is our good friend Trendane Sparks. We were just speaking about the extensive amount of song production Trent's going to be doing and all of his voice work to come. So, very excited about that, and yeah, it's going to be great.
So mean.
It's what? I'm not being mean. I just speak truth. It is good to see you, Trent. How are you doing? How's life in the universe with everything with you, and who are you playing?
Remember what I did in the Army?
Yes.
Aren't you a medic?
Yeah.
Okay. Healing people? Being a good boy?
Or the opposite.
Sometimes.
That's what we're talking about.
Yeah.
You did voiceovers, right?
It's sometimes. It's like when I was in basic training, I wound up taking the Abrams Award, which is the highest honors you can get in basic training. And so I had to deliver the speech at graduation. So I kind of did do voice anyway. But yeah, it's not just about making people feel better. Sometimes, as Urgel said in the Neverending Story, it has to hurt if it's to heal. So
who also went to basic training. It's very funny. You should hear his stories.
Keep that in mind. How you doing otherwise, Trent? Also, thank you, Rob, for the resub.
Part of me was kind of hoping that everybody would bow out again so we could go play No Man's Sky.
Yeah,
again.
we do have to do that again. I'm looking
but
I'm sorry I didn't join for that. I would like to join for that next time.
It's fun. It was a lot of fun. Yeah.
That's great.
The thing with the stuff and a friend of mine, as I was telling Jen, a friend of mine had never seen Firefly. So
okay.
I took him through the whole season and the whole show really, and because they're both the same. And damn it, bastards! And then the movie, and just so delightful to hear that gasp. That's that. Yes, I'm an evil son of a bitch. So I will be playing a not so tiny little man, which those of you who watched the last.
Campaign.
Thank you, campaign.
Okay.
Did trend.exe collapse?
Yes,
what
the
happened?
last.
It did. Yeah. You'll know what the little man playing a little man that you'll know what that joke is. Never mind.
Yes.
Go back and watch it. Not right now. So anyway, I'm playing a guy, some dude. He's an artificer named
Tenton.
Weller Pale.
Mia Tanton de Weller de Pale de Tagashot de Cannon.
The Weller de Pale. It's
Hey,
great. Tremendous.
Arv, I know you gave us advice before this stream started, but I'd like to know how long that lasted.
I'm
just saying.
Yeah, I know.
Like I said, sometimes I do it too, so it's fine.
You did have your nap, right, Trend?
I may still be having it right now. So, yeah, I am playing an artificer named Mia Tanton Tagashot de Kenneth, who has sort of a steel defender that's sort of kind of laying in pieces right over there.
Exactly. What's left of him at the moment?
Yeah. He got about a round and a half before he got knocked unconscious. It was awesome. And then, there's Marie.
There's Marie. And moving right up the pyramid. Marie had this great look where she's like, what?
How about that introduction, huh, Marie?
It's the transitions that make it work.
Absolutely.
Really...
it is good to see Marie. Marie Bilodeau, of course. Too. How are you? How's life in the universe with you and all that stuff? And who are you playing?
I am very good, thank you. I was distracted because I was trying to make a list of all of the baked goods that I've enjoyed since the last time we played. But so I had the pies, the cream puffs, the cookies, and then I got to the cheesecake, and everything slowed down and stopped in my heart and my mind, and so I think I lost time for a moment. But it was a cheesecake in honor of Betty White's birthday. And it was very good. Should have been very proud.
Of course. Of course.
So yeah, I'm doing very good. Thank you. Miraculously,
now you need to make meatloaf. Nope. Shut up.
We do not eat the people. But I'm doing very good. I still miraculously fit in all of my stretchy clothing.
Good.
Yeah, and I am playing. That's all my update.
No, I was still pondering. I was back at Betty White and the food collection. So
the cheesecake with Golden Girls. And
I get it. I think I got this.
You really should try her muffins.
I did indeed get the.
It was a chocolate cheesecake with cherries on top, just so you can, with a graham cracker crust.
Yes.
Very creamy, just so you can get the full picture. Anyways, I'm moving on. I am playing Mérimée Hawksmoor. I am a Kalishtar bard. Sometimes I will not hesitate when I say it. I have joined the College of Swords, so I am pointy. I am also singy, and I am just having a good time. I'm covered in gore and blood and guts right now, so I'm not feeling it too much, but I'm very excited. I am also sister to Jen's character, Nissiana. So we are going to kick ass, stop the undead, and just have a good time doing it. It's going to be have a bath. It's going to be great.
It's going to be great. I was going to say, because, you had quite an eventful, Mérimée had a very eventful last session while everyone was dealing with the undead, and Mérimée was basically running upstairs and being covered in blood. It was more or less like a Quiet Riot concert in the bad days, so it was fine. But anyway, it is very awesome to have Marie with us. I'm excited to see what happens with Mérimée. I'm also excited to see what our good friend John Helfers has for us. As I see now, John has emerged to us from a purple heaven. The way that you're looking right now is like the chair just has this glow around it. It's just like it's the beginning of the ascension, people. It starts.
That's what I'm going for.
Yeah, I love it. How you doing, John? How is life in the universe with you, and who are you playing today?
I'm good. Real quick, Marie, I sent you something in the Infinity Beyond chat that you have to have your roommate make for next year.
It's an abomination.
My wife said it to me as a joke. She doesn't know I'm going to make it myself next year to try, because it's either going to be delicious or it's going to be awful, and I need to find out which. So, anywho, yes, I am John Helfers.
Probably make that. Yeah.
Exactly. It's good to be here for the first stream of 2022. Thanks everyone for coming out on the stream. Yes, I am John Helfers. I work with all but one of these people, but the last person we're talking about working together, so I'll be working with all these people in some way, shape, or form this year, which should be a lot of fun. I am the executive editor for Catalyst Game Labs. I oversee fiction production for Shadowrun and Battletech, which is a lot of fun. I get to work with a ton of great people in audio and fiction and all sorts of good stuff like that. But tonight I am playing Ilarion, the Starforged Warforge, and the voice of reason / adult in the room for this group. So.
You're just boring, that's all. It's not that you're the adult, you're just boring, John.
I shudder to think of what you people would get up to, your characters would get up to if Ilarion was not here to rein you in. Let's just put it that way. Looking forward to this, hopefully getting out of House of the Dead Part 2.
House of the Dead Part 2. Part 3, yeah. House of the
Whatever,
Dead.
Boomer. Whatever, Boomer.
But it's going to be great. Thank you, John. Always a pleasure to have John with us, and also a pleasure as well to have Jennifer Brozek with us. Jen, it's good to see you. I'm glad to see that you are now not freezing. I'm glad to see that heat has returned to your life and world. How does it feel to have heat again, and who are you playing today?
Actually, it's been the last 2 days have been like luxurious. Not having an actual heater when it is winter, but having electricity and a gas fireplace put it to the point where it wasn't cold enough for us to leave the house. And we have more heated beds and blankets for the cats that they all stayed on, and we had a space heater. But it would get so cold in my house that I couldn't really type. I had to go and warm up my hands under hot water. But for the last couple of days, I've been luxuriating, but of course that means my office is now too hot. But it does mean the cats will come and see me now again. So as the one that's over here to my side, Pharaoh.
We did hear. Yes, that. Okay.
I can't type when he's in my arms. He's 19 pounds and very heavy. I will pick him up again later. Let's see. I just finished a novella that is actually not for John. It's for the Fivefold Universe.
Oh, awesome.
I'm waiting for edits from John for my Shadowrun novel.
Someday your edits will come.
Someday.
It'll work out. It'll happen. And I think that's all that's new. Let me tell you, not having heat took up a lot of my time.
That's why I asked you. Yeah, absolutely.
Yeah. And I'm playing Nissiana Di Jurasco, who is the halfling healer from the House of Healing. Though last session we got to find out just how good her spiritual weapon is. And I only have 4 rounds left on it. I've written myself some notes and I have very limited healing left, but hopefully we will not use them all because we have not had a long rest. We're going on session 3 with no long rest.
Yep.
Just putting that out there.
The power of the siege of the undead. It's true. You all had the same groan reaction when I was like, the next part's called "Where the Dead Wait," and you're like, oh god. I was like, what? It'll be fine. And so you're just fighting off a siege of undead. I'm sure it will be fine, and you will be very, very popular with the crew, trying to keep them all up and functional, and marking it on your ledger as you go, of course.
We've only had to potentially roll new characters 4 out of the 5 sessions we've done total of this campaign so far.
I think it's going really well. It's just this big spike in money usage just as this one point, like, what happened here? Well, there was this house and there were undead. Anyway, it's a pleasure to have Jen with us, and it is also, of course, is always a pleasure to have our good friend Rob with us, who spent a lot of earlier today just being like, boy. So
I do not know. I do not know
why, boy. While not playing Dad of Boy, how's life been, Rob? How you doing? And who are you playing tonight?
I can also speak to the situation that the lovely Jen Brozak has been dealing with because probably 3 to 4 out of the last 7 days, I've been either sleeping on that couch or on the floor in front of it because this part of my apartment is like 20 degrees warmer than that part of my apartment due to heat issues as well, where I live, of a completely different nature. It's been like 19 degrees Fahrenheit. Convert. I don't know, like negative 4 or something. Like it's, and I know that's not the coldest it could possibly be, but for New Yorkers, that's pretty cold. And my building insists upon going, heat, that's a luxury. And just like from around like midnight to 4 in the morning, they're just like, maybe you just put on like 3 more blankets. I don't know. It sounds okay to us. So that's fine. I have heat now. That's good. I'm also playing a ton of Final Fantasy XIV, which is very fun, and trying to figure out stuff about that game. This is kind of like my first real big deep dive back into any MMO of note in a very long time. Cool. And I'm remembering why I did so bad during my college years. Thank you, World of Warcraft. And last but not least, I have 2 books that I'm working on right now for the one, the only John Helfers by way of Russ Zimmerman. You'll be seeing those books coming out probably starting next month, I hope, depending on editing and finishing up recording and whatever ACX decides to post stuff, which is, hit or miss these days. And I also, pardon?
In their own sweet time.
In their own sweet time, very wonderful little individual snowflakes that just, will do whatever they want. And I have 3 books that you can check out right now on Audible and where audiobooks are sold. Also from Russell Zimmerman, Neat, Shaken, and Chaser, and more coming soon, which I'm working on and editing, as well as other stuff that we can't talk about yet. As for D&D, I will be playing Yana and Altus today, continuing to play them. Yana, who is a Shaman, Shifter, Swift Strider, Shaman. Yes, got it first try. And she's fantastic. I really love playing her. And there's cool stuff happening about that I can't talk about yet either. But you will be seeing perhaps more of Yana soon. I'm going to shut up now. Arv.
Yes, I know. For a minute, I was like, "What? Oh, yes, indeed. I know exactly what you're talking about."
Yeah.
But I will keep that to myself until that is revealed to all of you, but coming very soon. Well, let's talk a little bit about what happened in our last session, shall we? It's been like a year since I've seen all of you.
I don't even know what we're doing. Where are we still in the Sword Coast?
We are in a house in the middle of the Mournland. The King's Citadel, these fine people, have been traveling across the Mournland in an attempt to get back an artifact which they have stumbled upon, I think it's fair to say, while trying to rescue a group of prospectors called the Grey Dogs. They ended up finding not just the Grey Dogs, but also an artifact which is known as the Oracle of War, an incredibly powerful artifact which, as the party has discovered directly, has the ability to basically give full-out battle information and tactical knowledge with suggestions and ways to get out of almost any military predicament, I guess you might say. It was through the suggestions of the Oracle of War and through the careful and constant reminders by, in particular, Merime that maybe you should listen to the Oracle of War, that the crew was able to make their way out of the Fireweave Bazaar and escape with the Oracle of War, because you can't leave something like this for any other nation to pick up, because then they're going to get really upset about it and there are going to be problems. So the party has taken it back with them. That's the good news. The bad news is that something funny happened on the way home, which is that they have been set upon by these waves of undead. And it's important to recognize that these undead are not just, okay, there's a couple of them and you kill them and then you move on. These have been literally waves and waves of undead that all seem to be focused in some way upon this house where the party has found themselves. Apparently, at least judging from the decor, the house belonged to a necromancer. And as the party has been able to gather information, it appears that the necromancer actually worked at some point for a rival nation. The party has already had some run-ins with members of this rival nation in the past, and so it's not surprising in a way that necromantic rituals would be a part of it. So the party, while trying to deal with this massive siege, decided that what they had to try to do was in some way to figure out a way to break down this ritual that keeps summoning all these undead to attack the party. Merime was the one who drew the short straw there and ended up going up to find out what this all was. And while the party was fighting off zombies and skeletons and a whole bunch of other things, Merime was trying to basically scratch out or destroy all of the rituals up there. The reward for her recompense for her actions was a lot of blood in the face, howling in the face. I think there was vomit, or maybe that was just blood that was vomited. There was a lot of blood is what I'm saying. There was a lot. And so Merime is kind of a mess, but has managed to, at least at the moment, deface or destroy everything that can be seen up on the top floor, at least thus far. And just as Merime was completing that work, breaking through on the first floor, and then I think heading down to the second floor, although nope, I think we're still up on the first floor, are the things that you see here. 3 what look to be zombies of some kind, and 1 shadowy figure, which sounds like something like that. And so as
it's a lovely singing voice you have.
Oh, wait, thank you. I've worked on it a long time. As we move back into the party's rounds, we are still in initiative. Nissiana has just finished healing someone, and I believe that Alarian had also wiped out a skeleton down below. But on the top floor, there are still some problems, and we'll have to see how that all works out. But we start at the top of the round. I don't even have to ask the party exactly what it's going to do, because what it's going to do is attempt to survive and figure out what happened. Oh, one last note, though, that is very important, which is that the Grey Dogs, who are still with them, one of the members of the Grey Dogs actually pointed towards, with a shaking finger, towards the Oracle of War and said, "We need to use that. They won't stop." And so that information about the perhaps need of use of the Oracle of War is ringing in the party's ears as I hand things back over to Ilarion. And I'm going to fire up some combat music, and then we're going to go down to the first floor where we can see Ilarion and see what he's going to do.
We have initiative numbers.
That's a good point.
Say again, I'm sorry.
Could we also initiative numbers, and could we also confirm health numbers between us and you? Just because I don't know what you think my health is at.
The initiative
but we
numbers
definitely
are
need
on the
initiative
other map.
numbers too.
The initiative order is actually still up, so you
right.
can see them up there, like on the turn order on Roll20. So it's
I don't see it on it.
I don't either.
We got to go to the basement. We got to go to the lower level.
We don't see it on this map. We have to go to the other map to see it.
All right, hang on.
But you're the DM, so you can see them wherever.
Sorry, my bad.
Oh, look at you. So clever.
There we go. Sorry about that. Yes, and I need to go there anyway because, Ilarion's turn, and Ilarion's down there. Okay, so yes.
Oh my god, I forgot I'd rolled that well for initiative.
I remember this, yeah.
Everyone's like, oh yes, oh this. Yeah.
This place.
To answer your question, Rob, Yana is not hurt.
That's what I thought. I just wanted to make sure.
Yeah, what I have right now is that Ilarion I have at 20 out of 20 with 9 out of 9 on the armor, on the Aegis, with 0 hero points though.
Correct.
Tantin I have at 21 out of 25 with 1 hero point. I believe, is that right, Tren?
Right.
Spanner I have at destroyed. Yana Altus I have at 21 out of 21, still not hurt, but with 1 hero point.
Right.
Then Merime I have at 28 out of 28, amazingly, with 0 hero points. That's because Merime was doing a lot of saves against confusion and devastation and all these other things, but not hurt. And then Nissiana I have at 22 out of 22, 1 hero point. So the very good news about all this is that the party is basically just about, with the exception of Tantin, unhurt. The bad news is that Nissiana's blown through a lot of her healing to do that, and there's more undead that are on the way. But I'm sure it will be fine, especially with chat helping with inspirations. Go ahead, Jennifer.
Yes. I have 2 healing points and 4 rounds of sacred spiritual weapon left.
Yes.
So.
Yes, indeed.
And apparently a dagger covered in a witch's blood.
Right, because...
Which you need.
Yes. One of the things that was listed on how to reverse this ritual, I believe.
Yep.
Yeah.
Okay.
Okay.
So,
do we have a refresher on stopping the ritual since it's been like a month?
It's more like reversing the ritual. Instead of the house attracting the undead, it will repel the undead.
Okay.
That's basically right. And the elements that you would need for that, according to this thing that you found, are that there was in fact, I think there was a handout that I gave folks for this. It basically said, let me see, yeah, here we go. So the destruction, I think I have the handout. Let me post it up here.
No.
Right. I think it's this one. Nope, that's not it. Okay, I don't know where I put it, but I will put it on Roll20 because I know that I have it up there someplace. There we go. So you'll be able to see this on stream. The suggestion, according to this note, was that all it requires are the destruction of the 5 necromantic foci that I used to draw power into the symbol, and the spilling of a droplet of my own blood from a cut made by a magical blade. And then it says, Jagged's arm blade should do the trick. Now, you still don't have any idea what the heck Jagged is, or what this arm blade allegedly is. But Merime was sent up to destroy those necromantic ones. And I think Merime actually, correct me if I'm wrong, or actually you tell me, how many of these did you list as having destroyed? You did destroy 5, right? Okay, yeah. So those 5 are destroyed. So it's just blood with the magical thing and Jagged's arm blade, whatever the hell that means. But that is basically what the ritual reversal suggests, Nissiana. So, I'm going to start with Ilarion. Now, you did hear upstairs the forcible entry of the door upstairs, Ilarion. We talked about the fact that you did hear that, and this hissing sound from upstairs. But as yet, you don't see anything, and you've just destroyed, in the last combat round, the skeleton. So, what would you like to do?
Okay, who's standing next to me?
That, I believe, is... Let me zoom in a little bit. Yes, that is one of the gray dogs. I believe that's Not.
Is it the grumpy dwarf with the axe?
No, it's the halfling, which is
Neela? No.
might be Neela.
That's what I have. Neela, and Sprocket is the Warforged.
Right, Sprocket's the Warforged, Neela, and then there's the grumpy dwarf. So I think that's Neela, yeah. Nella, actually.
Nella.
Nella, that's right. Dervo's the dwarf, Nella is the halfling, Sprocket, and then of course you've also got Hilar. But that next to you, I believe, is Nella.
Okay, refresh my memory. This is Tanton, right? Right there?
Yep, that's right.
Okay. All right. And when we went into this fight, Hilar was pretty much mostly healed?
Yes, and Hilar has taken, I think, a hit, but is not doing badly.
And
so.
he is still... Is that this him right here? Or is that the other Warforged? I can't remember.
That is Sprocket, the other Warforged. This is Hilar up here.
Okay.
And this over here is the spiritual weapon. And also, I think I'm wrong. This is Dervo. I'm sorry. That up there is Nella. So, my
So
fault.
Dervo, the dwarf, is with me.
So Dervo is with you, yes.
Excellent.
Dervo
Okay.
is with you.
Yes. How does he look, just in a glance? Still full of piss and vinegar?
Yeah, although all of the gray dogs look pretty nervous. The only one who doesn't is not a gray dog, and that's Hilar, who looks, like he's been through this before. But the gray dogs do look nervous. It was Sprocket, of course, who said the thing about the Oracle of War, but all of them do look nervous. Dervo has been hit a little bit, though, more than the others, so Dervo does look a bit hurt. Not like, close to death or anything, but has been hit quite a bit.
Okay. He's not dead yet. Okay. Cover me. And I start moving towards the stairs.
All right.
How far can I get around the table?
If you're gonna go there, let's see, 5, 10. That's fine. You can do that. That would give you about. We're looking at about 15. I think these are.
Yeah.
I think these are 5 foot. I believe 5 foot square.
Pretty sure they are. I think that's right.
Yes, 15. So 5 feet. So that'll be 15 feet. So yeah, you can certainly get there. And
I
they sound like they're right above you, up the stairs.
And is the trap door from where I can... First of all, can I see the trap door from where I am, and is it open or closed?
You can see the trap door. It's closed at the moment.
Okay, I have my javelin in one hand, and my star sword is out.
Okay.
Actually, wait, that doesn't work. I have my shield out.
Okay.
Shield and sword. We'll do sword and board. I don't need a missile weapon at this point in time.
Okay.
All right, if that's my turn, I will wait until... I will not advance to the stairs until my next turn.
Okay. That's going to bring us up to Tanton then. Tanton, what would you like to do?
Retire to a nice,
a nice pleasant villa.
subtropical island. Yeah.
True. In the current circumstances, before retirement, what are your plans?
Oh, then
wrong game.
Yeah, I guess. Wow, I should go back to whatever game would have a subtropical villa.
Paychecks and papers.
Ugh. Ugh. Right. So, what am I going to do? I'm trying to remember what I was doing last time because I can't readily go and repair a spanner. That would take 10 rounds. Real quick, my sheet shows an inspiration, but I don't remember if it was one that was given by chat, somebody in chat, or if it was a bardic inspiration.
I don't remember if Miramay gave you one before leaving. That obviously would roll over, but I think chat inspirations would not. I don't know.
I know. That's
yeah, I'm not sure.
I am down 1 inspiration.
Might have done that then, Tanton. That's possible.
Okay.
We'll assume that it is for the moment.
Okay. All right then. What I'm going to do is this will consume a lot of movement because Spanner is very heavy.
Okay.
So I'm going to go and grab Spanner and drag him back into the room.
Okay. So you just want to bring him down to the...
Basically, the farthest I can get him is basically back to where I am.
Yeah, I was going to say. Okay. Yeah, you can do that. The sort of various pieces, so to speak, that you bring with you. Okay, you do that. There is also, as a reminder, a trap door, or a door, I should say, leading to the outside here as well.
Yeah, I was going to look at that. Okay, yep. Closed.
Closed at the moment, yeah. But for how long?
Yeah.
So, okay. So you went up, you moved him back. Okay, so that would basically be, I think, you're moving unless you have a bonus action left, Tanton, but...
Nothing I'm going to use right now.
Okay. Excuse me, next up would be Yana. So Yana, you are up next.
So, what's coming from where exactly?
Well, at the moment, we don't have anything coming from anywhere except for the sound, which you may barely hear because of your position, because you're way farther north in the basement. But just a kind of hissing sound coming from presumably upstairs. You did certainly hear the sound of something breaking upstairs, as if something is broken through somewhere. That's it, though. The basement at the moment is empty of enemies, from what you can tell.
And what's this over here?
That is another set of stairs which leads to the outside. The door for that is closed. But at the moment, there's just two ways out of the basement. That one, and then the trap door that's at the top of these.
Nothing is coming from behind me, right?
At the moment, no. No. The basement apparently is fairly clear of enemies at the moment.
Did anybody from last session ask me to do anything?
You use cantrips. You acid splash a couple of times.
Yeah.
No, but I mean, like, move from this position to do something specific. I can't remember if the... All right, then I guess I'm just gonna, hold steady here. There's not really much that I can do. I'm just gonna, if something comes down those stairs, give them what for. I can,
Okay.
hold my action until I have something to attack. I don't know really what else I could do.
All right, so Hilar, that makes sense to me. Hilar's going to move down here to the table, and he looks, and you actually see Ilarion because you see him coming, over your shoulder, so to speak. And he comes over into Dervo, is like, "Hey, you're going to be fine. Just hang in there, you understand me?" And Dervo's like, and he doesn't answer. He's just, the super white knuckle grip around the haft of his weapon and all that. And
actually, sorry.
Sure, go ahead. What's up?
Arv, if he's gonna move there, can I move to where he was?
Not on your because he goes after you.
Okay.
So you're welcome. To
I didn't know if he was
going
gonna move or not.
But he didn't. Yeah, he just
there.
decided to do that now. So
okay.
So he goes there and he looks over the table, and says, "She's got to be in trouble up there, Ilarion. If you're going up, I got to go with you."
Recall.
And he nods and he said,
"But I would appreciate the assistance."
And he nods and he sort of goes here, prepared, and he says to Dervo, and he says, "Rest you try to keep these people down here. There's going to be more that come down that way." And Sprocket, who has continued to just be sort of now just kind of quietly with a shaking finger pointing at the Oracle of War, sort of nods mutely. And now it is their turn, actually, the Grey Dogs. So Dervo kind of positions himself, sort of backs up a little bit to here. Sprocket is going to move over here as well, but is continuing to look longingly at, to that and then up to you, Tanton, because obviously they know that it's your disc on which the Oracle has been sitting.
It's gone.
No, right. But that you were the one who had it, though. I'm saying, you were the one whose, magic was there. And just sort of, says to you, Tanton, if you consult the Oracle, maybe it can help. They're just going to keep coming, you know that. And Nella sort of says, "I think he's right. We're just going to get slaughtered down here eventually." And otherwise, they're just going to stay there and kind of shiver a bit. And that's going to bring us to Merime, who is up on this floor where there's actually creatures to be seen. So you can see here that there are these three zombies and this shadowy creature, which, as they came in the door, were turned in the direction of this trapdoor here. So it looks like that's where they're planning to go. I believe we had said that they had not seen you yet, but you can see them, and that's definitely where they're headed.
Okay, they haven't seen me. I like that. Now, we had closed the trap door, right?
Yes.
Okay, so they can't immediately get to them. So
Marie, aren't you still invisible, or did you have to drop that? Okay.
I am covered in grime at this one, but no, I had to drop it at one point because I don't remember what, but it was probably gross.
One of the vomit moments. I don't remember which one. Hey,
there were so many. Yes, and I got booted in the face with a foot. I mean, who knows? Oh yeah, that's true. It's when I stabbed the foot, and then got kicked in the face.
It's the worst kind of party, and there was no enjoyment to be had.
No, I enjoyed it.
Okay, well.
I am going to. Okay, now the one thing that I wasn't sure about, and just refresh it, was the dagger, arm blade, Jagged's arm blade.
Right.
And it might be downstairs, but it might be up here too. Now, did I see anything that might make me think, ooh?
As so far, no.
No, okay.
You've seen nothing that looks like a jagged arm blade.
Okay, perfect. So I'm going to stay in my little cubby hole and kind of wait to see what they do, but I'm going to hold an action with my crossbow, and if they come down the corridor towards me, I'm going to fire.
Okay, so do you want to be positioned sort of like right here, just so you can be looking out the... Okay.
But I don't want to be I don't want to be seen, if that makes sense. Like if I hear them coming out, I would kind of just duck out and shoot.
Well, so this is what I'm asking. All right, so are you listening for them? Or because you've got a wall, obviously you can't see them. You know that they were there. So that's the question about how closely you want to be monitoring them.
By the door, and then just listening, understanding that I might miss it because of my passive perception or something. But
she's got a little tactical mirror she's holding out.
Yeah,
yeah, right. Just as a little sonar, ding, ding, sonar ping. I think they're still there. Okay. All right. That makes sense to me. That brings us back down in the house. Just a moment here, chat. Back down in the house to one Nissiana. Nissiana, what would you like to do?
Okay. What I will do is my action is moving and speaking. So basically, I'm going to move past Tantan, and as I do, I say, "You know what we need to do, and you can tell if the machine is up and running. See if you can break the ritual." And then I'm going to continue past and basically back up, double move, back up to, and bring my spiritual weapon to 60 feet to there. And then that's my action.
Okay.
I'm basically like, Tantan, you've got the best bet. If this thing can work, you've got the best bet. I'm going to go back up these guys. And now I have 3 rounds left of my spiritual weapon.
Okay. All right. Now it is the bad guy's turn. The first thing that these creatures do is they indeed continue this way. And behind this shadowy creature comes these zombies. And Marame, they move out of your sight, but it's pretty obvious what they're doing because the next thing you hear is a like slamming their fists down upon the trapdoor. From your vantage point, Alarian and Nissiana, you can see that there are, you can see the thing like disturbed, like dust filters down from, the door, and that you can see that they are wailing away at it. This trapdoor, by the way, has seen better days. It is still closed, but, it's not going to hold up that long against a concentrated assault. But you can see that something is wailing away, and Marame, you can hear the sound of it, so you can put 2 and 2 together. That seems to be what is happening from what you can tell. Okay, and that brings us up to the top of the round, and that brings us up to the bottom, or down to the bottom of the house, where Alarian has just heard. Doosh, doosh,
These directions are getting very confusing, Arv.
Listen, wait till you run a 3-level telescope fight, my friend. That's
what we'll get there. We got plenty of levels to go.
It's true. Okay, so what do you want to do, Alarian?
I estimate how long that trapdoor is going to hold.
hard to say. The fact that light is slightly filtering in a little bit from above is not fill you with confidence. Couple rounds, maybe 3 rounds.
So, Nissiana, you're right next to me, right?
Yep.
Okay. Can you send the sword out through the door?
Actually, let me look and see if I'm allowed to do that. I don't actually know. I
assume if there's light coming through, you should be able to slip it through myself, to be quite honest.
I'm trying to make sure if it's a...
Visual, yeah, I know.
Yeah.
Incorporeal, so to speak.
Well, does she need, is it line of sight is what I'm checking on.
It doesn't, I'm not seeing anything saying line of sight.
It's not.
Yeah, it's definitely not line of sight.
Okay, yeah, then yes, I can.
But light, remember, light does not mean there's a little bit of light. There's not some big, huge, gaping hole in it, though.
Yeah, but it's a sword blade. It doesn't need that much room. It's not like it's got a hand attached to it. It's literally, it needs to be as wide as the blade.
I don't think it's going to be too much. It's going to be not enough to get through that. The blade that you have there, remember, because this is it's spiritual, but it takes physical, actual, tangible form. And there's a handle as well. It's not going to be able to get through this round. Possibly next round, if the splintering happens, then yes, because it definitely seems like there are weak spots that are getting opened. So yes, next round, probably not this round.
All right. In that case, I will sheathe or just let my star sword go, because I can't do both, and ready my crossbow to shoot the first thing that comes into the door.
Okay.
And then I tell Nissiana, be ready to retreat if it looks like we're being overwhelmed, but keep your sword here as long as possible.
All right.
And await.
Okay. That leads us then to Tanton.
Tanton's going to go over to wherever the oracle is,
Mm-hmm.
because it's not readily visible.
Yes.
And he's going to kind of start gathering the materials to feed it the knowledge that it needs.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, given that you know those things, I would say probably that starting, like firing it up, you could probably do, I would say, next round. Now then, then it's going to ask you like this and then that, like, the drill about how it asks things.
Mm-hmm.
But you can probably start that process next round, I would say.
Okay.
Okay, so you're going to be doing that, and that leads us to Yana. You are up next.
Yana moves up here next to Tanton and says, "Make the machine work. I'll protect you."
Working on it.
And she's she knows that. And she's gonna hold her action.
Okay. Can you give me just a specific if-then thing? Like, hold it.
If
what?
bad guy, fire,
just destroy.
fire at will, fire at will,
Gotcha.
fire at will.
Gotcha. Okay. That makes sense to me. Hilar kind of comes up, and this is very much for all of you who have seen this visual, and if you haven't, shame on you, and your homework is to go watch these films post-haste. But in
not post-haste, let them finish watching this first.
Oh, that's true. Good point. Yes.
Yes.
First watch this, then go do that. But the Fellowship of the Ring film, when they are sitting in the tomb of Balin, and they're waiting, and the doors are like, cracking, and all of them have got the arrows ready, and the bashing on it. That's the feel, right? Hilar is just kind of walking up and waiting as this, the cracking of the trap door above, and this hissing sound coming from up top. So,
Fool of a took.
So Hilar is very much ready to go. Dervo looks over, and actually all of these who are kind of clustered, the gray dogs, watch you with fascination, Tanton. And you can almost see that Nella is kind of like, come on, get this thing working.
I can't do this while you're watching.
Oh, I've screwed it up. I have to begin again. So they are very anxious for this to work. Okay.
No pressure, Tanton. Just make the mystical thing work.
Make it work.
Go!
And that brings
Natural one. No.
PG-13, Tanton, please. PG-13.
Yeah, you just flip out and just somehow impale yourself on the horn. Like,
don't tempt me.
So, Marimay, it is your turn. We're back up on that floor. What would you like to do? You hear that banging sound
What happens in the gray?
Stay there, or
where can I get to if I want to be to 60 feet from?
you're pretty close right now. Like 15, 20, 30. You're probably within 60 feet now, I would say, Marimé.
Okay. I would like to remind you that Dissonant Whispers specifically states that you whisper a discordant melody that only one creature of your choice within range can hear.
Yep.
Okay.
I
Wonderful.
would buy that, I think, yes.
Okay. Now, to be fair to the DM, and I'll let you decide how to go.
That's always a dangerous start. Okay, to be totally fair,
To be
what
fair,
I'm about to do is
so terrible.
Now,
So
if
have
I
this
were the
fireball.
DM, what I would do was...
I just get them out. So I don't necessarily want to peek out because I don't want them to know where I am casting the spell. So because I don't want them to come after me because I'm not suicidal. I think I'm great. So I want to cast Dissonant Whispers knowing that there are creatures there. I did see them pass by, so I know where they are. Now, will you let me select which creature I am attacking, or do you want it to make it random?
I think it's got to be random if you're going to do it this way. Unless now you could also, because they are very much focused on the door from what you could tell. So I would allow you an opportunity. They might have a chance to perceive you, but it's going to be a disadvantage for them because they're not paying attention to you. So, and if you did that, then you could know exactly who there is to target. So,
you know what? I'm comfortable with. I'm going to hit one of them.
Okay.
I am guaranteed I'm going to hit one of them.
You're like, thanks, but no, I don't want that to happen. All right.
This is a really nice. I didn't get puked in that particular room. That's where Ilarion got puked on, so I'm good here.
All right, let's make it a nice little 4-point shape here. So we'll put the shadow as 1. We'll have the zombie here on the right over here. It'll be 2. We'll have this zombie is 3, and this zombie is 4. So if you roll a 4-sided die for me, that's the one that you'll actually target. And you've targeted this unlucky creature.
Perfect.
The zombie.
So now I am going
Which makes sense because it's the one that's closest to it being in line of sight with the hallway.
True.
Again, the dice follow the narrative.
It's amazing.
So I'm going to whisper under my breath, and then it will hit him in the head, boom, like so. Whoops, at level 1.
Okay. I had this image of him being like, I mean, that's what the boss sounds like all the time. He just goes, like, I don't know. Okay, let's see. Let's see how the zombie does with wisdom saves. Yeah, okay. In a shocking turn of events, not very good at saving against those. So,
wonderful. So it immediately, it's psychic damage, and it triggers his reaction. So you will not move into obviously dangerous ground, but you will run.
Okay. All right, that sounds like a plan. First of all, why don't we have you roll damage first for these things?
You did.
Oh, you did?
I did. It's up there.
Oh, I missed
10
it.
psychic.
10. Got it. Yep.
Yeah.
Okay, so... Right. All right, so this thing turns and... nope, not that thing. This thing. Turns and begins to make its way this way. Now you're not going to be able to know any of that because, this is... You're just going to know that something, you don't even know actually whether it hit or not. You just hear the sound of, banging still happening on the trapdoor.
I feel very self-righteously like I want to help protect my sister and my friend, so I feel like, I probably hit.
I'm sure that it worked.
Feeling good about this.
Bardic confidence.
I will keep that in mind. Okay, and you're going to stay where you are, Marimé? Obviously.
Oh, yeah, I'm good here.
Safe in your nice little room. Blood-covered room.
I'm not suicidal. I can't.
Somebody has to live to tell everybody else what happened.
Who better than the bard?
Yes.
The bard never gets killed. I think it's actually the bartender, but it's fine. All right, let's move on to Nissiana then, who is down here with the spiritual weapon.
Nissiana is next. Okay.
Yep, after
can
Marimé.
I now see through the?
I would say, so let's see, we had Splinter. Yeah, I would say so. I would say now that there's enough light that you probably could poke a spiritual weapon through, theoretically.
And that's what I'm going to do.
Okay.
I will move it up, and then I will...
All right, I'm going to... Hang on a second.
Yes, move it on up to the east side.
To a deluxe.
Necromancer's a house in the sky.
In the Mornland.
There's my spiritual weapon.
There's
although considering this actually is fairly deluxe, it's got 2 entrances.
And goodbye. So it's now gone from
Y'all
there.
are so adorable.
3. It actually has 3.
Oh, nope, sorry, wrong place. Okay.
There's a back door.
I don't think it hit at an 8.
That is correct. Now, I guess the spiritual weapon knows what to aim for. It's a little weird because since you can't really see what's up there. Yeah, I would give you like a random thing to attack, but it doesn't matter since that's not going to hit anything.
Yeah.
So a swing and a miss.
2 rounds left.
And from upstairs you hear.
So nothing changes. Gotcha.
Right.
Nope.
Okay. And then you're going to stay where you are, Nissiana, on that floor?
Yeah, I like my sister. I'm not suicidal. I will let the giant robot go up, or Starforge go up first.
I like this is all leading to Alarian must be suicidal since everyone else is like, well, I don't know.
No, he is our tank. This is his job.
This is his job.
It's just a shame that these ghosts are actually saying to us, grab up, this is your order.
Yeah, exactly.
Who ordered tacos?
It's good to see you. Okay.
So I ordered the chicken tikka masala.
I ate it.
Damn.
That's seamless. All right. Okay.
Next time, tip better.
Tip better, really. Okay. So Nissiana does that. All right. Now it is this creature's turn. Now let me see. So, all right. Well, let's talk about this thing. This thing is going to exit stage right, or stage south anyway, and head this way.
Harp, have you ever seen a stage?
Yeah,
stage south is the orchestra pit.
I know, yes. Downstage. Definitely not upstage, downstage.
Header into the conductor.
It's more or less heading toward doing that, actually, almost. All right, and then the zombies bash away. Looks to you like, Alarian, this thing is going to give way next round, almost certainly. I think, actually, this thing is going to slip through. And let's see if I can copy and then go down here and boop and move you all. And this shadowy thing flows through the open area. It's very disturbing as well because it flows around the different areas of light and then like mist and then reforms into this shape down below. And hisses very angrily and loudly. Well, you're assuming it's angrily, but it definitely hisses very menacingly anyway.
It's not happily.
And heads directly towards you. And it is going to, let's see, it is going to reach out and attempt to touch you, Alarian.
So I got no chance to get a shot off?
I guess since you just got in, yes, I'll let you fire at it, yeah.
Well, I mean, I'm not sure it's going to do much of any good, but I'm going to at least give it a shot. So.
There's positivity for you.
Nope.
Oh.
If you shoot directly in Nissiana and like knock her out, like, I thought you were the real threat.
For those of you listening at home,
that was a 5.
That was a natural 1.
Yeah.
Natural 1, yeah.
So this thing.
Yes. So
it was the swing and a miss.
Okay. It is going to reach out. It's going to do so.
Try to touch me.
Reach out and touch you, yeah.
Just like the old telephone commercials.
This is a 22.
You're right on the money. Yep.
So 22 is going to hit you. Now, there's 2 effects on this, actually. The first is that you are going to take 10 points of necrotic damage as this thing, you feel just your energy being drained from you. So your armor can take all of that, and then...
It's going to take 5 of it, and I'm going to take 5.
Okay. So you're going to take 5, so that means 15.
And the second one is you're going to feel like Tickle Me Elmo.
15 and 4.
Yeah.
Yes.
That's the one problem. The bigger problem is, Alarian, you have 2 points from your strength have been drained. You feel your strength ebbing from you as the coldness of this thing sucks something from you. So you'll have to calculate for me the impact that may or may not have on your melee.
It drops a level, yeah.
Sure,
I'm down to 15 now.
And it goes, It doesn't gloat. Like, that's the best it can do. It's just the same.
You've been served.
Okay. You've been served. And then the banging again upstairs as the zombies keep pounding away on the trapdoor, and that's going to bring us back up to the top of the round, where our newly drained Starforged has an opportunity to react to what's just happened.
Well, I'll drop the crossbow, and the Star Sword is out, and let's try this again.
Okay.
There we go.
Better.
Yes.
Non-natural 20.
That is definitely a hit.
And 10 points.
What kind of damage is this?
This is, oh wait, 20. Okay, so it's technically radiant. It's a beam of light.
It is radiant.
Yeah. Well, hold on a second.
So it takes no damage.
I was about to say, let's be clear on the technical part, because that's important.
Oh yeah, no, 1d8 damage, radiant. Yes, it is radiant damage, maybe. Yep.
All right, radiant damage, and that means that you've done, is that 10?
Maximum, yes.
Okay, you will be happy to know that this thing seems to be extraordinarily hurt by that. It's not destroyed, but yeah, that was a lot of damage that you just did to it. It apparently
okay, and then
it really doesn't like that.
To Nissiana, sword.
When it's my turn.
Okay, and that is and so you're going to do that. I assume you're staying right where you are.
That's yes. I will keep its attention on me.
Tanton, at this point, it's your turn, and you can now, do the thing. If he
starts doing the thing,
and
of course he looks over and is like, "Oh," because part of the thing is telling it what the enemy forces are, which he didn't know until
he like crosses it out. There's also this.
Yeah, it's like, wait a minute, no.
When you do this, when you start the ritual to get the thing fired up and running, something quite odd happens. And specifically what happens
Insert 50 cents to continue.
Yeah, exactly. What happens is the Oracle of War suddenly belches purple smoke, which is not what it did the last time.
You broke it!
And it suddenly spouts the following words at a volume loud enough for everybody nearby, which is all of the Grey Dogs and Tanton and certainly Yana and probably... Yeah, I think I don't think the folks down here can hear this, but I think the ones nearby can hear. When dark lanterns flicker in the light of the silver torch, the king in green rides north on a bolt of steel. Two nations prepare for war as all eyes turn to sky blue. Now the voice itself doesn't even sound quite right. The oracle trembles and then repeats over and over again, third protocol activated. Third protocol activated.
Oh dear.
Third protocol activated. And Nella, right near you, says, was that a verse from that's the Draconic Prophecy? And Dervo has gone white, now, the Draconic Prophecy, Tanton, I would like you, this is not a difficult... No, you know what? I don't need you to make a history check. This is Eberron. You would have heard of this. The Draconic Prophecy is a record of things to come that has been playing out since the creation of Eberron. It is a massive work that is found throughout the entire world of Eberron. It is written in positions of moons and stars. Your own dragon mark, Tanton, is a part of this prophecy. The prophecy is cryptic, but the claim is that if the record can be deciphered, the fate of all things in Eberron can be foreseen.
To make a point of just clarification here, you say that it's been playing out since the creation of Eberron. So has everything else.
Yes, but this was there at the beginning, is my point. To quote C.S. Lewis, deep magic from the dawn of time is what I'm talking about.
Just out of curiosity, Greg, when I finally hear this, is this something that I, as a cleric of Eberron,
No, you don't hear this yet, Nissiana.
But when I do...
Oh, yeah, you would know it. Absolutely.
I would... Okay,
not this particular
I will be affected
line.
by this.
Yeah, not like this particular line, maybe not. We'll have to do a check to see. But the prophecy as a whole, yes, you 100% know what that is. Yeah.
Because this is one of those things that that would be part of my clerichood.
This is very much like, oh God, we found the Shroud of Turin or something. Like, this is not good. Like, I mean, it's whatever. It's just one of those, like, Is that the sign of the? Is that one of the four horsemen?
The wild hunt is coming. Yeah. I see them on the horizon.
This is not good, and the Oracle is clearly not doing what it's supposed to, Tanton.
So the Shroud of Turin, you say? I think I threw that in with my whites in heavy bleach. We might have a problem.
Third protocol activated.
Yeah, Yana's ears are just folded over, and she just wants to break the thing in half.
No,
she has no
Yana
idea what
didn't
any
like
of that
this the
means.
last
She
time
just
this happened,
fucking hates this.
Right,
She
and
just hates it.
as soon as she starts to react like that, Tanton is like, "Don't start."
So Tanton, you started that. You can still.
She's like, I didn't start anything.
You can't take another action, but you could move if you wanted. I mean, you don't have to. The smoke just belched out, and then now it's just there, like trembling and repeating this thing over and over. I like chat's reaction, by the way, was like, that's bad. Rudnell's like, you turned on the bomb. Thordek's like, you have 2 minutes to reach minimum safe distance.
If you're going to nuke the site from orbit, it's important to be in orbit. Yeah.
Yeah.
I've never actually heard that. I'm sure that's been common, but I've never heard that said.
Mm-hmm. Right, so Tanton is just like, I mean, at first, he didn't even want to mess with this thing in the first place.
Mm-hmm.
He just didn't see this as necessary. And now, having done it because someone else is like, we need to do this thing, now he's done it, and it feels like it's just complicated matters. So he's just like, and he takes his light hammer and just, since he's still very close to the table where the necromancer's body is, he just takes the hook side of his hammer and just into her blood.
Okay. I thought it was going to be an angry like
no, he's just like getting her blood on his weapon.
Okay. Is that near where Yana is standing?
Yeah, I think so. Oh, right next to it. Yeah.
Yeah, so she kind of goes like
yeah.
And he's like, we're going to need this.
All right, you are covering the back of your hammer in blood, and as you do so, that is going to lead us on to Yana, who appropriately is like, I will back up, and then, but anyway, yeah, Yana, so, and you're right next to this thing that keeps repeating
She's
itself.
seen warring and warrior cultures use blood for things before.
Sure.
She hasn't expected that from Tanton, and she kind of looks at him and queries, are you about to go to war?
He just looks up at the mark on the ceiling and is like, yes.
Third protocol activated.
No one
and
asked
she
you.
Sort of, and she sort of, it's not a curse because it's not a language, but it sounds like the makings of a curse. And she just kind of, without thinking, puts her thumb in the blood and just runs one finger under each eye.
Oh, it got real. Okay.
And just gets ready.
Okay. Commander Dunsel, thank you for the resub. War!
War!
So someone needs to sub with, what is it good for? And then another
Thank you.
person,
Yeah.
absolutely nothing. Say it again.
And
thank you.
yeah,
so
she
much.
continues to wait for, actually, no, that's not true. There's something to shoot at. She's going to shoot at it.
Okay.
Because I haven't actually made an action yet.
True.
Do some damage.
What is the range
10, 15, 20,
from me
about
to the
30
blue
feet.
thing?
About 30
It is 30 feet?
And it's up on the stairs a bit,
Perfection.
which will help you.
Sweet, sweet
Although it
perfection.
is a shadowy thing, so...
I can't use that. Damn it. Okay. So I will...
Thank you, Dunsel.
I will hit it with Frostbite.
Alrighty. So let's make a con save. Yeah, it sure doesn't.
All right, so it takes 6 damage, and it has a disadvantage on its next attack roll.
Okay, now
Nice.
there's bad news and good news. The bad news is that this thing does seem to resist some of the cold. The good news is that it's just been obliterated almost by Alarian's radiant damage, so that you hit it and it's like, and just passes away. So
wait, it actually was going to say something? No.
Yes. It was going to say.
Just about to no, damn it! He was just about to tell us everything. You want to go back?
It was doing the dissipation. That's what it was going to do, but
his name is
not so much. No. So you have destroyed.
Catch the Wraith review all this week.
Oh man! All right, so you have destroyed this thing.
Since you're going to die anyway, why not tell you?
Okay, thank you.
And
Right.
Alarian looks over at
I'm trending. I was like, come on, stop disappointing me here.
Okay, good stuff. So that is destroyed. Yana, are you staying now where you are? Having
I am staying right where I am. Yeah, I am helping keep Tanton, keeping him so that he can continue working on the thing, because I don't know how that. Yana has no clue how to operate that thing. So
with the destruction of the shadow, the basement for just a moment, although there is the still sound of upstairs, and so now Hilar is able to hear the third protocol activated, and looks over at the Oracle and looks at you, Tanton, as if to be like, and sees that you're like dipping the weapon in your blood, and he just turns back without another word and says to Nissiana and to Alarian, well, it looks like something just got a lot more complicated, and prepares himself for the sort of balancing lightly on his feet for the imminent breakthrough of the trapdoor. The gray dogs are now backing away slowly from the Oracle, and two of them, Dervo and Sprocket, start whispering to each other, like looking at it, and just sort of, and again, like they are very much. I mean, it's impossible to tell what Sprocket's mood.
Do they know something we don't about it?
I mean, no. I mean, just that there clearly something's not working. They saw that it worked before and saved them. They clearly know that something's not working now. But that
so they're not backing away from the trap door. They're backing away from the
Oracle. But you don't know that it doesn't seem like it's going to blow up any second. But it does obviously is troubling them. But they are definitely, this thing about it being a line for the Draconic Prophecy definitely seems to have really like shaken them up, and they were already very, very much on edge as it was, based on what this was.
Right, but nothing's coming through that trap. Nothing coming through the downstairs
Not
stairs,
so
right?
far, no.
Okay, that's what I was worried. I was like, I thought that they thought that something was going to come through there.
Yeah, no, they're backing away from the Oracle. Okay. So that's going to lead us up to Merime. Merime, of course, does not know any of this is going on downstairs. Meanwhile, Merime's got issues up here to deal with. So, Merime, what would you like to do?
I'm going to peek around outside the door, and then can I see the runaway zombie through? Because the door is open, right?
And the blue guy is gone.
The door is right. The door is open.
Oh yeah, the blue guy's gone, and he's still.
Oh yeah. That's where you're wrong. There's 3 more upstairs.
Oh my God.
Okay. Yeah. So when you look through, so you're only going to be able to get like just a straight line of sight, Merime, like right down to the door here. And you can see just the retreating figure of what is clearly a zombie. You don't see anything else because, you can't see anything else from there.
Okay, I want to shoot that zombie.
That'll be a heck of a shot. Let's see. 5, 10,
what's
15,
my...
20, 25, 30, 35, 40, 45.
Is it in range?
It's about 65 feet, but it's through a door. I'm going to give you disadvantage because that's quite a shot. It's like, you can hit it. You will be able to hit it, but it won't be an easy shot.
Just roll 2 natural 20s, you'll be fine.
Right.
Yeah, I'm going to do it.
Roll high, and that'll be fine.
That's my plan. All right, I'm going to roll 2 natural 20s, and we'll call that done. Shooting.
Wow.
I only got 1 natural 20.
Almost. That was pretty impressive, but instead we end up with a 14. That will still hit, though.
Nice. So 7 points of piercing.
7 points of piercing. Okay. And it stumbles and almost falls off this porch. You can only tell from the back that it seems to have taken quite a bit of damage. It's moving even slower than normal. But that definitely is, you got its attention. Also, when it runs away like that, Move as far as its speed. Actually, you know what? It doesn't keep... Dissonant Whispers doesn't keep running in that way.
Next
like a
turn.
So he would turn back around. Yeah, but anyway. Okay.
I'm going to sneak back into the room, though.
Get back in. Yep.
Yeah, basically. Like I'm
as the arrow's traveling, you're not even going to wait and see if it hits.
Yeah. I don't want him to turn around and see me. Like I just want him to be, hey.
I heard the sound of something hitting a body, so.
It's like Mary when the apple hits him, and he's like,
yeah.
Looking around to figure out.
That's what I want. I am alone up here.
Pippin, sorry, not Mary.
That's going to lead Pippin. Okay, that's going to lead us to Nissiana, who is downstairs and is, I would say now, beginning to hear what Hilar and everyone else has heard, which is the, third protocol activated. Now, you did not hear the line of the thing before. Third protocol has nothing. You don't know what the hell that is. That has nothing to do with the Draconic whatever. But
okay, well then I don't care.
But it's definitely not acting the way it's supposed to. That's for sure.
Is my sister up there? So
yep.
If I move up here, can I see the zombie enough to sacred flame it?
I would say yes. Keep in mind that the zombie is going to break through this turn, almost certainly.
Okay. Well then, can I see it from where I was?
No, it's above and it's going to be able to break through, but it's not in a line of sight to you because it's positioned to the side. Like it's not on top of the trapdoor pounding down, right? It's to the side. So above you is just. But I can still hit
it with the
sacred flame. You can if you go onto the stairs, I would say. Now you could go onto the stairs, zap it, and then I'm sorry, spiritual weapon. Yes, you could do that. You could also.
But if I move here, sacred flame, and then move back.
To do that. Yep.
Well, then that's what I'm going to do. I'm going to sacred flame, move back, and then also attempt to hit it with the spiritual weapon.
Okay. All right. So go ahead and move on to the stairs, and it will be making, I think, a dex save, I think.
Let's see. Let me spell. Since this thing has a sacred flame. And it's to do a DC 14.
These dex saves are terrible. It's almost like zombies are not really
good,
well suited for that sort of thing. Okay. Yes, that will definitely hit. I would like you to roll though just roll a 4-sided die for me, please, Nissiana. Okay. 1 to 2, it's going to hit this. 3 to 4, it's going to hit this.
4.
All right. So 3 to 4, it's going to hit that. Okay. So it will take 7 points of damage. You said, right?
Yep. And that is the zombie I can see with the spiritual weapon.
Yes, you could probably aim at that with a spiritual weapon also, yeah.
Okay, so let's see if it does any better than it did. 13?
13 will hit.
7 points of damage. So total of 14.
Okay.
1 radiant, 1 force.
Okay. That definitely knocked it around a bit. We will see the effect of that later. Otherwise, you've moved back into position, I believe.
That is correct.
Okay. So now it is time for those guys, and they are going to break on through to the other side. So, first of all, this thing is going to turn back in here.
Oh.
Because it's not turned, it was just dissonant whispered. And then this guy is going to come down.
Oh, I'm sorry. I once I hit something, I can move it 20 feet again. And I will want to move it back down the ramp.
Okay, that's fine.
This is your last round with it, though, right?
No, I have one more round.
Okay.
Which is why I'm going to move it back down.
Gotcha.
So when
Good call.
the zombie runs through it and attacks Solarian, he can have advantage for the one single round. Because I know I only have the 1 round left.
So this dude is going to come down this way, and I will bring down the weapon in a minute. So this one's going to come down. Now, you moved back here, though, didn't you, Nissiana?
I can't see where you're moving me. You have we're still on the top floor.
Yep, sorry.
I'm where I am currently.
Okay, good. So this thing Now, and then is going to go like this, and is going to come towards the big intimidating thing that is holding up a shield at the bottom. And
this is where the sword's going to end up.
Okay. So let's see. We're looking at a 16.
On me?
Yes.
No.
Not even close. Okay. Second one is going to come through here, and it is going to. Let's see if it can do this. It's not going to be able to get here, so it's going to
double
swing.
Half gainer off the side. And
yeah, no, but I think it's not. The stairs aren't that high at this middle point, though, so I think it's going to try to take a swing at Nissiana.
Okay.
Now that's not nice.
Well,
because it can't get to you, so.
I'm aware that it will happen. So
I'm big. It could go,
15
and
to
I
hit
am little.
Nissiana. Are you little enough that a 15 does not hit you?
That is correct.
Okay.
My AC is 17.
All right, so it swings at you, roar, and misses. That other one is up there, and that means I'm now going to temporarily remove this, and I'm going to remove this, and we're going to take the spiritual weapon and move that bad boy down. Here is where it can get to Nissiana, because there's two zombies in the way. So, I mean, it can attack because it can technically occupy space.
Okay.
But, so it doesn't make much of a difference. Technically, you could put it here because it can be in the same space as the
That's where I
creature.
would rather do, because I can double advantage me and
Yeah,
Eberron.
you can't flank with the spiritual weapon, though, just so you know. Can't flank with that.
But we've been flanking with the spiritual weapon.
With a spiritual weapon?
Mm-hmm. That's what we did last time.
Yeah, you let us do it last time. It is a weapon. It is a threat to an enemy. I can't see why it wouldn't count as a flank.
Because
it is a blade that they will chop into them.
Yeah, but it's not a warrior that's wielding it. Man, I must have been in the Christmas spirit. All right, we'll keep it here for now. Flanking with a spiritual weapon. All right, so we will leave it as is for the moment. Don't get used to it. So, all right, that's fine. So you're going to have that there, and the zombies are there. The thing moved down, and that brings us to the top of the round. Okay, so Alarian, you were at the bottom of the round. This thing has just taken a sad, unfortunate swing at you, but without success.
All right. If you'd like, Arv, I will not take the advantage on my attack roll. If you think that's more appropriate.
No, if I did it before, I did it before. It's okay.
Right.
We'll deal with this. I'll deal
In
with
that
you
case,
later.
I will take the advantage.
Okay.
There you go. All right, Star Sword into zombies.
What John just did, if I had won that argument, you would never see me do. Not ever.
I'll take the non-natural 21.
I was going to say it wouldn't have mattered anyway because I would have hit regardless. Okay. So 5 damage. Now is that...
I just find all of this so funny.
Okay, let's see. 5. There's that. Right. And that's the one which was affected. Right. So that one that's in front was the one that was fresh. The one behind looks like it was hit by Sacred Flame previously. So this one looks like it's been Sacred Flamed, and this one was fresh until just now when you did, well, fresh for a zombie,
Yeah.
and you did 5 points of damage.
Only slightly spoiled. How about that?
Yes. Okay, and you're taking into account the lesser strength, right?
Yeah.
Of,
It automatically, when I dropped my strength, it recalculated.
calculated? Okay. Gotcha.
Very nice. Yeah.
Okay.
I mean, not
Lemony,
nice at all.
Lemony fresh with a hint of low tide. It's
Yeah.
very nice.
I mean, it sucks. It's terrible, but okay. So, all right. And you're going to stay where you are, Larian?
Mm-hmm.
Okay. Tanton, you are up. You can see that there are now zombies down here with you, and we still have got third protocol activated.
Mm-hmm. And that wolf symbol is like directly above our heads, right?
Indeed.
Okay. So Tanton is looking at his hammer and says, "Let's find out if Merime's done." Wham! And he'll just hit the wolf head.
Okay.
Because his hammer is currently enchanted.
But isn't the ceiling like 10 feet over our heads?
There's a table right there.
Well,
No,
yeah,
I'm
you
just
could.
saying he's not on it.
Yeah, you could climb
I don't want to be lawyering, but I'm like, dude, you're not that.
You could climb up on the.
You're
on the
not
table and do
Illyrian
that.
tall.
And I think it would be particularly funny given that Yana would be standing there looking as you just stand up in the table of blood.
I've just been watching this.
First he smears his hammer in the blood, then he climbs up into it. Yeah,
You're a very strange dinner guest. Yes.
Okay, so you stand up and you hit it. Nothing happens. I mean, other than a big thunk as you hit but nothing else.
Yana takes another slight step back.
Well, that's very curious.
Third protocol activated.
Yana's like, it's still doing the thing.
Arv, can you put the note back up again?
Happy to do so. Let's put that up like that.
So because that's why he used that's why he put the blood on the hook side. So
yep.
Okay.
For the rest of us who have no idea what you're pointing at.
Well, no, so as Ted and
thoroughly confused.
He had a feeling that was going to work.
as Ted, yeah, and he looks at his hammer. He's like, "Well, all right, it needs to be a blade."
But what was that you thought would work? I don't remember.
He reversed his warhammer, and he had the light hammer, and he had it in the blood of this necromantic creature, and was hitting the wolf head on the roof with the blood-covered magical, not blade. But
right. I get all that.
Yeah.
What part of the letter says that? Because I can't read that tiny. You guys, my eyes are not that good.
On the bottom of it, it says. So on the bottom of it, it says requires the destruction of the 5 necromantic foci that I used to draw power into the symbol. The spilling of a droplet of my own blood from a cut made by a magical blade. Jagged's arm blade should do the trick.
Jagged's arm blade?
Right. Which no one has any idea what that's supposed to mean.
Okay.
Hey, Sticker.
That was what the Oracle of War was supposed to figure out for us.
So, all right.
Protocol activated.
Okay.
I know. Shut up.
Okay, so Yana sees all of that and she has an idea, but she can't do anything about it until her turn. So.
Okay. All right, Tenton. So you're on the table, having done that. Now, then what?
Basically, he's quite.
Yeah. What was that? Was that an action or a bonus action?
That was an action.
That was an action.
Okay.
Climbing on the table was my movement. It was my action to hit the thing, and my bonus action is. Well, wait a minute. That doesn't make any sense.
Your bonus action is that sucked. All right. Good stuff. That's good stuff.
Clearly, your sister's not done up there yet.
Oh, sure. Blame the bard.
That's going to lead us to Yana. Speaking of your good idea, Yana, now's a good time to tell us what it is, since it is your turn.
So you Tenton, did you actually say it needs to be a blade?
Yes.
Okay. So Yana looks at the blood and the hammer and the thing you just did to the wolf, and she takes out her scimitar. Yeah, I'm trying to remember which one it is.
It's a scimitar.
I can never remember which one it is.
It can be made so.
Yes, but it's currently not magical.
I don't think it was. Does it have? Well, the hammer is not magical. It was.
Mine is.
Yes,
it is.
Because I imbued it.
Does it say in the letter it has to be magical?
Magical blade.
But follow your joy.
Well, no. Okay, so follow your joy.
Curved sword.
I don't think any of my stuff is magical. Hang on, and I might not know that.
That's why I wiped my +1 dagger in her blood, but I am.
You're a little occupied. Yeah.
So she takes the scimitar out. She's trying to help. Fuck it. She takes the scimitar out. She wipes it. She stabs it into the blood so that it's soaked in the blood, and she hands it to Tanton.
That's great, actually. I was like, here. Like, okay. Oh, God.
Smart Yana.
The last 60 seconds have been pure gold. All right. That's good stuff, Yana. Are you then going to move? Like, I had this image of you doing that, and then just
no, she's gonna stay put. Okay, she's gonna stay where she is. But she's like, it needs to be a blade. I have one of those. She repeats what she just saw.
Okay. So that's going to lead us to Hilar Brossal's turn, who is going to come over and fire at the crossbow thing. Let's see.
Hope he's firing at a zombie, not at the crossbow.
He's going to fire. The crossbow is going to fire at the zombie with his crossbow. Yes.
There you go, buddy. Use your words. Use your words.
It's going to hit. Let's see. That is going to hit. How much we're going to do? Okay, that's a very solid hit. This thing now looks very close to being dead again, as they say.
Which one? Wait,
great film.
Shooting?
Yeah, it is
Which
great.
One?
This one that was in front of you, Larian.
God, okay.
Let's see. No, actually, I take that back because that was the one that was fresh. No, I take that back. So this one is the one that he's firing at, so it's not actually as close as I thought. This other one, it would have been, but he was dealing with the one that was closer down here. So that one has been struck, though, and now looks solidly hurt. And then Hilar backs up to the table. Looks like trying to aim for another shot. And he yells behind him, "All right, get down here!" And the gray dogs kind of, Dervo and Sprocket, who have been in this conversation, sort of like, almost realize what's going on and come back down. And they are going to try... Dervo moves up. He's not going to be able to quite get there. Sprocket is going to move over here. And Nella is going to try to move down here and get a shot off. And is going to aim at the one, actually, because it's up on the stairs, can fire above Nissiana's head at this thing that tried to hit Nissiana. And is going to hit, actually. That's the one. Yeah, so Nella's shot goes like over your head, Nissiana. You feel.
Well, I am little.
Yes, that was the value of doing that. Of knowing that. Knowing was half the battle, and hits this thing directly, and it topples over, and just lands with a thud on the ground. That one was pretty hurt already. Okay, and that's going to lead us to Merime, who is meanwhile back at the ranch. Merime is up on this floor.
Kitty do kitty.
Oh, and this thing is now.
Is there still a zombie up here?
There is one zombie that's making its way back. Yeah.
You can take him. Come on, go out.
Yeah, can I get
him
close enough to see him?
This is the hallway right here, though. But yes.
Oh, you're walking
through the wall. I'm like,
through that wall.
I'm sure Merime has a lot of power, but
they're not gonna see me in the walls.
I have my traverse walls spell, which okay. Okay.
It's new. It's Kalishtar based.
Yeah, I was gonna say it's my Kalishtar thing, Arv. All right, 10, 15, 20. Yes, you can make it there. Yeah, and the zombie is definitely making its way towards the trapdoor.
Well, I'ma shoot it.
All right.
I can't get to it and stab it, can I?
No, you could get to it if you double move, but then you'd be like,
hello,
zombie. We smell similar.
Ooh, maybe he'll think you're one of him.
You're right.
Exactly.
I smell bad enough.
The old Walking Dead trick.
17 will hit. And 8 piercing, you actually hit it right through the throat, because remember, you had already done damage to it with Dissonant Whispers. So
now it can't breathe. Wait.
The greatest possible risk. Yeah, no, it is not immune or anything like that to those. So, bam, it slams against the wall from the force of your bolt's flight and expires, hopefully again.
That is the willpower of my adopted sister. Is there any wonder that the halflings just said, okay, you can be adopted?
Just do that then.
This is happening now.
Okay.
So, Merime, that's the end of your turn, but there's nothing else that you can see. There's still a general, like, kind of, but it's not near the cottage right now. It seems to be off in the distance somewhere.
And there is a couch that has 2 of those peanut butter cheese crackers for cushions. So if you want to have
right
it
there, yeah, absolutely.
I like it. As a bonus action, Greg, I did pick up a scroll and a piece of paper from the desk.
Okay.
Can I look at the piece of paper to start? I'm not even asking about both. That's very reasonable.
You just want to look at the
scroll
piece
of immediate cast, greater and fireball.
I mean, and she called you Greg too. That's just really is just like being very professional about this, about this question, about this request.
As a colleague and friend.
Dear GM.
You know what? That was a beautiful layup. And just 2 points. That was
Would you
wonderful.
like to butter the other side as well?
Greg, could you turn?
Yeah. Okay, let's see.
I love this game so much.
John seems to be frozen.
Okay.
He is.
Oh yeah.
Oh dear.
That joke was so good.
Damn,
John's
third
like,
protocol got him.
Jump, yeah.
Okay. Yes.
Jesus.
So, when this, and I believe this is the paper that you got from within the drawer, right? You'd pulled up.
And I fought hard to get in there.
Yeah, you did.
Yes.
Yeah, you did. I have something that I can show to you.
Hey, you're back.
I'm back.
All right, I'm going to fire this up here. Just give me 1 second.
Third protocol released to you. Very happy for you, John.
Okay, let's see.
Thinking of data from the beginning of Insurrection, secondary protocols active. I'm like, wait, what are the third protocols then? Oh, God.
It's got to be worse. Okay, let me just get the...
Stop him now!
Pull up this thing. Okay.
God, I wish that movie were better.
Here we go.
Anyway.
This is what you see on the paper, and I've put it on roll. I put it on the stream.
Okay.
It is what looks like the picture of a severed hand. It has a wolf symbol on it, and it says Shemp.
Shemp.
You already dealt with him.
I did. I already got Shemp. He was in the
bucket.
In the bucket.
Mm-hmm.
Mm-hmm.
Right.
Right. That's correct. Which I think leaped out at you, didn't it? If I'm not mistaken.
Yes.
Yeah.
It threw something at me. It threw cutlery at me.
It was one of many not so good experiences in Mermaid's no good, unhappy traversal of this floor.
It's going to be one bitter song that gets created out of this entire thing, let me tell you. Wait, okay, awesome.
Very dirgy.
Yeah, very dirgy, very. Lots of drifts. Okay,
so that's
good.
what you see.
Okay, thank you. I'd forgotten about that. But next I will be asking you about the scroll next turn, so just brace yourself.
I am prepared. Nissiana, that's going to lead us back down to the cellar and to you.
Okay, well.
One zombie remains.
I will start with the sword stabbing the zombie at advantage.
Okay.
Because this is the last thing it will do before it disappears.
Mm-hmm.
All right, where's my character sheet? I have lost it. There it is. Spiritual weapon at advantage. Okay, 21.
Right,
9 points of damage.
9 points of damage. You will be pleased to learn that the 9 points of damage is enough to actually not quite, almost. I keep forgetting that's not the full. That was the fuller one, the more full one.
Well,
so
then I point
very close to death though.
To Eberron smite you, and I will do my sacred flame.
Yes.
I figure from Ilarian's perspective, they're and just like the blade just comes through the zombie's mouth.
DC 14.
Yeah, does not succeed on that, and
8
so
points of damage.
yes, Inferno. That absolutely obliterates it. And with that, the spiritual weapon disappears too. And
yes, it does. It goes away, and I have no more second level spells, so we better figure this shit out quick.
yeah. So that is for a minute. I'm going to pull us out of initiative. for the moment, and we are going to jump into soundscape. Let's give us some. Let's take some uncertain music. How about that? Okay, so for a moment that happens, and almost immediately, Hilar says to Nella, "Nella, give me that telescope of yours." And Nella kind of blinks and then goes over and hands in the telescope. And Hilar, just sort of, clapping you on the back, Ilarion, and then as you goes up the stairs, also clapping, a hand on your shoulder, Nissiana, goes up the stairs.
Whoa! I'm sorry.
Trapdoor.
Who's doing what?
Hilar.
Wait, sorry. No. I've already stepped up ahead of him. He's not going ahead of me.
He's not going to stop unless you push him back. He's not running away in some like desperate action. He says, "Ilarion, we have to see what they are outside. They're not up in the second floor right now. You want to come with me? Do."
All right. I just don't see how we got. Oops. I just don't see how we got ahead of me. The moment that zombie dropped out, I've been heading upstairs, but whatever.
Oh, I mean, well, 6 of one, half dozen of the other. He'll come up with you.
That's true.
And I'd be peeking out already.
Right. So I was going to say.
Following Ilarion Hilar because I want to know how my sister is.
And then Yana and Tantan, I'm going to come to you in a minute to tell me if you want to do the same.
I was going to ask about that.
I'll tell you in just a minute. So when you come up, you can see Maramé looking vaguely smug.
And covered in goo.
I'm
casting prestidigitation. Prestidigitation, I'm clean.
Why am I covered with goo?
And Hilar sees you, and comes to the door, and he pauses for a moment. You can see he has a telescope in his hand, and he pauses for a moment, and he says, "Maramé, you all right?"
Yeah, no, this was great. I mean, no problems whatsoever. Nothing puked on me.
He kind of looks you up and down because you've only covered like a third of your body is still covered with goo, and he's like, right. And he looks through the window, looks through the door, and telescopes out, and then he says, "Yeah, they're still out there, but they don't seem to be coming in right now. There's a wave of them." And he's sort of looking over, and he says, "I can't really tell what that is. There's another couple of shadowy things, it looks like. Maybe more of that shadow that we fought. And there's something big. I can't make it out, though. It's just standing there up on the hill. It's a good distance." And he looks back at you, Ilarion, and he says to the two of you up here, "We've, not to state the obvious, we got a major problem. Not only what we're dealing with here, but what we got downstairs."
I destroyed the 5 symbols up here. 5, as long if those are the symbols, they're gone.
And he kind of exchanges a glance with you, Ilarion.
Do I know that we have to do the thing at the downstairs? I'm not sure anyone ever really told me, to be completely honest.
I read it to everyone.
Right. You did read it to everyone that you were going to do that. So then he exchanges a glance with you, and then he says, "I'm glad you did that. It was good work. But, well, Tantan tried to rub his weapon in the blood of that, whatever that foul thing is down there, and then stabbed the roof.
Sorry, what?
And the foul thing is and stabbed the roof where the other wolf symbol is. Nothing happened. And what's worse is, well, you better come downstairs and see for yourself, Maramé." And he kind of looks at you, Ilarion, and he says, "We're going to have to shore up defenses, but first we got to take a minute and consult, figure out what we want to do."
And I want to have a quick look at that scroll too as I go.
Okay. Yeah, sure. Go ahead. Sure, go ahead. Let me do this step by step. Let me finish with Maramé's thing. Then I'll come to you, Ilarion, and then I'm going to come back down to the cellar. So Maramé, you can do that quickly. It looks to you, it's going to take a little more time to look at this. It's some kind of spell scroll of some sort, but it's not 100% clear. It looks like it may be some kind of cleric or warlock-based spell, though, rather than being like an arcane spell.
Okay, well, I'll bring it to my sister for sure.
Okay. Now, Ilarion, you were going to say.
This is to Hilar. Hilal, whatever his name is.
Hilar.
Never remember Hilar.
Halal? What?
The dogs look cowed. Is there any one of them you would trust to keep watch up here while we deal with the thing downstairs.
And he nods slowly and he says, yeah, they've been worrying me. I don't know for sure. I'd say probably Dervo was the strongest of them, but he's been through the ringer and then some with what happened at the bazaar. I mean, he says, not Sprocket. That thing's half on the edge of collapse anyway. Maybe Nella, but I think your best bet's Dervo if you're going to choose any of them.
It would be best if you gave the directive.
And he nods and he says, I trust all of you more than them, but yeah, I think you're right. And so he...
Let's go back downstairs now.
Okay, so Merime, you're following and Alarian?
Yeah, I want to give the scroll to my sister and make sure I assume she's okay because she's awesome, but I want to make sure, of course.
Of course.
Gossip about what we each saw.
All right.
Well, the first thing I do is I look at, I'm like, ew. I pointed to face, I'm like, ew.
Well,
I know.
Well, we'll talk about that in a second, because before they get back down there, I'm going to be duplicating you, so just bear with me for a second.
Duplicating us.
Okay, they're going to be coming back downstairs in just a moment. In the meantime, while they're doing that, Nissiana, I'm going to ask you, and then Tanton and Yana, what you're doing. The Grey Dogs have kind of backed up and are whispering to each other again, nervously about things, whatever that is. So Nissiana, you can act if you wish. Tell me what you want to do before the three come back down the stairs.
Okay. Let me see if I can do this because I am persuasive. Can I use my persuasiveness to walk over there and bolster them and be like, good job, guys. We got this. I know it's scary, but we know what we're doing and we'll get out of this together.
I think you can try to go, you won't have any mechanical way to boost their spirits, but
it's the closest I can think of is to kind of basically be like, dude, we got this. It's okay.
Yep.
Because I am insightful and I can be like, look, you guys are scared. We understand that you're not used to quite this kind of excitement, but this is what we're built for. Buck up, little camper. We got this.
Okay.
Or some version thereof.
Okay.
So basically, I am trying to boost morale and head off we're going to run away and probably die a horrible death. Because we're stupid.
Keep that part out and you're good.
I am, but I'm just going to be
It's a good thing we have a bard here to editorial.
I know. I have, sometimes my bedside manner is a little bit abrupt.
Hey, everybody can use an editor.
It's true.
Yes, especially editors. But, it's one of those things where it's like, okay, I can see that there's a problem here and I am attempting to soothe things, kind of build morale.
Okay.
Pay attention to them.
Okay, so then, go ahead and head over to them, and you can be speaking to them. As you're doing that, of course, you're still able to hear what has continued to repeat, not loudly, but just at normal volume. Third protocol activated.
Have I ever heard of anything called third protocol?
You have never heard of anything like that.
Then I don't care about it one way. Somebody else will
It's an excellent Eberron grunge rock band. It's really amazing. Thursday nights in the tavern,
it was the follow-up band to Three Doors Down was Third Protocol.
Somebody else will figure it out. Tantan, me and Tantan, he is awesome. He'll figure it out. I will deal with it later.
And speaking of Tantan, that's the person who I'm going to come to next, because you and Yana are over by that table where this thing is happening, and you're there with the wolf head above you, Tantan.
So if he hasn't taken the scimitar, she's just kind of like.
I think he has, right? I think he just took it, but
he took it and he's looking at it, and then he just kind of holds it back down to her, and he kind of closes his eyes, and you can see him mouthing words. Oh, Nissiana.
Yes.
I think we need your dagger, please.
And then Yana pulls a dagger out.
No. It must be magical, my dear.
Don't you do magic?
No, I can only do one weapon, and currently it's mine. So this is not a blade. So I need hers.
Okay. And she puts the weapon away and she kind of looks at her bloody blade and just kind of goes and puts it back in the
splattering it across.
Exactly.
No one's gonna notice down here.
She doesn't care.
There's blood
It
all
was
over.
one of those things where I actually remembered the whole cut with a magical dagger or magical weapons. And that's why she literally cut the body. And she's like, okay. And she does the proper way of handing a knife over to somebody or offering it to somebody because she is already moved already.
Right.
Offers it hilt first.
Yana didn't offer him the blade.
It's gone.
And here,
You know, some of these people...
Naive, not stupid. I keep saying
careful.
naive, not stupid.
Yes, but careful. Not necessarily a strong suit of Mia Tanton. I love him dearly. I really do. But make sure I hand him the dagger hilt first and see if that works.
And so he takes it and uses the magical blade to draw a drop of blood.
It's already covered in the witch's blood.
Yeah, I know.
But you're going to be careful and make sure.
I'm going to follow the instructions exactly, or as close to exactly as we can.
As you can. Okay.
And then eventually, with the dagger covered in the drop of blood that is drawn with the magical blade from this batch, is
Before more of them come, Tanton.
working on it. Yes, thank you. And once he's just going to slice across the thing.
Okay, so you slice across it, and the symbol, the wolf's head symbol, glows for one moment an intense blue, so bright, in fact, that you almost have to shield your eyes. It's almost painful how blue it is, right? Right, exactly. I'm used to this, but no, so it's almost blinding. And there is that moment, and there is a small. It almost sounds like as if some energy has been released or in some way. But then the blue almost immediately fades. And Tanton, I would like you to make an Arcana check for me, please.
Oh, I thought you wanted me to make a head tilt like that.
I'd like you to make a head tilt check for me, please.
Actually, Arv, I'd like to make one too, please.
Sure.
Or may I make a...
Absolutely. No, I'm just kidding.
No, because it wouldn't be Yana who would know it, but maybe Altus would have some clue as what that is.
That's interesting. Yes, I will let you make that. That's a good call, Rob. Yep. I'll buy that.
Thank you. You said Arcana?
Yes, please.
Wow.
Okay, so Tanton with a 23, Alarian with a 14.
Doesn't matter.
Altus is like...
Does not fucking matter.
He's just like... He says,
Wait, 14 or 19?
Something happened. That's what basically. So
you have advantage, so for you it would be a 19.
Right.
You have an advantage.
I thought
on
Arv said 14 for some reason. Yes, I do. It's one of my Starforge abilities.
All right. I did not realize.
Hubs of magic.
Okay. So, all right, just give me 1 second while I check on something. Okay. So this thing glows, and I would say that Alarian can notice this, but especially Tanton can. So, Alarian, you realize that something has definitely impacted this ritual that is summoning these undead. That what you did, just that moment, what Tanton did, definitely affected it. Tanton, what you can tell is this is very much like what you've seen before when you use a part that's almost right, but not quite right. That is to say, this definitely did affect it, but the magic in this weapon is not strong enough to break this ritual. So essentially, you are absolutely on the right track, but it's not strong enough. That almost certainly. And so you get that sense. The good news is, though, Tanton, you also can tell, because that was a pretty good Arcana check, that this has bought you a little bit of time. And here's where I'm going to give the party basically what this gives you. You will have, from this point, 25 minutes of real-world time. Now, it's 9:10 p.m. Eastern right now. So that means that at 9:35 p.m., we are going to take our break. And when we take our break, that is when this protection will wear off, and whatever the next wave of whatever is going to arrive. So you have that long to explore and do what you like. And that was bought because of clearly what you did, Tanton. So, so you can reveal that as much as you like or not.
Absolutely, it has. All right, that's bought us a little time. And he goes to flip.
What
Hang
he
on.
said.
And Yana's like, wait. What?
So, okay. So he does manage to flip the dagger over in his hand and not stab himself with it and hand it back.
And when Tanton doesn't answer her, she goes, Tanton, what did you do?
I bought us a little time.
Oh, so we need to find that jagged blade, don't we?
Well, yes.
Okay.
Mary May,
Yes.
when you were upstairs, did you check the outbuilding?
No. Want me to go check it out?
Not by yourself.
I have something for my sister. Hang on. And I'm just going to hand Nissiana the scroll.
And Yana gets very annoyed now, and she takes both of her hands and she smacks the table, and she just looks at Tanton and goes,
Yeah, it does.
explain.
Which part of I bought us a little time does not make sense?
I'm going to go check
How?
the outhouse. I'll be back.
Mm-hmm.
Yep. And
Did you see what I did with
Valerian comes with you.
I saw it.
I'll deal with
That doesn't mean I understand it.
Very true. But you know what I did. Now, if you want me to take the time to explain it to you, my dear, those things out there are going to come inside and kill us all before I could even begin to teach you what you need to know to understand it.
Tanton, I'm not stupid. Let me help. And she looks right at him.
Very well, figure out why it's saying that.
You know why it's saying that, because
I
you
have
did that.
no idea.
Third protocol activated.
Oh, that. Sorry, I got confused of which that he was talking to.
It's okay.
There's a lot of that going on right now. Fine. If you're going to be difficult, tell me what you need.
I need you to go with Mary May. I have a sneaking suspicion that Jagged's arm blade is still attached to Jagged, and it's probably in that outbuilding. And I doubt he's going to want to give it up freely.
Fine. I'll go. And she does.
Okay. I am going to bring you folks up.
And as she walks out, as she gets by the door, the table before the stairway's up, she just kicks the fucking table.
The table shifts slightly. Okay. Now the question is, so a lot of people are like, I will go up. So who exactly is going up to the first floor?
I'm going with Marimay to help her find the blade.
As well.
Okay, so Yana is going, Alarian is going.
And I gave Nissiana the scroll to look at.
Okay, Nissiana will stay here then to look at the scroll, Nissiana?
That is correct.
Okay.
Right now, that is what I am doing because...
Okay. Gray dogs are here. Tanton is going to stay now on top of the table still.
Is
he's
Alarian
Okay.
upstairs?
Yep.
Is going upstairs, yeah, with you.
All right, so
and,
when she gets to Alarian, because she's tired of this and tired of Tanton's crap, she turns to Alarian and goes, since Tanton is being an ass, and you're unusually not, what does he mean? What does that wolf mean?
If only they had an arrow to Arshithy, usually not, but that's pretty funny.
That's what I was thinking.
Before
Leave it
you
alone.
go on, I'm sorry. Marimay, you said you are going upstairs or no? Did I miss that?
Yeah, I am.
Yes.
Okay, good.
I'm
Three of
going
us.
All right,
Three of us.
Thank
yeah.
you. Cool.
Yeah.
Got it. Hilar is probably
In-
going to stay down here. I
Instead, they look at you and motion you to
Oh,
come
yeah.
up the stairs so we can get up to the top level.
I would tell Hilar, I would point at him and point at Nissiana, like, you keep an eye on my sister, buddy.
Okay. Hilar is going to stay down here. I'm going to do that. And boop.
Alarian, did you answer me?
Yeah, I said I motion for you to come with us to the top level.
Yeah, sorry.
Okay, I'm going to get to the top of the
Yeah.
stairs, but if we get to the top of the stairs and you don't
yeah.
answer this question, I'm going to ask again.
There we go. Now you can answer the question. I've got everyone up top. Okay.
That was the other thing I was waiting for. So basically, they turn to you. During the last wave, you know that Merriman was sent up here to destroy 5. And they glance at you, Merriman. Tokens.
Foci points.
Thank you. And the last one that needs to be destroyed is the wolf's head on the ceiling. Once that, as I understand it, once that happens, the undead will stop congregating on this house. But to do that, we need that weapon, the armband, the talon, whatever it was called, that we are going to the back outbuilding, I reckon, to find. As apparently that is the only thing that we have with strong magic to actually stop the ritual.
Thank you. I am new to magic. And though I am relatively new to the world, I am not that new. And I'm a little tired of Tantan's crap. So thank you for telling me what you know.
Is not Altus also hearing what we are all going through?
Altus hears everything that I say and don't say.
And could not, and I'm asking this not to be sarcastic, I'm asking this for real, could not Altus explain this to you as a creature of your magic?
Wait, I can't understand what you're saying, John, sorry.
Could not Altus have explained this to you as a creature of pure magic?
He could have. But he didn't at the time. I don't know if he chose not to or couldn't, but he didn't. And when she says that, inside of her head, she hears this. I'm sorry, child. At the moment that it took place, I was not entirely aware myself of what was happening. I know lots of magic, but I too, in my own way, am young to this world. But do not worry. We will remember together.
I'm going to be
and
making
she's like,
my way.
That's very helpful when you don't answer me.
Go ahead, Mermaid, you're going to say.
I'm going to be making my way while those two are, and keeping an eye out that,
okay,
there's not a zombie about to eat them while they're chatting.
Not too far.
No?
Yeah, no, which way are you going, by the way, Mermaid?
Was the window in?
There's a back door, which is locked, and then there's the front door is, battered open and pretty much useless at the moment, so, yeah.
I'm going to go by the front door and go around just based on the fact that if we have to break the back door open, we've got one more area point of entrance for enemies to come get us. So,
as Mermaid is walking away,
actually, Mermaid.
Yeah. You might have the same question. So.
Would it not be more prudent to open the back door and exit that way, which we could then lock behind us to get to come back in our room?
I mean, we don't have a key. Would you like me to lockpick?
That is why I'm suggesting this course of action to you.
Okay. You would have been impressed how I lockpicked the desk open. It was very easy.
No doubt. Then the door should be even easier.
She's like excitedly going towards the back door now.
Wait. Does she know?
What is it, Yana?
What does this weapon look like?
It's an arm blade. So I don't know. It might look like an arm or like a blade or a blade that goes on an arm.
Does she know what an arm blade is?
No, I think the way it was just described is pretty much what you would assume too. Like you never heard of an arm blade.
But does arm blade? Does that mean is that a kind of weapon she would have encountered ever?
No, you would have just put it together in your head and assume that it's something that you don't know replaces an arm, goes on top of an arm. It's not a common element at all that you would know of. No.
May I make
she kind of just makes this kind of guttural, and she sort of walks into the next room and follows them.
Okay, and yes, you can make. You're like, I got this. Snap, practically snap off the lock inside there.
That was a natural uno.
I want to set the visual that she does this, and meanwhile, Ilarion just stolidly the common stare, like just the usual thing, right? But turns around, utter silence,
Marie, actually, I'm gonna say, I used the shadow dice in Ravenloft. Maybe you're not ready for the shadow dice. Yes. Maybe you should switch to another color. I mean that in all seriousness.
Yana looks at Merime and she kind of goes, "Would you like me to try my claw?"
Can I try one more time? Can I try one more time, Greg? And then
you could try one more time.
I'll try one more time, and then yes, Yana. But I'm very good at this when Larian is not in the same room. Oh, shit.
That was a 3.
Every time Larian is in the same room,
you feel a
I
gaze
cannot
boring
begin.
into your back of your head.
Yana moves up to the door. Now, actually, okay. Now,
Make you nervous.
Arv, honest question. May I try to lockpick with my claw?
With your claw, you don't have the ability to do that. It's not the claw that's the problem. I mean, it would be really funny to just brute force it if it just absolutely opens, and then you're like, "What? What's the problem?" But no,
it's like Edward Scissorhands, where he just walks up and it just opens.
I feel pretty good that we should just go out the front door, save some time. This door is very solidly locked. Very solid. Possibly impossible.
Is the door magically locked?
It might be. It might not even be a door.
No. I was asking Arv. Is it magically locked?
It's no.
Like, is it magically closed, or can I just kick the damn thing open? Like, can he kick it open?
Don't know whether it's magically closed. It is locked. You could try to kick it open. It will definitely,
Alarian,
take a little bit. So
you're very you. Can you open it?
Punch it, Alarian.
And she sort of like thrusts her shoulder towards it.
Okay. Make a strength check for me, and yes, I will update you folks to say that you have about 12 minutes remaining.
Okay, we gotta move. We don't need to open this door.
So go ahead and make it. You can make one strength check quickly if you want, Yana.
No, I was telling Alarian to do it.
Oh, I'm sorry.
And then Alarian says one moment and leaves the room and goes into the room with the desk and searches the desk for a key.
I already looked in. Oh.
All right. While he's doing that, while they're doing that, I'm gonna keep looking around for this arm blade. Where and she kind of looks back at Merime and is like, "Where haven't you looked?"
I looked pretty much everywhere, but not entirely in the entire kitchen. Like, I looked in the bucket, but I didn't look everywhere else. So
she's gonna go look in the kitchen for the blade.
Okay.
That is please tell me that's the kitchen. It's the one without the sofa, right?
Yep,
you're right.
It's like, it all looks kind of decrepit.
Gross.
Okay.
Yeah.
You also see, by the way, that there is lying on the ground, Yana, next to this barrel, a bunch of water spilled, and there is a upside down severed hand that's just lying on the ground.
And utensil.
It's all curled up.
Yeah. Right.
Like a spider.
Yeah, exactly.
Stabbed through. I'm going to try to jimmy open these windows on top of the kitchen.
Okay. I will have you make a lockpick check then on that, because these things.
What's in here? While she makes that lockpick check, what's in here?
Alarian's not here. It's okay.
Okay. I will tell you. And then I'm going to come back down to Nissiana and Tantan in just a minute.
Ha!
Oh, it's fine. See, when Alarian's not here.
It's Alarian. I cannot.
My anti-lockpicking field is interfering with your rolls.
Yes, the window does open. It may be hard to get this thing relocked, Merime. The lock itself there was kind of a cheap like bar that had been placed around the outside that is rusty and pretty much gave way and is not going to be easy to get back in.
That won't be a problem.
It'll be fine. Let's see. So let me talk about so that's able to open, and you can see the building, the outbuilding outside. Also in the kitchen, as you're looking in that area, there is basically a bunch of, you can see there is this very perfectly preserved, Yana, fresh food that's sitting on a shelf, and the drawer where you are basically is a drawer full of utensils. So there are some knives and forks and spoons in there. And then again, the food is perfectly preserved, which is illogical. This is food that should go bad after a week, let alone,
What kind of food is it?
It is a mix of vegetables. There are some peppers there and tomatoes and maybe a cucumber.
Perfect bananas.
Nothing that she would care about. Okay, so the window is open.
Now it's open because Mary.
Yeah, she's going to leap through and head right over to here.
I'm on it. I'm going to call Alarian. We got a window. It's great.
And Alarian, you were doing what? And then I'll come down to Nissiana.
I was going to really quick search for the desk. As soon as she calls me, though, I'll head over and see the window and climb through.
Okay. All right, you clamber through. Meanwhile, down below, And we are
at
now
the beginning of our 25 minutes.
Yeah, no, very funny.
Because we haven't had an opportunity to do anything with these 25 minutes you've given us.
He's not
It's
wrong.
always been.
All right. So, what are you going to? What would you like to do, Tantin? I'm going to come to you first, and then I'll go to Nissiana.
Tantin has two things.
Well, he's going to start by being difficult, and then he's no. I'm
Right. The first thing he's going to do is basically go to the Oracle and basically write down define protocol 3 and feed it into the thing, and then he's going to go repair Spanner.
So when you try to feed it into the thing, you cannot insert the paper. Something repels your paper entry, and instead it's just third protocol activated. And when you're this close to a Tantin, you can hear that there's kind of a like a slight buzzing from the inside of the cabinet. Can I just say I love the expression? You're like, shit. it's like
oh, shit.
I would love if this thing came with a scroll of instructions.
Yeah.
Would be nice.
Oh,
wouldn't
that
it?
would be nice.
So anyway, that's what that does. You could do something else, and then I'll come to Nissiana next.
Yeah, he's going to go repair.
Spanner.
Spanner.
Okay.
Spanner. I mean, we've got a full minute there.
No, you got time. While you're doing that, Nissiana, you were given that scroll. Was that the first thing you were going to look at? Or
Yes. My intent in my 25 minutes is to look at the scroll and then to search the various coffins for something that looks like an arm blade that might be jagged.
Okay.
Because it might be down here somewhere.
Okay.
But what is this scroll?
So this scroll, as you're looking at it, looks to you to be necromantic in nature. And I need to explain the nature of this scroll because it's a little odd. So on this scroll is a spell which is, you're pretty confident, is called False Life. This is typically a sorcerer or a wizard spell, typically. And what it does is it basically bolsters yourself with a necromantic facsimile of life, and it gives you a certain number, mechanically, of temporary hit points for the duration of that spell, and lasts usually for about an hour. What's weird about this, though, is that it is definitely not a sorcerer or wizard spell. It is either warlock or something, as if there's a ritualistic evil cleric version, I guess, of False Life. And it definitely feels necromantic in origin. That's what this scroll is.
All right. So my first thought is it possible that something has used this to look dead when they are in fact alive? Or the bodies in the coffin that are on the over here that look perfectly preserved, is this the kind of spell that is used on that? That is basically the two thoughts.
Those were shelves, right? The
coffins. No, well, they're shelves, but they're bodies in them.
Yeah. They have these built-in shelves that are made from coffins, and then the shelves themselves have these bodies. Yeah, these dozen corpses. It is possible, Nissiana, that a spell like this. In fact, let me have you make a religion check for this, please. Also, hi to everybody who came in. It's good to see you, all of you. Welcome.
I'm not sure why, but apparently I don't specialize in religion, but there you go. I rolled a 16.
I think that's enough. You're able to determine that these things are definitely not being kept alive or anything like that, or preserved by this spell particularly. However, almost certainly this spell is something which might be used in conjunction with others, because you know that a lot of times spells are amplified by various, focal devices and things like that, and sometimes you combine and mix spells to create something stronger, which is a problem, Nissiana, because if there is some ritual that is being created by, let us say, the enemies of Brayland to animate these creatures, that's a big problem. You almost wonder if there isn't something which is intended to recreate the effect of the Mournland outside of the Mournland.
Oh, that's bad.
I mean, now I'm just talking about in general terms. There's no way to know that from all of this, except to say that you have never seen a False Life spell that was done in this way for this purpose. So it doesn't seem that this spell individually did that, but could it be part of a ritual to, I don't know, create greater life potential in creatures? Maybe.
Okay, just so that I understand, to make sure that I understand what the spell does. It doesn't make a dead thing look alive, does it?
No. It gives you, mechanically what it does is, a false life spell typically gives you 1d4 plus 4 temporary hit points. That's what it's supposed to do.
Right. And what does this spell look like it's doing?
It looks very similar to the Wizard Sorcerer version, except that it's being clearly used in a religious ritualistic fashion, so you don't know. But almost certainly it is a component of a larger ritual.
Okay. So in the immediate crisis, this thing is not useful, but it's something I should keep control of. Yes?
Seems reasonable.
Okay. In that case, I'm just basically going to shove it into one of my pouches, and I'm going to start searching very thoroughly through this bottom floor for something that looks like an arm dagger that is, if I remember correctly, the guy's name is Jagged, not that it is a jagged dagger.
Jagged was capitalized, but it was the beginning of the sentence, so it's unclear. But yeah, it said Jagged's arm blade, whatever that means.
Jagged's, like,
right.
Either it could
Jagged's
be the name of a dagger that has a special magical item, Jagged's dagger, rather than a person.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. In any case, I'm just going to start tossing this place, and I'm going to tell the gray dogs, do what you do best. Find me an arm dagger. Find it.
And they're kind of like, Nella says, an arm dagger? What do you mean?
Find me a weapon that is in here that could be attached to an arm or could be jagged. It's important. Find me the weapons. I'm putting them to work so they can stop putting it in their head.
And so they kind of move over and still kind of whispering every so often. They start, looking at some things around the room. And I would say that you're doing this in the same time frame, basically, as Tanton does.
That is correct.
So what I'm going to say is at the end of that period of time, and I'm going to say you have about 5 minutes left after this is concluded, the bad news is you don't find an arm blade.
Damn it.
The good news is that you do find a pouch, rather large pouch, in one of the shelves underneath the body. And oh, there you go. How about I not do that to camera, but to the actual microphone, which has sound. Imagine this as having, it jingles, but there's a lot, there's so much in it that it almost doesn't jingle very much because it's a pretty full pouch.
I'm saying it's full of cellophane?
And it says Protocol 4 active.
No.
Damn it. No.
Obviously, I will be looking into the pouch to see what it is.
It looks like a lot of gold, a number of gold pieces. In fact, a sort of quick estimate suggests that there are probably somewhere around over maybe 200 gold pieces in here.
Cool. We'll die very rich.
Right, exactly. In the meantime, Tanton, and then I'm going to come back up to Marimé and Ilarion because we're going to be going on break here in just a second. Tanton, you have been working on Spanner and have gotten him back into functional working order because I think it takes you said 10 minutes to do that. It takes you 1 minute to do it, I beg your pardon. Right, 10 rounds, 1 minute, right. So you're able to put that back together. And soon he is, back on his feet. Everything's great. And is there anything you're doing in the process of that other than just focusing your attention on him? Because it takes you about a minute, so you've got 9 more minutes to go while Nissiana
is moving back to the Oracle and doing a more thorough investigation to see if there's anything that has changed from what he knows as normal
operation. Okay. Let me have you make an Arcana check.
Arcana
manage.
2 for a 9.
Third protocol activated.
Yes, darling, I know.
That's pretty much the case. Also, Rudinell says that the Jagged's arm blade is actually a Muppet of Mick Jagger. So that's what you should actually be wearing. And so Proximo is like, every time you put your hand in, it screams, "Start me up." Oh man.
Yeah, that started off because I said it moves like Jagger's dagger.
It moves like Jagger's dagger. Nice. Good work from everybody there. So Tanton, yeah, you can't tell. This thing is always, was even odd from the beginning. But your feeling was, even when you first unearthed this thing, that it had been there for a long time. It obviously was very powerful. It did its job, but it felt a little wonky to jump out of game for a minute, like having a loose connection on a microphone that you're like, you can kind of get it to stay, but then it starts fizzing at some point. That's kind of what this feels like, in that it just feels like it's tipped over to something is broken in it. You're going to have to it's going to take time to really delve into it, more time than you have right now. But nothing else seems abnormal. It just keeps repeating the same thing with that buzzing sound that you hear. Meanwhile, on the top floor, we have Yana and Alarian and Merime, who are right outside this outbuilding, having clambered through the window. So for the three of you...
All this building is a toilet with no weapon inside. I'm going to be very upset.
It stinks. It's probably going to puke on me.
Probably.
That's why you're going first.
So I'm gonna move to the side so that
Not gonna
Merime
break
can...
that chain. Nope.
Yeah.
Have you pressed the digitation to your face yet?
Yes, I have.
She said she pressed it agitated as soon as everybody came up out of the thing.
Yeah, I did.
Somehow missed it completely.
I have some pride.
Look, everybody press your digitation ahead of time, please, from now
5
on.
minutes.
Okay, thanks.
Okay, so Merime is going to open this?
Yes, I will. Bravely, perhaps foolishly.
This building is open, and when you open
Wonderful.
it, you see a toilet.
Toilet.
And that's all that seems apparent to you just from a look. There's no smell in here, by the way, at all that you might expect from me.
I'm going to look down the toilet. I'm going to own it. It's going to be one of those moments.
Yana is using every ounce of restraint she has not to kick Merime in the fanny and knock her down into the toilet.
Make an investigation check for me, please, Merime.
Toilet pistol. No, that's 7 days to die. Sorry.
Investigation. Okie dokie. That's a +1 because I have Jack of all trades. So that's 8, not 7.
Definitely a toilet. You've seen toilets before, and this is
sure.
definitely a place where waste would be placed.
Does anybody need to go? Because I'm gonna step out. I don't see anything. Is there anything else?
Yana kind of looks in there and she goes, Why is there a hole in the ground?
We'll explain that later.
She kind of is ignoring Merime and kind of looks in. Does she see anything different?
Go ahead and make an investigation check for me, Anna.
Okay.
Don't touch anything too much. Don't lick anything.
Don't look anything.
14.
On the underside of the seat, there appears to be a strange kind of almost like a protrusion, as if there was a couple of pieces of wood that are underneath, not the place where one might do their business, but in another spot of the seat. It's not on the other side. It's just on one side on the underside.
Okay, so
you can try to
fiddle.
fiddle.
You can try to fiddle
I'm
with
not
it.
sure what the hell
I wanted
that
to know you
means.
found it. You found this like compartment or box or something.
Oh, okay.
And you
Yeah,
can try
that
to fiddle with it, is what I'm saying.
Yes, she will fiddle with it. She would like to fiddle.
So you're able to slide
Make a
it open,
performance check. No.
and and the box, the bottom of it opens, and you put your hand down just in time to catch something fairly somewhat a little heavier than you might have expected. And something is basically, it feels like a weapon. And as you draw it forth, you can see that it is actually a hand crossbow. And attached to it, like wrapped around with some kind of strong twine, are 30 what look like crossbow bolts. But as you pull them out, they glint in the gray light. These might be silver crossbow bolts, Yana.
Oh.
And she kind of looks at it and goes, and she doesn't really know what else to say, but she comes out of the, she doesn't know what to call this, and she just looks at both of them and goes, I found these.
That is not an arm blade.
Those are pretty cool.
But
They
there's
might be good
something
against undead.
special
though.
about them. Yeah, she's gonna hold on to them.
Okay.
Alarian's going into the outhouse.
Okay.
How much time do we have?
After this, you'll have 5 minutes total.
She, as Alarian passes him, she goes, hurry. And she sort of looks at Merime and goes, sort of points with her head back towards the inside, because she doesn't think there's anything else in there. That was the only thing that she found, right?
Right.
All right, so she's going to make her way back inside.
Okay, Merime, what about you?
I'm gonna do a once around the whole hut quickly.
Okay.
I especially want to see the door that, like, I want to kind of go into the door, where on the side of the house where the other stair was, just to kind of see, is there anything else there, or get an idea of the lay of the land type of thing.
Okay, I will come back to that in a minute. Alarian, you
Arv,
have
one quick question.
Sure.
So you said it was a short crossbow?
A hand crossbow.
Hand crossbow.
Yes.
Okay, so that's 1d6?
I think that's probably
Yes.
right. I have
Yeah.
to look it up. So.
Yep.
Is it magical itself, or is it just...
I mean, you can't tell for sure. I mean, you'd have to see if it could be.
No, I just mean for
professionally
damage
tried.
purposes.
You're not going to know until you use it in battle.
Until I use it.
It doesn't
Okay.
seem obviously magical, but
And the silver arrows, you said 30?
30 of those silver crossbow bolts. Yeah.
Silver crossbow bolts, yeah.
And Alarian, you have to duck down, when you go in there, but you are able to fit in, basically.
I assume this is all, dried up. It's not like it was used recently.
Right, no.
Exactly.
Hey, you don't know what those zombies did.
Check the walls, check above the door, check the ceiling, and then I'm actually going to lean down and stick my head underneath, not just the seat, but the platform itself.
Okay.
And look in there.
Make an investigation check for me, please.
Luckily, the smell doesn't bother me.
No, you said there wasn't a smell.
Yeah, no smell in here.
Okay, even if there was, it wouldn't bother me. Okay, damn it. 9.
Yeah, the one thing you can tell when you look under the platform, you don't find anything else, Alarian, but when you look down below the platform, so you're able to look and then sort of down into the hole from which the, you think you can just barely see. In fact, because you found, I'll have you make a perception check. This wasn't a difficult investigation. It had to do with what you were looking at. So I have to make a perception.
There we go.
Wow. Okay. Critical with a 24.
20.
You see at the bottom, you can see kind of just in the gray light filtering from the outside down below, you can see what definitely is not waste. It is clearly severed body parts of various types have been dumped down here.
That is also not a sword.
Not a
But
sword.
it could have a sword attached to it.
Hang on.
So, yeah.
Merime, come here. I need you.
Merime, I think at this point may not be there. I think Merime would have done a once around, right? So was at this point around the building?
I might have wandered off.
Yeah.
I stick my head out like.
Nobody is there.
Mermaid's afraid of being barfed on, but she knows
Yana
where
went back to the
limit.
door to see if she can go get in that room.
Yeah. Okay. I'm gonna have Mara make a perception check in just a minute, but so yeah, Larian, you are by your lonesome at the moment.
Sorry, Larian.
Rip the seat off that toilet and go to town, buddy.
And there's no way I'm fitting through that.
Right.
Well, you can
Alright, I
reach
have
down
to-
into it, can't you?
How far away does it look?
Maybe 15 feet.
No, no way. Nope. All right, go to find one of these two.
You can ping me. You can ping me up to 30 feet. Oh no, can you ping me?
You have to.
No,
have to
I
initiate.
have to initiate.
You have
Never
to
mind.
initiate.
I would have
Mermaid, well-
told you.
I'm assuming someone's gone through the window unless you told me where you were going, Mermaid.
I would have pinged you and told you mentally at least that I was doing a once around.
Okay, and it's only 30-foot range, right?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Are you still within range of me right now?
No.
Okay, I go to find her.
Okay. While Larian goes to find you, Merime, I'd like you to make a perception check for me, please.
Perception, I'm sure I'll do great. I'm very distracted. It's all these locks.
Everything seems fine around the house. No. One thing you can tell is that as you get around to this side, and I would say it's right around here when Alarian catches up with you, you can see that there has been damage to the door outside here, as if something was trying to get in. In fact, there are scratch marks and things like that on a number of these locked windows. But this thing held. The only thing that really is damaged is the front door, which is super damaged, as we talked about.
But things came down from this area.
Yeah, I'm confused. How did that happen?
Mm-hmm.
We were attacked on the secondary stairwell.
Okay, well, that's something Alarian can think about, because...
And they will. Okay.
So, Alarian, you catch up with Merime right here, and right as you do that, Alarian, I would like you to make a perception check.
All right, I'm
just going to move...
Mary, let's move over to there so we're actually in real time when we get swarmed by the undead.
Yeah.
Okay. What, perception?
Yes,
or
please.
investigation?
No, perception.
Okay. Well, thank you. Well, it's a 10.
So I think a 10 is at least enough to be able to hear from above on the hills above you. I mean and then there's also a.
Oh, I've heard that before.
And you're able to look up to see several dark shapes beginning to move down the hill towards the cabin. And that is going to be where we're going to take our break. When we return, we'll find out what Alarian and Merime are going to do, and then we're going to jump back down to the basement to see we're going to talk to Tantan and Nissiana in the basement, and finally we'll finish up with Yana, and then we'll see what this crew does as they prepare for whatever is going to happen next with Where the
Round 3.
Round 3. If you are enjoying what you're seeing here, folks, please make sure to follow us on the channel and watch all of these amazing players, as I'm joined by Trending Sparks, Marie Bilodeau, John Helfers, Jennifer Brozek, and Darkside Rob. And we will be back to you, folks, in about, it's 9:49. So let's say just shy of 10 minutes. We'll be back here, and then we will regale you with more in just a little bit. Hold tight. All right, welcome back, everybody. Welcome back to a joyous experience of trying to figure out how to shore up a thing. Listen, the joy to me is in the play that we had along the way.
Holidays are over. The joyous part of this is done. Okay?
Don't tell him that. He'll take away the flanking with the spiritual weapon thing. Shh,
December has passed. I will look at. But it's good to see everybody, and thank you, chat, for solid turnout tonight, and for everyone who is watching Day 13 of D&D with Infinity and Beyond, Eberron Oracle of War. This is part 3 of Where the Dead Wait. Will it be the final part or the almost final part? We will see. But we are back.
Yes, if we all die, it will be the final part.
That'll be the final part.
It's a very interesting way of putting that, sir.
Where the dead wait.
Then we just join the undead and we play from that
we're
side.
the dead, and then the whole thing shifts, and then it's about stopping the adventures. No, but it's good to see everyone here, and I'm joined, as I said, by Trendane, by Marie, by John, by Jen, and by Rob. And with all that said, I'm going to start by heading back up to Ilarion and Marimé, who have a decision to make and not a whole lot of time in which to make it. And then we're going to jump inside. We're going to talk to Yana briefly, and then we'll come down to the basement and see what they want to do. So Ilarion and Marimé first. What do you want to do?
Ilarion literally, when he hears that noise from the hills, reaches down, picks Marimé up, and double times it back to the outhouse. Explains her in her head, there are body parts at the bottom of the outhouse. The opening is too small for me to go through, therefore I'm enlisting you.
I want you to go for a swim.
I'm sorry, what are we doing? Please put me down. I'm just very uncomfortable with everything happening.
Now
right
you are understanding every encounter between me and Tanton. There you go.
This is like a terrible, no. I've heard about these things.
Personal space. I
need an adult. Nissiana.
Adult or adult, and you have.
Nissiana looks up like, I thought I heard her. Oh, it must have been nothing. Okay, it's fine.
Okay,
I said,
So is he? Wait. So
you're going down the hole in the outhouse.
You're gonna throw me in the toilet? Look, I know I got puked on a lot, but
Oh, please. Marimé Hawksmore, it is dry down there. There are body parts you need to examine more closely.
okay, I'm gonna go
Put
down
yourself
there.
together.
I can't. You're carrying me. We need to have a talk about personal space after this. But I will go down there. But you start fortifying the house because we need to make sure we can hide.
Yana is re-examining how she was describing.
I'll be guarding you to make sure you don't get cut off. Yana will have to do something because we will go into the kitchen, but I'm not leaving you out here by yourself.
Got about 3 minutes left, the two of you.
Okay.
All right. We're back over at the thing.
Okay.
Oh, do you have any rope?
I do have rope. I wish I had mage hand. That's what I wish I had.
That would have been awesome, but
But I chose poorly. I'm using vicious mockery on your head, though. What? Sorry.
I said I know who has mage hand, but
I know, right?
we don't have time.
you were here. Yes,
I got rope.
I braced the rope and climb.
Thank God for prestidigitation.
Yeah,
I'm going to look at a.
Oh, go ahead. I'm sorry. Go ahead, Marilyn. Sorry.
I'm going to look at Ilarion and I'm going to say, we are going to have a talk about this, and you are going to learn something very important. But in the meantime, do not drop me, and you get 1 point of inspiration somehow with that stirring speech.
and they just stare at you. Usually, there's no expression on their face. If we survive, you can talk my ears off.
Good. So you have bardic.
You don't have ears.
I can hear though.
Petty, insignificant details.
Without waiting,
exactly.
I start lowering her down into the pit.
Okay. So when you get down to the bottom of the pit, and this has got to be done very fast, obviously. When this gets
Drop
down
me,
to
it's
the bottom
fine.
of the pit,
No,
so Marimé,
it's going to be a fast descent. Don't get me wrong.
Yeah, you find yourself, Marimé, down among the
in the toilet.
creatures of the dead. Well, here's the thing, though. You're pretty confident, Marimé, that it's been a very long time since this was ever used for its typical purpose. This just seems to be a place where they dumped parts that were not being used from certain experiments happening in basements around here, if you know what I mean. So yeah, and there's arms, legs, that kind of thing that you can see.
That's amazing.
Yeah.
This is a fitting crescendo to this entire operatic piece that I'm building around this.
Yeah.
But yes, I'm going to, I don't know, look around.
Let me have you make an investigation check.
Can I give you your inspiration back, please? Can
I
someone
can't
inspire her to do this?
I can't take my own inspiration.
Someone inspire Merime, please.
I will inspire her.
Can you?
I can, yeah. I have 2, or I have 1.
Mm-hmm. Yes.
Thank you.
Is it inspire?
Yes, it's inspire. Exclamation point inspire. Space Merime.
And I get a +1.
How the hell do you spell Merime?
And +1 for technical traits.
R-I-M-E.
Dragon Spear's here. Also, hi, Timaeus. Everything is fine. All right.
Whatever. It's close enough.
He inspired Merime, and that's not the same.
Yeah, exactly. So, and I can't put the accent in there either. So I guess I'm just fuck me then.
All of our have been less than stellar.
In the words of the police, many miles away, something stirs on the surface, and Merime is like, oh, Anyway, so hi, Prince Dustin. Okay, so Merime, you are inspired, and you can do your investigation check with inspiration, or with advantage, I should say.
Do it, please. I am.
So I like the idea that Ilarion is looking over as you do this.
Oh my god.
That's a 1 and a 6, which results to a 2 and a 7.
So poor Merime is tossing up body parts, looking at
Yeah,
I know, you do have +1.
I'm getting a little bit nauseated here.
Yeah.
But I'm going through it, Greg. I'm working really
No,
hard.
I see. I can see that you are. It's so one thing that's clear, one thing you will say is that there are no obvious, now there may be some, there's a decent number of body parts down here, but you don't see any weapons or anything buried below them. And in fact, most of the things, including hands and feet and legs and stuff, have been stripped clean, basically, from what you can tell. And so it doesn't look like anything was left on body parts after they were thrown here. Also, thank you, Ali Freeborn, for the resub. I appreciate it. Welcome. Thank you. So stuff was tossed down there after it had been, picked clean with whatever it was doing.
There's nothing down here.
See what I texted you, Marie? See what I texted you?
I did. I'm not answering yet because I'm debating how that answer is going to come, John.
So far not so much. Merime, it does not appear like there is. Also, you guys now about 30 seconds. These things are. You hear the.
So my 5 minutes.
No, I'm going to come to you in a minute, Yana. And then I'm going to come to Tantan and Nissiana. You'll get your 5 too.
I've looked very, very carefully, and I don't see anything except stripped body parts. And can you pull me back up? Prestidigitation.
Silently, the rope starts pulling you back up.
Okay.
Silently.
Now, when you get back up to the top, you have very little time now. You can actually now visibly
window.
See. Okay, yeah, you can get through that.
Right.
Okay, through the window.
Blink.
Oh yeah, I'm coming.
And
I'm distracted.
Once you're back inside the house, where are you going? Are you?
Well, we're gonna close the shutters or whatever it is,
do that,
thingy, as best I can. Yes, and then we're gonna go find Yana because we can't leave her up here.
We're gonna talk about.
You don't know what Yana's done yet, so
it's true. It's true. So we're gonna pause here, I guess.
Yeah.
For the time being.
And one quick note, Merime, again, as you remembered, the windows are not going to be easy to lock again. You can close them, but it won't be easy to lock again.
Okay, I'll do my best and try to jimmy some of those utensils that got flung at my face after the bar.
Yes, there's plenty of those to try to put that in
before the toilet.
Yep.
Yeah, I'm gonna try to.
Okay, absolutely. And I just want to make clear to everyone that I'm a big fan of Marie's, and I did not send Merime on all of these missions. It's not my fault that these are the places that Merime keeps showing up. Okay. I just want to be clear.
Mermaid, garbage person, Hawksmoor.
Likely story.
We're gonna talk. Don't worry.
As I recall, you volunteered for. Well, that's the last one, but you volunteered for the rest of it.
Right,
so.
that's true. Yes, thank you. I just
Volunteer is a strong word.
Yeah,
You practically
not for sanitation.
Putz around upstairs.
There were unclear parameters, like the puke. That was very unclear. But
I had to go through it too.
Yeah. Now, in the meantime, while the two of you are outside, Yana, what were you doing for your 5 minutes?
I was going to. So we had not been able to get into this room, and Mermaid did not go into it.
Yes,
correct?
you did.
Yeah,
the door that's locked is at the end of the hall. That door that you're standing at has been open the whole time.
Yes.
No, I'm talking about this one.
Yeah, that one is open.
That's where I got puked on.
It was this one that was locked, but this one was open. It's this little wardrobe here where John got puked on.
Oh, so we've searched that room.
Where Larry?
Oh yeah.
Yes. Yes, indeed.
Oh, then okay.
And Mary May went in there to kill the sigil. Foci.
I think she cut the skull in half, if I'm not mistaken.
So, okay. So she would have known that. So instead of going to that door then, so she starts to head back towards this room. But then she notices something. What is this, a piano or a harpsichord?
Harpsichord.
That is a harpsichord, which has been played by 2 stomping feet. And the
has it been past tense?
Played.
Yeah.
Yeah, right. Played in past tense, right?
Is it... Wait, so it's non-functional?
It's not operating.
The feet aren't there anymore.
Right. She defeated the feet.
Okay. So she was going to go over to it and see and look inside and see if there's anything inside of it.
Okay. When you look inside the harpsichord...
Because it's closed, right?
Yeah. The harpsichord is...
The lid of it is closed.
The lid of it is closed. When you open up this thing... Give me 1 second because I need to make sure I have the right note for that, right? Okay. The inside of it only holds the strings that you would have expected, Yana. The strings themselves look to be quite kind of stretched and rusted, and there's a reason that the harpsichord has been kind of out of tune when it was being played by those stomping feet. At some time, this was probably a very nice harpsichord. I don't know how much you would know about that one way or the other, but there's nothing obviously inside this other than the strings themselves.
She's seen the instrument, but she doesn't know how to play it. She recognizes the instrument. I would prefer to say she doesn't actually know what it is, but she's seen one before.
Okay.
What is this over here?
That is, I believe
that's the desk.
The side of it is the... Is that the desk?
Okay.
I thought it was in the next room.
Oh.
You're right. You're right.
One big room, yeah.
Yeah, no, you're right.
So the last thing she's going to do, if that's just a desk, because that wouldn't interest her, she's going to go back out here because she would have seen this couch too.
Mm-hmm.
She's going to examine the couch and rip the pads off the couch, see if there's anything underneath the pads.
Ah, okay.
Knead them until they fall apart.
Yes. But then she would fall asleep on it and then everyone would die. So
yeah.
Because then she wouldn't be there to cover useless objects in blood.
Okay. So when you open up the yellow couch, you pull one thing up and there is a cloud of yellow something goes into your face. I need you to make a dexterity saving throw, Yana.
Why do inanimate objects keep fucking screwing me over?
Cheeto dust, man.
What do you need me to do?
I need you to make a dexterity saving throw to see if you escaped this cloud of dust.
Okay.
And it was stirred up. It wasn't like, it attacked you with dust. It was just
15.
Okay. Yeah, so you kind of like parkour out of the way just as this cloud of yellow dust comes out and settles down, and when you look back over, you can see that it seems to be mostly just disintegrated cushion. Very odd, Yana, because you know that the food in the kitchen right next to this one is perfectly preserved, yet this couch looks like if something sat on it, it would almost crumble into dust. And again,
There's nothing else by the couch?
No. You've been long enough in the gray to know that the gray acts in mysterious ways to everything around it and can make some things preserved and some things decay faster.
How much time do I have left?
Be anything in the couch, though. About a minute.
I'm going to go back to this cabinet and look at the fruit again. Was there anything else in this cabinet anywhere near this fruit?
Just
up at the top, up on the sides?
Utensil. No, there's the utensils here, which are just like fork, knives, and spoons, and then the fruit itself. And no, nothing else in the cabinet that you can see other than those things.
Is there anything else in this room that would have preserved that fruit, magical or otherwise?
I mean, just from a cursory look, shouldn't be, because the vegetables. The vegetables are just out in the open. So no, not obviously.
All right, I'm going to... God damn it, there's something about that doesn't make sense. All right, on my way back to the thing, I'm just going to look back over the couch. Is there anything up over here, over the top of this fireplace?
A destroyed, what used to be a displacer beast head, which is now like messed up and obliterated as if someone cut it up and destroyed it.
All right, very last thing. Can I just flip this couch over? Just push it from the back and flip it over towards the thing?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Massive cloud of yellow dust, but this time it's going away from you. And no, it just almost disintegrates in your hands. You don't see anything below it.
I lay back down underneath and go back downstairs.
Okay. That's going to bring us down to what was happening with Nissiana and Alarian.
I hate that we can't find this damn thing. God damn it.
Okay, let's see.
Damn.
Oh, actually, wait, let me bring...
I feel like that fruit is a clue, and I can't figure out what the thing is.
Okay.
The pity there's no fish in there. It would be awesome if there was a red herring.
Yeah, she doesn't care about the fruit at all. Not even a little bit. She's not a vegetable or fruit person.
To your newsletter. Okay.
Well done.
So, all right. Meanwhile, Tantin, having reassembled Spanner, and now trying to get the Oracle to do stuff, and it's not doing stuff. Then you've got this time to be able to do this, and I'll come to Nissiana last of all because you.
Did the Oracle still saying that stupid whatever it's saying?
Third protocol activated. Yeah, it hasn't stopped.
He's got to shut that out before we leave. That's for damn sure.
So what'd you like to do?
We got a bigger problem. We don't know how to... we don't have the thing we're looking for.
Seeing Yana come back in. I kept saying Nissiana because I've been talking to her in the back channel this whole time, so it's just stuck in my head. Just seeing Yana come back. Did you find anything?
Whole lot of nothing, but I did find this, and I show him the crossbow with the silver bolts, but no sword.
Interesting.
May I ask you a question, Tantin?
Quickly.
I noticed many things here are rotted or decaying, but there's a cabinet with fruit that looks like it is fresh, new, as if grown today. Nothing grows in the gray. Does that mean something?
It's possible, but I don't think we have time to study it enough to figure it out.
I don't know much about magic, but if this sword is so powerful, maybe it affected it, but I couldn't find it.
Are they still up there?
Yes.
And Tantin is going to... And Nissiana, this is your one moment.
If he is going to run away, Nissiana is going to use her halfling speed to go up to hit him on the shoulder and say, "I believe in you," and guide him.
I literally had no idea if you were going to leap and tackle him, or like I was like, I don't know what you're going to do.
He's got an idea. I am going to support him all the way.
Okay. You can do it, right?
And he bolts for that trap door, heading upstairs to get to the other two.
And
okay.
I'm going to, in my 5 minutes, basically get the rest of the gray dogs to start basically putting the tables as barriers so that if we get attacked again, we have barriers. I put them to work.
So they start flipping up and kind of moving things over. These are heavy too, so they're so they're doing that as best they can. What are you having them barricade? Like
I would like them to barricade this area.
Okay.
That's the first one, because we can attack, and then the second is probably right here, so that they along this stairwell, so they can't jump down. They have to funnel into here. So if we can make 2 spots that we can funnel and do Thermopylae, basically, in 2 different spots, we can try and hold off the. That's it. It's what I got right now, and I got a bunch of scared people, so I'm putting them to work.
We all know how that worked out. Anyway.
You know what? They held off the entire fucking Persian army for a long, long time.
Yeah.
You get them to bottleneck, and that works.
That's what I'm doing.
So you're blocking this off here, and then we've got this over here. Okay. And then, so that's that 5 minutes. Okay, so Tintin, I will copy, and then I'm going to go up. Oh, no. Not what I meant to do. I meant to go up here. Okay. You emerge.
And he bolts over here. What did you find?
I don't want to talk about it.
Would you rather die?
Hang on. Nothing. Body parts. Stripped clean. There's nothing there.
Where?
In the outhouse.
And he immediately starts chanting something arcane, casts detect magic, and bolts for the outhouse.
Okay, and you hear at this point, like they are,
Here we go again.
Okay.
And he's out after him. Not gonna let him go out there by himself.
Okay.
So,
but that's not where the fruit. Never mind.
So with detect magic, he looks down into the turlet.
There's no magic down there.
None.
Not that you can detect.
All right, then he moves back in to find the fruit.
Okay. And there's the
Traipse after him.
Let me think a little bit about this. Wait a second. 1 minute. So 5 minute 4. Detect.
Isn't detect magic in a 30-foot radius?
Mm-hmm. So he'd have been able to see all the way to the bottom of the outhouse.
Oh yeah.
Okay.
Right, but not down.
I'm just thinking that there's a lot of magic in this place.
Mm-hmm.
Not so much anymore. We've destroyed a lot of it.
Point.
Yeah.
Point conceded.
So
I didn't close the cabinet, by the way, when I checked the fruit, so he would have seen the fruit when he showed up.
Absolutely, and
you told him where it was.
Yeah, for sure. And it's vegetables, not fruit. It's like
whatever.
I also want to
it's a tomato. It's a fruit.
You're right. It is
an
a fruit.
Arcana check here.
Okay.
Arv.
Sure. Arcana check. Yeah.
Have advantage.
Yes. Okay. What are you trying to specifically detect?
Well,
wow, 22.
Natural 20.
Yeah.
Focused on
damn sword.
the vegetables and also actually the silverware drawer.
Okay. There is not magic there. There does appear to be a little bit of magic that you detect behind you. And it seems to be coming from the clearly dead, not moving, totally destroyed, hand.
Oh, God, that fucking bucket.
But it's
residual
animation magic from the hand. Yeah, exactly.
Right.
It's
I would say,
Tantin,
that you would probably detect the same thing, like the vegetables and whatever do not. I shouldn't say that they register no magic. The way that it would seem to you is very much like the gray itself. There are sort of warpings of the detect magic there, so that almost certainly there is something magical happening, although it's very hard to determine. It's almost as if it shifts and shimmers. But there's something going on there, but it seems more like just the effect of the gray rather than something specific. But there is a definite focused magic coming from the now dead hand. And probably something like conjuration, although it's hard to get a real feel for it, but probably something like that coming from the hand. And as you're doing that, wham! Something bursts through the front door, and I would like you lovely people, in just a moment, not yet, wait a second. Let me get rid of these so I can delete these. Make sure to, as we always say, touch your token first, and then I would like everybody to roll initiative for me.
That is not how we say it.
I've heard that be said. Okay.
Does that include those of us downstairs?
Yes, and I will have to come down to you to show you your initiative thing in a minute. No, not that one.
God, why couldn't we have found this damn fucking sword first?
Oh, I actually wanted to turn to do what I wanted to do before the door entered, but I don't think I'm gonna have time now, unfortunately.
The sword might not even be in here, right? It might be coming now to kill us. Think positive.
Okay.
I really
buy
hope
that.
the sword
I'd
is
go
in
for
that
that. Yeah,
damn.
it's all good.
I really hope the sword is in that barrel.
I'm going to come down here for just a second so that I can make sure that initiative is up for everyone down here too. And right now, I want to make sure that everyone's only in one place. So Spanner is down there. Hilar is down there. Tantan is not there. Nissiana is down there, though.
Everyone's suddenly like super rolling. Okay.
Yeah, I just rolled. Yeah, I just rolled a 21.
Fucking well.
Wow.
Murray just rolled a 21.
Wow.
No,
Jen
I
rolled a
rolled a-
22.
I rolled a 14, but I feel good about that.
Oh, that was your second roll. Okay.
Oh,
Okay.
John rolled a 21.
Yeah, natural 20 on my initiative roll.
wow.
Okay.
I'm going to
But
say
you
it's
all-
cat's luck because Pharaoh has come to great comfort.
There you go.
Hey.
All right, Nissiana with a
Baby.
22.
Oh,
Yana
cute.
with a 21.
21.
And does have a higher dex than Tantan, right?
Oh yes,
Okay.
quite.
In my defense, I was just in the toilet, okay?
No, I was asking
So-
about Tantan, not Alarian, actually.
Oh.
Because Tantan also rolled a 21.
Tantan, what's your dex?
15.
No, he has a higher dex than I do.
Oh, then Tantan
Yeah.
will be going first.
Mine is 14.
Very, very well. All right, so Tantan will go first.
Mine are wisdom and charisma.
Yeah. And then we've got Alarian after that, and then we have Merime. Yeah, everybody rolled really well. This is, I mean, is there no
This, of
problem?
course, means we're all going to die in combat. So
Yep.
just saying.
But
Good
you'll have-
initiative,
you'll have
bad
been
combat
Johnny
rolls.
in the spot getting to that point, as they say.
Just find the fucking sword.
We're looking. We've been looking for like 2 sessions.
Indeed. Now, look at the crap that Merime had to go through. Literally.
I mean, we're searching bodies downstairs.
This is not.
Mm,
I'm gonna have.
We're not literally dealing with crap, but you know what? It ain't pleasant either.
I'm gonna have to work on this magical, this song part.
Yeah.
And we concluded that Spanner goes on your
He goes immediately after me,
immediately after you, right? Okay.
but he can't do anything other than defend himself unless I order him to.
Right. Okay. So we're gonna put that there. That there. And last, let's find out when the bad guys go, shall we? Let's see. Right.
They rolled a negative 98, so they retreat back 67 miles.
Exactly. While they do it, they destroy all the rival nations, and Braylon wins. Braylon wins. Braylon wins.
There, you heard it from the DM.
Okay,
Clip
hey,
it.
let's-
Clip it.
yeah,
You heard it.
Let's retire. It's all
I
good.
didn't hear anything. What?
Oh, sorry, not everybody heard it. No clip.
Huh? That's fine.
No.
It's okay. If Trent says it, it means it's valid. That's a dangerous power I just gave Trent. Anyway,
Say,
no.
wow,
yeah.
really?
It's like, wait a minute.
Right.
Because there is a very hot Wookiee on the Book of Boba Fett that I really want to date. Do not give me that kind of power, because man, he and I are going to get married.
I saw that tweet. I did see that tweet from you, Trent.
I missed this tweet. I'm gonna have to go looking for it.
Okay. Quality tweet. Okay. Right. Here we go. We begin with Nissiana. So Nissiana, you are downstairs, and you hear that something has smashed through the door up above. You don't know what it is yet. You can't see it. But,
Okay. I guess I'm yelling for people to take up spots behind the barricades and prepare for a battle. 'Cause that's
Yana's
all I
ready.
got
Yeah.
right now. Because I'm not running up there yet. because I know Alarian's up there, and Tantan's up there, and Yana's up there, and all of them are up there.
No, Yana is down with you. Yana is down back
good.
over here. I'm over here.
Warrior down here. Okay, good. All right.
He is ready to fling some fucking acid.
Where is Hilar?
Hilar's here.
Directly behind you.
Yeah.
Good. So I basically
This is Hilar, right?
Yep.
Which one's Hilar?
The one directed by
Sorry,
Spanner.
Right there.
I didn't mean to roll that. I was trying to get this between.
Where's
you
Hilar?
rolled
Let
a
me throw some
24,
triangles
so-
at him. Yeah. All right.
And I'm gonna kind of look at Hilar and be like, "They're your people. Make sure they do it."
I said, and he says, well, I'll do what I can, but where are you putting yourself?
In harm's way.
I'm right here. I'm basically gonna be here throwing flame.
And he nods, so he kind of positions himself by the barricades, and he says, all right, the rest of you. And they kind of come over. You can tell that they are still in Nissiana quite, reluctant and unsure. They kind of position themselves, but they seem, sullen is not the word, but very, just not, they are not.
They're salvagers. They're not adventurers.
Yeah, this is not.
Lana, on
This
the
is
other
not the
hand,
thing.
is an adventurer, even if she hates the gray.
This
So
is not their thing.
These-
Exactly.
I got
1 second.
Yana and I've got Hilar at my back. So
Yeah, but Yana is not. She can't take a hit. That's her problem.
neither can Nissiana. But
You have what's your AC?
17.
Yeah, mine's 14.
We need to get you some better armor, but that's for later.
Yes.
If we
So
live.
That will get mitigated by abilities that I get later, but right
If
now
we
she's
survive
very
that
squishy.
long,
Okay, so
that
yeah.
is what we need to do now is survive.
Yeah. Well, that's what she does for a living.
Okay, actually, I should have had them. Well, I guess I should have had them move on their turn, but that's what they'll do when they get there. So, okay, so Nissiana does that, and then you said you're positioning yourself. I'm sorry, Nissiana, where?
Where she is right now. She's basically at the bottom of the stair.
Okay,
And there is a barrier here.
Did you put you put a barricade there?
let me put
Yeah.
that. So, here.
No, along the side, so they can't come off the side of the stairwell.
Ah, okay.
They have to go down the
They
stairwell.
have to go down. They can't attack from the side. We can funnel.
Okay.
Also, I want to keep it if the people upstairs have to retreat, they have a clear spot to come through.
Okay. All right. That works. That works. All right. Next up is Tantan. Oh, and Tantan is upstairs.
Upstairs.
So, returning to the ground floor. All right, Tantan. So here is what you see. I'm going to. No, roll 20. They do not see a table. That's not. The table did not break through.
Do we
the
see a
door.
sword? Can we see a sword? How about a sword? Do we see a sword? An armed sword, perhaps? A jagged armed sword?
You don't see that. You do,
Damn it.
however, see this.
Oh,
Oh,
Now it's not quite that big, but it is
Good.
a decent
it's
size.
cute now.
a little, but
no,
it's probably fucking
no,
dangerous.
it's not. It's not cute. No, none of this is cute.
When you said cute, it's not that. It's definitely not that.
It's better than the bottom of a toilet. So, like,
Don't be too sure.
No, the bottom of that toilet, not only were the hands not getting grabby with you, but they also weren't trying to kill you. So this
That's
thing
true.
probably
I could have just stayed there,
coulda.
Just
Okay, so this thing flies through, and it is flanked by two shadowy-like creatures. Now, the shadowy-like creatures are ones that, Merime, you have seen before. That was very similar to the one that you saw earlier. But this creature in the middle definitely looks different. It is sort of a little bit hard to see, even as you're looking at it. It kind of drifts and shimmers. It is partially incorporeal from what you can tell almost. But the front of it has white, wild hair, and its skin is both blue and stretched back along the skull. And it looks at you, almost looks like a hag, but it's not, clearly not that. There's a glow around it. And as it looks at you, you can see that there are fell sort of wisps of some kind of weird mist sort of dripping from its fingers, almost like it's liquid. And as it hits the ground, it sizzles and then vanishes as if it's mist. So that's what they look like. And then I've already talked about the shadows, which for those of you who don't remember, sounds something a little bit like this.
I love this song.
So with all that said, Tanton, what would you like to do?
Run.
Actually, yeah.
Sure.
But he's not seeing anything else, and I imagine that the three of them, because his detect magic is still up, is probably just pretty well. It's like, okay. So yeah, he's gonna move. Basically, right about here, and he's just going to kind of, with his hammer in his hand, basically gonna be like, "Come on!"
Okay.
And he's going to hold his attack for when any one of them gets close enough to him.
Okay. All right. Now, what about Spanner, who was downstairs?
Spanner can only guard. He can only defend himself if I don't give him an order.
Okay.
And I can't give him an order right now because he's downstairs.
Spanner! All right. So he's currently defending himself.
Right.
All right. Next up is Yana. You may be getting the sense that they rolled really well, and these did not roll as well as all the multiple 21s. So Yana, you were up next, and you are back downstairs, I think. You're muted.
You're muted. I can read lips, though.
I caught that word.
That one needs no clarification. Yeah. I've been so good about that all night too. Damn it. Whoever this is, I don't know who this is. Who is that?
That is Nella, the halfling, one of the gray dogs.
What shape is Nella in?
They all look to be okay physically, very much not okay mentally.
So she goes and she sort of tugs at Nella and kind of says, "Find out what that wants." And she points to the oracle and then sort of lets go and just moves up to here.
Okay.
And then holds for something to come down that staircase, if anything will.
Third protocol activated.
Yeah, I know.
We all know.
Okay, so you come down there, makes sense. That brings
and
us
I'm going to hold,
go ahead. Hold
my attack.
Until something comes through.
Yeah.
Then, okay. All right, that's going to lead us next to Alarian is up next. Oh, and Alarian is... Alarian is back upstairs.
Yep.
Okay.
No, Sesame Street's before.
I was going to ask,
upstairs, downstairs.
in normal circumstances with situations like this, you would want to go through the turn order as is, but since we're on different levels, does it make any sense to do the turn order for everybody on one level than the other, or no?
No, because the creatures can themselves pass from one level to the next, and so...
All right.
And therefore, they may do that. I mean, it actually happened even in
That's
the last
fair.
one where they did. That's why. Otherwise, yeah, it would make sense in some cases, but these things are
No, that makes sense.
multi-level.
And I also know that like in normal situations where you wouldn't be using Roll20, this back and forth thing wouldn't matter anyway. So
Yeah, exactly.
Our Valerian steps out into the hallway, sees what's at the end of the hall, raises their crossbow, and fires.
Okay. Mermaid getting
duck.
out of the way just in time.
She's only 5 feet. It'd probably go over her head, to be honest.
I'm
All
taller
right.
than that.
Are you?
I think.
I thought you were average, All right, here we go.
she got a little shorter after being in that toilet.
I would be a little bit crestfallen.
Oh my god.
directly into her back, just like straight.
That was a natural.
Just kidding.
That was a 1 and a 7,
Just
a
kidding.
5 and an 11.
Clean miss, Larry,
Oh
unfortunately.
my God.
Yeah, all right, then they drop the crossbow, draw the sword, it's going to get ugly, and start advancing down the hallway. I think I can get, 30 feet? I can get over to here?
You could get down to... Yes.
Okay.
All right.
Shield out. Let's do it.
Now it is Hilar and the Grey Dog's turn. Okay. Let's see. So they're there. Hilar is... okay. Hilar's going to move over... Hilar's going to move over this way. And the Grey Dogs... 2 of them are still positioned there. Nella is moving over to the Oracle, as was suggested previously. So it's going to do that. And then, let's see. So there's that. Hilar's going to move there. Okay, and is not going to bark any orders for right now because they're doing what they do. Okay, that's going to lead us. Also, I want to make one correction to what I said earlier. Dervo Nissiana is... I think Nissiana asked me how they were looking. Or no, maybe it was... I'm sorry, maybe Yana asked me how
It was me.
Nissiana... not Nissiana.
Dervo.
Dervo has been knocked up quite a bit, like around. He was
What?
knocked around in that fight. And
knocked around.
It was a very difficult moment. Was knocked around quite a bit.
Desperate
Oracle does
times,
many,
Trent.
many things.
Desperate times.
You know, look.
I mean, I'm just
in
saying.
these dark
Banner,
times.
you know, was the only... Never mind.
Look, that was the last war, okay? Anyway, so...
but
anyway,
now we're rising from the last war.
listen,
I didn't come up with the title.
Anyway, no, but it's kind of a mess. I did want to mention physically, also not just doing well mentally, but also physically has been hurt. Okay, that is going to lead us to Merime,
Poor Devo.
thereby proving how badly the
Hello.
initiative was for the other creatures. So Merime, you are back up top, having narrowly been missed by a crossbow bolt.
Nice.
Wait, can we pass me?
You were
I
first.
do.
You were first. You
I
started.
was first. Okay.
Yeah,
sorry.
we haven't even gotten them to the bad guys yet. They rolled
dear.
not as well.
I'm going to... I have 1 second level spell slot left, so I'm going to put my hand on Tenton and on Alarian. And I am going to... Oh, wait, how do I do this? Oh, wait, I know what I'm doing. I'm going to
Good.
say, like, let's all just live through that so that we can go and relax a little bit once this is done. And, okay, I don't know what I'm doing. I'm going to hit this heroism. So I've cast heroism at level 2. So which means I can cast it on 2 people. So you both get 4 temporary hit points, which renew each turn. And you're also immune to being frightened.
Well, that could be very useful.
It might be. That's why I'm casting it. So you both gain that.
Okay, cool. But it's on the start. The hit points only activate on the start of our turn, correct? Because that could be
at
important.
the start of each of its turns.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
Right.
Yep.
Okay.
And then I'm just going to take a little step back because I am squishier and want to live. For now. I'll come back in later.
All right, I want to check one thing quickly.
Of course. Actually, I'm not that squishy. Go me.
Okay, so just to be clear, temporary hit points, I think we may have gone through this once before, but I want to be clear about this. Heroism temporary hit points do not stack.
Right.
Just check that again.
Right.
So it's just going to
Sadly,
go up
but
to
true,
that
yeah.
modifier every turn. So I just wanted to
Yeah,
be
it
sure
says
I'm clear
that
about
the target loses any remaining temporary hit points from this spell. It says it.
No,
in
that's
the-
when the spell ends, though. I'm talking about even while the spell is going on.
Oh, okay.
You don't get 4 + 4, whatever the
Right,
modifier is
right,
every turn. That's
right.
It just resets to 4 every round.
Right.
Right.
Okay, so you do that. Merime then backs up, and finally, the other creatures get to go. So
They can take their time. It's no rush.
the
are
first
always in a
to
hurry, you
act
are.
is this creature in front, and it floats towards you, hissing, and
No.
comes up.
This is the blue one. The different hiss. Yeah, exactly.
Yeah, that's right.
And as soon as he's in range, that triggers my held action.
Yes, so you can do that now.
Okay. So
Come on, buddy.
The light hammer comes down, and I am adding a branding smite to this.
Ah.
Ooh, I like it.
It's just a big. It's a big. It's Tantan's logo. Like you've been branded. Like,
and I'm going to use my inspiration on this one.
Okay. All very makes a lot of sense.
That is a 12.
Don't forget you have guidance from me.
Oh, that's true. I do have guidance, which is
You
a
have
plus
guidance.
4.
It's 1d4.
Okay.
Go ahead and roll 1d4.
1d4. Sorry, my turn order is in the way. 1d4.
Yeah!
4. That brings it to 16.
We'll hit.
Yeah, there we go. For 1 damage.
One bludgeoning plus the branding smite.
Yes. Now, what does the branding smite do?
The branding smite adds 2d6 radiant to my thingy, my attack.
Your deck. Your damage.
Okay, so go ahead and roll that.
That is 7 points of radiant damage.
7 points of radiant, 1 point of bludgeoning. And this is all magical, right? Because you imbued your hammer?
Because when I cast detect magic, the magical weapon went away. Only the weapon is now not magical, but the branding smite is.
So the branding smite damage does go through the bludgeon, and you almost see that your bludgeoning almost feels like it hits it, and it's as if you're going through sand, Tantan. Like it doesn't seem to really affect it as much as you would have hoped. But then when the hammer flares with the brand, it definitely gets knocked back a bit with that. So it does not seem to be more affected by that damage, but it is affected by that damage. And it hisses angrily at you.
And he responds with,
and it is going to attack you. Now, I know Alarian is in the way, but the only way I'm going to allow Tantan to have gone through to hit is if Tantan was at least able to move close enough.
Yep.
So it is going to attack the proximate, one who's responsible, and it is a 20 that it responds with. Not a natural, just a regular 20.
Yep, that hits.
All right. It touches you, and you feel... Oh, man. I'm going to minimize this because I could make this really freaky, and I don't want to do that. I would describe it as if you've ever in a nightmare had the feeling of having your body squeezed. It feels as if you are having your body sucked through a straw. And so this thing hits you and does 10 points of necrotic damage, Tantan. Now that's the temp. Oh, your turn had not started because that was just a held action. So you didn't have the temp yet. So that means you were at 11 out of 25 now. And also, I need you to make a Constitution saving throw.
This is so bad.
Oh, just wait. 15.
That's enough. So you feel for a moment, your max is 25 normally,
correct.
Right? Is that right? So you felt for a moment as if your vision almost narrowed, as if everything about your world had been squeezed for just a minute, and then you kind of shake off the effect. So you still got hurt. You're still in pain, but for a moment it was like it was trying to narrow your body entirely, and so you're just and it just just floats in front of you with this horrific looking gaze. Okay, now the shadowy creatures move up, and these ones are going to aim for you, Alarian. So they are up like this and this, and you might say to yourself, how are they going to get there? Because they can move through a space, and I quote, they can move through a space as narrow as 1 inch wide without squeezing.
Yep.
So they are able to slide in and both attack Alarian, or attempt to anyway. One will critically miss, and the other one, I don't know what that means. I guess they drained themselves. And then the other one is an 8.
Okay, good start. Good start. Keep up those rolls, Harv. Nice job. Good job, buddy.
Yeah, that didn't work out so well.
I like it.
Okay, so
I love that you even read that number. It's like single digit.
We need all that cheerleading we can get. I'll take it from the gym at this point.
Okay, and that's going to lead us up to top of the round. And Nissiana, we are back up to you, and I'm going to bring us back down to the cellar. Meanwhile, in the cellar.
So Nia Tantan handed back her blade, the magical blade.
Mm-hmm.
Yep.
Do I have any concept of whether or not I can once again push them back by breaking the sigil with the inferior weapon?
I'm trying to think. Was Nissiana? I guess Nissiana observed the conversation between.
She was there when Tantan said stuff. I watched. He slashed it, and it pushed.
We all watched him do it.
Yeah. So the answer to that would be maybe. And the one issue, though, Nissiana, is going to be a physical one, and that is how do you reach the roof?
Ceiling, not roof.
I mean, ceiling.
You have mage.
Okay. Also, how do you reach the roof? Let's think about that too. No, how do you?
Let's raise the
10
roof.
feet, right?
How do you reach the ceiling? Sorry, say again.
The roof is 10 feet.
I think so.
Well, how high up is the thing?
Let me double check.
Yeah, it's like how. Basically, do I think I can, if I clamber onto one of the tables that's left and slash the thing, or do I need to hand the dagger to Yana and tell her what to do because she's way more agile than I am?
Yeah, I think it is 10 feet. Yep.
Okay, and I am, oh God, what, 3 feet? Really, I'm tiny. I don't think I can.
Maybe you have, listen, you get onto the table.
I can jump off
and
the
that's
table
maybe
and-
like 2 feet up, 2.5 feet up, so it's 5.
Table?
Well, I'm trying to think. Like
From the table, if she were to do it off the top.
No,
of
I'm
the
saying
table.
the table is that high, so then you
At
clamber
least 3
onto the
feet.
table. So 3.
A 2 foot tall table would be impossible
So you'd have
to work on.
So do you have a 4 foot vertical leap? That's the question.
What's your strength?
Right.
1. My strength is 1. I think I'm gonna have to get Yana to do it because
That's
I
fair.
don't think I can do this.
I think I have a higher acrobatics than you too. So.
Yeah, you do, and you are actually fairly close to me.
Yep.
I pull the magical dagger, hold it out to Yana, and say, "You have to slash the sigil again."
Okay. She grabs it.
That's basically what I can do. And then what I think I will do next is run up the stairs and peek through the door.
Okay. Am I? I can't.
Not
do
your
anything.
turn
This is
yet,
my
Yana.
turn. Shit.
So
That's all I can do right now is basically.
'Cause I
She
can't.
saw it happen. I'm going to assume she.
I know. If
knows-
she's going up there, I'm just like crossbow.
Yeah, remember,
I can't give-
Nissiana, that you have the barricade set up, but the door, if you're talking about the trap door, there really isn't much of a trap door left.
Yeah, the
because
door's
it's broken
gone.
through as
You know,
Yeah,
blown
the
out.
door is
right.
busted in. Yeah.
That is correct. I do, in fact, have a crossbow. So, in fact, I will set up here with the crossbow and hold my action for an enemy to come into range.
Gotcha. Okay.
Basically, all I can do is protect at this point.
Okay.
And when I hand the dagger over, I tell Yana, I know you can do this. Guidance.
Okay.
As our
Okay.
hands touch as I hand the dagger over.
Okay.
Okay.
Okay. So Tantan, okay. So that leads us then to Tantan, who has just felt his life being squeezed for a moment.
Oh. Let
Okay.
us think.
You
Oh,
got
that
this.
was unpleasant. That's probably what a Capri Sun feels like. Oh,
Don't forget to add your 4. Trying to add your 4 hit points.
Yeah, your 4 temp
It's your
are
Yes.
now
fourth
here.
started.
The 4 temp have arrived.
Yeah. So now that I'm not lunging through to hit this guy, I presume that I am sufficiently out of range that he will not get an attack of opportunity on me if I back up a little bit.
Yes, I would say that's true.
Okay. Then I'm going to back up here by
Yep.
Mary May and switch over to my crossbow and
This is not going to be fun.
fire at this guy.
I agree.
Okay, fire at the
Which
creature
one?
in the middle, the one that attacked
Yeah.
you. Okay.
The big blue thing.
Okay.
The big blue light
glowing
squishy
thing.
thing. Yes.
Yeah.
Okay.
Bink.
Nice.
18.
Will hit.
And that's 4 piercing. Non-magical.
Okay, yes, and you can see that it does not as much
Figured.
as you had hoped
Every
for.
point counts.
Okay, but
That's my mantra. Every point counts.
Yeah.
Lord.
That it do.
every point counts. Okay. Lovely. All right. You do that, and then I guess that's it for you. Spanner is still defending, I believe.
Yep.
And that brings us to Yana's turn.
All right, Yana, save
Yes.
us. Give us time.
Okay, so now let me clarify. Can I give her the crossbow and arrows I found upstairs and still go and attack the
No,
thing?
not if you're going to do those same things.
I have my own crossbow.
Yeah, she's already armed.
Yeah, but these are okay.
That's okay.
These
I
are
got,
good
I also
arrows.
have
All
different
right, so
plans.
then I'm just gonna hold on to what I found upstairs, and I'm gonna take the dagger and I'm gonna run up onto the barricade and try to slash the head of the thing that Tanton slashed before.
Right,
or do
but
I
that-
need to jump on that thing? Is it? Can I? I mean,
You can't.
whichever is the
you're gonna have
fastest
to get
way.
on the table. You can do that.
Yeah,
though.
I'm gonna get on the table to slash
Okay,
it.
I'm going to have you make a dexterity check. It's not a difficult one. If you want to do acrobatics, I'll take that.
I would love to do acrobatics. I would absolutely love to do acrobatics.
Don't forget, you have guidance if you need it.
So that gives me a 1d4, right?
1d4 if you need it.
I'm going to roll that 1d4.
So you
That's
have
15.
Okay, so yeah, you were able to go up, and you're able to slash at the wolf thing, and when you do this, the thing again glows blue. Now here's what happens. Upstairs, as we jump back up there for a second. Upstairs, Alarian, you as you are facing, I mean, Merime and Tanton see this as well, but as you're facing these creatures, their images, excuse me, suddenly waver as if something has like passed over them. And they are, just for a moment, they kind of slow and grow sluggish and indistinct. And there is a kind of wailing sound somewhere. And it appears as if these creatures have been hurt by something. It does not destroy them, but it does hurt them. And downstairs again, just as was the case previously when Tanton did it, it glows blue and then, fades again almost immediately, Yana.
If we could just find that fucking weapon or have a
Yeah.
But so that's what you did. What table are you on? By the way, you were on Yana. Let me have you go.
I ran on
would
the
assume-
table and now I'm back over on that side of it where I put my token.
Okay, so you ran to this table to jump up and do the thing?
Yeah.
Okay. All right. Okay, so you're back on that side. You did the thing. Some good was done from it, and that will bring us up to the top. Alarian, you have just seen this thing that I described happen.
Okay. As loud as Alarian can possibly yell, which is pretty damn loud because it's rare that they ever do it. Whatever just happened, keep doing it. At the top of their voice.
Can I hear that downstairs?
Make a perception check for me.
Me
Nissiana-
too?
Yeah, Nissiana can do that too.
Perception. 12.
There you
Yeah.
go.
Yeah, Yana.
They
can
were
hear
both.
that.
They were both 21s.
So you hear this faint,
Yeah.
like,
They were both
"Word,
at
just
18,
keep
non-natural
doing
21.
it." Yeah, so you heard that.
Okay.
And then I will strike. I have Merime Hawksmore's guidance or inspiration at the ready in case I need it. By
Okay.
slashing out with the blue thing with the sword.
Okay.
11. I will use the d6. That's it. Oh, paper sucks. Shit.
What happened? What's up?
I'm deciding if I want to use it on 3 lousy points. I'm going to use it because it's still radiant damage. I'm going to try it. D6. 12.
Miss.
Okay. No, I'll wait till next time. All right, fine.
Okay, Alarian looking rather frustrated. Son of a...
I'm sorry. I didn't realize I wasn't hosting this whole time. Sorry.
That's okay. No problem.
I just clicked the host, but I'm like, come on.
Okay, so that's Alarian does that.
And
Does not
4
work out. And you're staying where you
temporary
are.
points. Yes.
Okay.
Yes.
Okay.
No, go ahead.
You sure? Okay.
Yeah.
All right. Back downstairs. Okay. Halar is says sounds like something worked. Kind of looking up at the ceiling.
Yeah, Yana just holds up the blade.
And he nods and he says, all right, be worth doing again. And he comes down here, sort of right behind Nissiana, and looks up and says, all right, well, if they come down here, we'll be as ready as we are. I hope they're managing upstairs.
Not like I can inspire them from down here, but I'm like, I believe in them. They got this.
And he
I
smiles.
feel good
and
in
he
my
says,
heart.
I mean, part of me is like, should I dip my fingers in that stupid person's blood and then sacred flame the thing?
I don't know if you could sacred flame the wood. I don't think
It's a, you know, it's blade. You know, it's pretty much
It
the
said blade.
It's gotta be a
It has
yeah.
to be blade.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
Okay. The
What
only
if it's
thing, other
sacred
thing I can
blade?
think of is, Yana, if it ever doesn't work, stab the witch again and then do it.
Oh, the next time I'm attacking the thing, I'm making sure that the blade goes through it. I'm not going to do a slash. I'm going to shove the thing in its face.
Take his thing.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah.
All right, and the gray dogs position themselves, and you can see that Nella is just like peering in and like, you know, fiddling with the oracle as much as Nella can, and that's going to lead us back up to the top with Merime, and literally up to the top floor with Merime.
Well, things have been going well. I don't like the little light blue one. He seems pretty bitchy, and
Yeah, I was
he
gonna say
really
doesn't like you either. I don't like you either.
Or
got the wanted
he
tag
likes
in
her
3
a lot.
systems.
Yeah,
Yes.
maybe we need to talk more. Or
All he's gonna say is,
Not much of a conversationalist.
you know, I've been on worse dates. Okay, so I am going to.
Wow.
I
Just
am
as
going
soul
to-
sucking and terrible.
Just, you know what? This is not that bad, guys. I'm going to Haikasa, your favorite dissonant whispers at level 1.
Okay.
Her hair is all stringy and ratty. It looks terrible. Oh my god. Get
Yeah.
this to a stylist.
It definitely does not make that wisdom save. So
Ooh,
it's going
nice
to
roll.
take, let's see.
Sweet.
I'm new to
9
that stuff.
psychic.
Yep, your 9
Awesome.
psychic damage actually, as you see it, it wails and vanishes
Oh,
as you have destroyed it.
thank you,
It
Merime.
had already been weakened apparently by something.
Good.
All right, good stuff, Mermaid. Where are you moving to, if
Teamwork.
anywhere?
I'm going to stay where I am. I feel good about this.
Okay.
Cheering Ilarion on without giving them any further inspiration, for I am very low.
No, that's
You
good.
got
You
this.
did your part. You did your part. All good. All good. I do
All
not
right.
need to have whatever's going to happen, have my soul sucked out of me or whatever.
So that is going to lead us down to the shadowy creatures, which are both going to attack Ilarion, or attempt to.
Hmm.
All right. First one. Oops. No. How about I actually use the right statistics? Not that creature. This creature. Let's see. We have got a 12 and a 23.
The 23 hits.
Ooh.
All right. The 23 is going to 6 points of damage. That's 4 minus the temp, so that's 2 will get through, and you could use that towards either your...
My armor's going to take that.
Okay, so you're at 2 out of 9 for that, right?
Correct.
Okay.
Still 15 hit points, yeah.
But you, again, feel this draining effect. You lose 2 more strength points from this thing.
Good lord.
Okay, now that is the 2 of them. That brings us back up to the top of the round with Nissiana, who is at the bottom of the house.
No. If I went up to this spot right here and looked through the door, could I shoot at them from there?
Yes, because there's practically no door. So
that's basically what I'm gonna do.
What door?
Yeah.
I basically have to trust that Yana is gonna do what she needs to do, and I'm gonna come up here and I'm going to crossbow shoot from behind.
Jump up to be able to start to see over the
actually not
door.
Crossbow. I know better. I've seen these. I'm going to Sacred Flame.
There you go.
Okay, yeah,
I'm
you see
going to
2
call
shadowy
upon
figures.
my faith in Eberron, the dragon, not the world. And I am going to target this guy first.
Okay.
I am going to attempt to smite him with Sacred Flame. DC 14. Eberron, send you back to where you came from.
Okay. So
came from Branson, Missouri.
All right, you were attacking
this one.
Right. It actually does make it save this time.
Damn. All right, well.
It avoids your sacredest of flames.
Hit it again. No.
I'm attempting to. I'm not good at this. I'm a healer, Yana.
Who's good at this? We don't know what the hell we're doing.
Actually, my spiritual weapon was pretty goddamn badass.
You're doing fine.
Okay, so you're going to stay where you are.
No, it's sacred blame. Who's to blame for all this?
I am actually going to duck back around the door so that if they turn, they don't see me. But I'm still going to be at the top of the stairs. Because I think I'm a 30-foot.
You've been booped.
I booped. Boop.
Okay.
Everyone spite you.
Okay, that brings us down to Tanton, who is up next, and who
up
is
to Tanton.
Down to Tanton because Tanton is. Wait, no, Tanton is up top.
No, Tanton is up.
Oh, sorry. Who's on first? All right, sorry.
Look,
Tanton,
do we need to add a third level? We need to add a third level.
Probably. We really do. We really do.
Go back out to the outhouse.
We don't want to go back to the outhouse. It was not that great.
You didn't want to go in the outhouse to begin with. You didn't have a choice because
That's true. You did kind of get bodily.
Alarian did not give you that choice. And
I was
shame on him.
Forge
Let's
handled.
keep it moving along, please, folks.
Let's keep
So,
going.
So, let me put this into chat so that you understand. The thing is that this is a spell that is cast upon me so that every time I attack, it does the branding smite. So
right, when you hit a
technically,
creature with a weapon attack before this spell ends.
right. So technically, my crossbow attack should have had it as well, but never mind. That creature
No,
is
it
dead.
says the next time you hit a creature.
Next time you hit a creature with a weapon attack,
And you
before
did
the
hit
spell
one.
ends.
So,
Right, never mind. That's exactly what I wasn't saying.
So you're all good.
Yep.
Nice try.
I love that this game is clear, concise, and completely understood at all times.
Exactly. Bink. So
So
you know,
regular.
yeah, plain old everyday crossbow 11. Plus guidance, right?
Yes, you have guidance on you still, I think.
That's true. You have guidance. Well, did you use that? I don't think.
Hey! There you go.
Does guidance keep going, or is it only that one thing?
Only one shot.
Guidance only
shot
one
deal.
shot.
Never mind. 11.
11
Exactly
will
what I
miss.
wasn't saying.
11 sadly will miss.
Or very happily it will miss. You don't know. Who do you think you are? God?
Yes.
I mean, in this case. Okay. So that is a miss. Tantan, you're going to stay where you are, or are you going to move around at all?
I am going to move forward just enough to be like,
Oh, by the way, what would,
and he kind of glances back at Mary May, as you would say, you've got this, and he will guidance.
Okay.
Hilarion.
All right.
God, you're not guidance in the shadows, please.
I will beam.
Okay.
For all this guidance, we're really misguided.
Spehenner is still defending, and that brings us to,
doing a great job of it.
And that brings us to Yana.
Good doggo.
All right.
Okay.
Yana,
So I'm going to use every ounce of strength I have and put it behind this dagger and jam it into this fucking skull or whatever the hell this thing is. Just jam it in there
on the ceiling.
I'm going to jam it into this thing as deep and as far as I can.
Okay. This time when you cut into it,
I'm not cutting. I am stabbing.
Stabbing
deep.
into it as hard as you can.
Into as hard as I
could
can.
ever do. Nothing happens this time.
Oh my God! You've got to be kidding. She turns over towards Nissiana and just says, "Not working."
Stab the witch again.
Third
flash.
protocol activated.
And she goes, it's just.
No, the witch's blood. The witch's blood.
Oh, I can't. I don't have an opportunity to do that again, do I?
Right, but you can reach down.
No, but that's what I'm telling you to do next time.
Yeah,
You can reach down and
Alright,
get the
so-
blade coated.
I'm gonna grab the blade and jam it back into the blood.
Okay.
And that's
all right.
the end of my turn.
And you're still on the table doing that. That brings us back up to Alarion.
So was I able to coat it in the
Yes.
blood at least?
Yes,
Okay,
you were
so
able
then
to.
next turn I'll
Yes.
be able to. They'll be. Somebody will be dead by that point.
Someone's
Anyway.
going to die here. Okay.
I have 4
Alarion, you're
points
up.
back. Yep, 4 points back. And then
Exactly.
gonna try one of these stupid
Try against
shadows.
your witch blood. I think you got the right blood.
So even though Bob wasn't here, Yana knows which body is the witch's.
Oh, of course. Yeah, no, I know.
We have stabbed that body
multiple
enough
times.
in front
It's
of
actually
her.
out of
It's
blood
amazing.
at this point. Really.
Yeah, there's
And
nothing
it
left.
puked on me as
Okay.
well.
So let's see. That 20 will hit.
non-natural
Yep.
20, non-natural 2 points of radiant.
2 points of radiant. To the one on the left or the one on the right.
Whichever one. Oh, wait, which one? Was
They're
one
both
wounded?
equal.
Oh,
Neither one
then-
have been hit yet.
Right.
Yeah,
So,
managed to dodge my.
Okay. All right, you get that, Alarion. I assume you're staying where you are.
Yep.
Okay. Hilar is down here and is going to basically do what Nissiana just did. Run up and then is going to take a crossbow shot at one of the... And is going to miss wildly and then is going to come back down. Just a
That's
couple of
okay.
steps
We
down.
know how to like dance around each other.
Mm-hmm. Absolutely. Okay. And then we have the gray dogs. Yes, okay, right. So the gray dogs are there. And Yana is up on the table as the gray dogs are sort of... And you notice that, Yana, you probably don't notice too closely because you're paying attention to what you're doing, but that the gray dogs are, sort of focusing a little bit, but you also notice that Dervo basically, so Sprocket is looking up at you still. Dervo has gone over, no, not Dervo, sorry. Dervo has stayed there. Sprocket has gone over and is now also trying to help Nella with, like, fiddling and dealing with trying to get the Oracle doing something.
Mm-hmm.
And so is over there. But Dervo is still sort of standing there looking... drawn and pale and kind of not doing so well. Okay. And that's
Sick.
going to lead us to Merime, who is back up on the floor with these shadowy creatures behind Alarion.
Can I shoot them without shooting Alarion?
Yeah, I think you can get a shot off on them, yeah, on one or the other of them.
Okay, I will hit whatever one, if one of them looks... The one that was just whacked.
That would be this one on the right.
Perfect. I will shoot that one.
Okay.
Will I though? There we go.
I was going to say, yeah, let's find out together, if you will.
Yeah.
Hey.
Yep.
I will.
Nice. Very good.
Absolutely. Now, that is not magical, right?
No, that is not magical. It's
Okay.
just me shooting little pieces of wood.
So you will take, it does take that hit, but not as much damage as you might have expected from that thing. But it is damaged and is looking very wispy and sort of strange, as if it's been quite damaged now. Marimé, are you staying where you are?
Yes, I will. Do I hear anything else coming up on the house? Like,
Make a perception check for me, please.
I have concerns. Perception.
We all
Don't
have
we all?
concerns.
+1, so 17.
You hear an odd, like stomping, the sound of stomping, growing very loud.
That was very fast stomping.
Yep. In fact, as if something is picking up speed.
Oh, dear.
Something big's running our way.
It's that lightning rail. That ghost lightning rail. It's coming back at us.
Yeah. Okay, so that's what you were able to hear. You yelled it out, Marimé, and now the creatures are going to attack Alarian yet again, and are going to get a 7 and a 23. Literally the same one that got a 23 last time. Just got a 23 again.
Take me again.
This one is the MVS, the most valuable shadow of any of these things. Let's see. Okay. It is going to do 10 points of necrotic damage. So, 4 from your temp. So that's
last
6
2
left.
points on my armor.
Yep.
And then 4 gets through.
And 4 gets through. And need another Constitution saving throw. Oh no. No, you don't get a con on this one.
Sorry, don't get one on this. It's just another 2 points.
Nope, this one's just a single point this time.
Oh yay!
It's a kinder, gentler shadow attack.
Well, actually, one more time I'm going to drop that 1 point of damage and attack roll. So next time I'm going to be doing 0. I'll just be doing my base to hit.
Yeah. These guys are not fun. Nissiana, you were up next.
Okay.
Are you
then
doing the
basically
same
up to the top of the
attack
stairs
Yep.
and Sacred Flaming this one on the left.
On the left. All right.
We're not going to have a tank by the time this campaign is over.
Well, we're trying.
It does not make it save this time. You'll be happy to know.
6 points of radiant damage.
Yep. And it is obliterated in your flame.
Oh, thank God.
So it's obliterated.
But I duck back around.
Okay.
Because I don't want the other one attacking.
Sounds like a plan. Tantin, there is 1 shadow remaining that you can see.
That's nice. So I'm going to step up over here, and I'm going to look back at Marimé and be like, as she wouldn't say, and I'm going to cast Cure Wounds on Alarian.
Okay.
Well, you can't really, so
So you restore 11 hit points.
Hey.
Yeah, I'm back up to my full complement. That's good. Thank you, sir. Appreciated.
Okay. Good stuff, Tantin. And then you're stepping back, or?
Oh yeah.
Okay. Spanner continues to defend. Yana, you were up. You have dipped it in the blood.
The dagger now completely clotted.
Yes.
Coated.
Coated in clotted blood.
Coated in clotted blood. Yes. Type 0. No. Anyway. Universal donor. Anyway. I am going to now take the completely coated in clotted shaman swift stride. No, I'm going to take the dagger.
Weller pale, yeah.
Exactly, yes. And I'm going to once again try to stab the ever-loving out of this damn thing with the dagger now coated in blood again.
Now, several things happen when you do this. When you stab the thing, it does indeed this time glow blue. Above, you see the people who are on the ground floor, so Marimé, Alarian, Tantin. You see the shadow kind of waver and then vanish as it is hit by this energy. Down below, the thing which glowed blue for just a moment fades, and then there is a poof, like that little sound I heard before, but it's loud. It's stronger, I guess I would say. And Yana, you are pushed hard by some unseen force emanating from the thing that you just stabbed. So I need you to make a dexterity saving throw for me, please.
Okay.
You got this. You got this.
Yeah, I think you broke the ritual. That's.
I hope I hope.
16.
Okay, so you manage to basically like just catch yourself, as you're like slipping to the edge and go, and hold on to the table. At the same time, up top, there is a horrific roar, kind of a scream, roar, bellow of absolute rage, something like this loud, overwhelming sound.
Yeah, that hurt.
And literally, apologies to all those headphones. I apologize unreservedly. And staggering through, actually bashing through what was left of the door and actually taking some of the wall with it, you see the following. I'm about to show you what it is.
Be on stream or on...
It's going to be on Roll20. Just give me a second and I'll put it up there.
God, I hope it's dead.
Oh, it's dead.
Undead.
Probably dead. Probably undead.
Okay.
Maybe it's bringing a knife with it or a blade with it.
Pardon me, sir. Would your name happen to be Jagged?
Staggering through the wall, what you see is what looks at first like some kind of a warforged. It reminds Tantin and Merime a little bit of Alarian, maybe just a bit. But it also, as you're looking at it, you can see that it has its left arm looks to be normal, but you can see that there are bits of what look like grayish skin on this creature. And as you see on the right side, at first you don't see its right arm, and then you see, and it screams, "Blood for Jagged!" And it brings forth a massive blade, which is literally its arm. Its arm is a blade, and it is absolutely covered with some kind of blood already. And it comes charging directly towards Alarian. This thing looks like it is a Warforged, but there's something weird about it, Alarian. It doesn't look like the Warforged, like the Lord of Blades that you fought in the Fireweed Bazaar, any of that stuff. Something weird going on with this creature. And so it comes in at you and swings away, like straight charge right through the door.
Can I set for charge?
You can brace yourself for it, but you're not going to be able to attack it or anything like that. Until,
I want to brace myself with the star sword out in front of me so it impales itself. That's what set for charge means. I want it to run to my weapon.
No, it's not going to do that.
Right.
It will definitely. I mean, what I meant is you're not going to be surprised by it or thrown off by it or anything like that.
Okay.
Instead, what it's going to try to do is it is going to swing twice with its arm blade.
Oh God.
Good luck, you guys.
18 and 21.
Oh God!
It's so angry it missed twice.
Missed twice. Not by much though. That
second one was literally
clang, like you're just sort of like left, right, like barely. And when it clangs down to the right and the left of you, Alarian, it literally leaves a chunk out of the stone floor so hard, and it draws it back up. And when it attacks you, when it does this and it sort of draws this thing down, the arm blade itself makes the blade growls, and for the first time, Alarian, you look into its eyes and you are aware that you are facing not just a Warforged. This thing has got to be undead. Some bizarre mix of magic and wizardry has combined a Warforged with some undead thing.
Delightful.
And we're the lucky ones to fucking discover that. Great. We live to tell the tale.
We need a star. We need a star. Get it to star.
No, we don't need it anymore. He broke the thing. He broke it. He broke the whatchamacallit.
The thing only flared blue and then went out again, though. You're not sure that it broke.
Yeah, I'm not sure. I'm just gonna have Yana keep doing that again.
Oh no, I'm gonna come help and attack this thing. Oh, actually, I don't know that thing's up there. But...
Okay. Yes.
I think we're all aware that it's up here. It did take out part of a wall.
Well, you guys can certainly hear it bellow that too.
Let me move that into the turn order just a second. Yeah, all of you in the basement do hear something massive.
We did hear that rumble. Yeah.
Oh yeah. I mean, this
it yelled "Blood for Jagged."
Yeah. You heard Blood for Jagged. You heard the whole thing. It's very loud. Okay, let me just put that into the right spot in the turn order. Okay, and that is going to bring us to Alarian, conveniently.
All right. Does anyone have an inspiration they can give me, please?
Yes.
No, I used mine on Merime, and that was
I
worth
will
it.
inspire.
Chad,
Right.
so Chad, are there? Oh, Tren is
Perfect.
intelligent.
Tren's doing it.
Yes.
Okay, so first of all,
Tren.
gonna
Oh,
blow
Lone
my
Wolf is already inspired Alarian
wait.
before
Lone
Tren
Wolf.
could even do it.
Yay!
Good job, Lone Wolf.
Thank
well,
you.
Trying to hold yours for next round, assuming I'm even in time.
Yeah.
All right, so the first thing on a bonus, as a bonus action, I'm going to blow my last Aegis die, the D4. Which
Okay.
I really hope I get a 4 on this. I'm not using my inspiration on this. Let you know. Good. Okay, I get 6 points back in my skill armor as it regenerates.
Okay.
Really, I'm going to need that, and then I'm going to use the inspiration to attack. Really using that 20 right now. Well, I'll take the non-natural 20. That should do it. For a
That
shitty
will hit.
14
Yep.
points.
For how much? I'm sorry.
2.
For 2 points. Okay.
For shit.
And this is a
Magical weapon.
It is
I mean,
magical weapon.
it's radiant damage, so it's got to be a magical, even though it doesn't have any pluses.
Got it. Okay. All right. It takes that. Glancing
Brace
blow.
to get sliced in half.
Okay. Right. That's going to lead us to. That was Larian. You're staying where you are. Hilar sees this and says, "I'll be damned. There's no end to these things," and fires off again another crossbow, and will hit actually this time.
Oh, yay. Good.
Yay!
All right.
Leads. We can kill it.
Does hit it, and this creature that was yelling at is a little affected, but basically looks down at this bolt that sort of and pulls it out, and just in its fist crushes it and tosses the bits of crossbow bolt to the ground. And Hilar looks down the stairs at all of you, is like, "We're in trouble," and ducks back down below the trap door. Okay, so let's see. That was Hilar. Now the gray dogs, who are still clustered around the Oracle, and that brings us back up to Merime. Merime, good news is the shadows and all the weird spectre-like creatures are gone. Bad news is this thing is here now.
Well, I am feeling I've got one spell slot left. I feel that this has been working for me so far, so I'm going to Dissonant Whisper it.
Dissonant Whisper. Okay.
Cast at level 1.
So
It can't be that wise.
you do this, and it puts a hand to its head, and then it looks at you and goes, "Blood for Jargon!" And it just like,
Did this guy just step out like the Mad Max world into here? So did it look like it took anything in that?
nope.
Oh dear.
That was a
Okay,
great
so-
roll.
It
That
feels
was a
like it
great
got
roll,
really,
too,
really
Marty.
angry, although it was already angry.
But
Oh, I do
angrier, really?
Yeah. Suddenly
Okay,
3 more arm blades appear. No, I'm just kidding.
Its head sprouts an arm blade.
Its whole body becomes an arm blade.
Yeah.
Can I sense anything like actually present in it? Because it's speaking.
Yeah, no, it definitely is animated by something, although it doesn't feel like it's possessed from elsewhere. It looks like it is some kind of creature of undeath that is somehow... Warforged should not be able to be susceptible to this, but some dark necrotic power has made this happen.
Okay.
And also you're in the gray, and so again, see the Mournland.
Weird
Exactly.
shit happens.
Yeah.
If I try to connect with it bonus action to say like, hey, maybe we could just talk this out, do I get anything back?
Like mentally, or are you trying to talk to it like
Mentally. Like,
you just get absolute rage. It's like walking into a room that is in a towering inferno.
okay, well this guy's really pissed. Okay. That's yeah, I'm not happy about that, but I'm gonna stand there, wait.
Okay, that's going to bring us to Nissiana. Nissiana, what do you want to do?
I actually need Rob, but Rob has wandered away.
Oh, he's
so-
back. He just got back.
There's
on.
Rob.
Yeah. I'm gonna wait until he puts his headphones on. Okay. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to look around. I'm going to Shield of Faith, Alarian.
Oops, hold on a second. Let me bring it down to the... Okay, so right, you're doing that from the ground floor. So you're going to look back up.
Because 60 feet.
Yep.
Alarian, you have an extra +2 to your AC.
Nice. Oh, cool.
Then I'm going to duck back around and look at Yana and say, give the dagger to somebody else. We need you. And basically have someone else attack the sigil and have Yana come up and help and be like, we need to overwhelm this thing.
Yeah.
Somebody needs to, what's the word? Flank. Because I don't actually have a weapon to flank with. Otherwise, I would try and do it and stab him in the back like, the Hobbit. I am no man kind of deal. But I don't. My dagger is actually in Yana's hand. But Yana has to him. I'm basically saying, Yana, give that dagger to one of the...
I don't think I can... So I think I can get... Okay. I'll wait till my turn.
Yeah.
Okay.
So basically, I'm asking you to... Actually, no. I have said, give the dagger to someone else. We need you.
Okay. And Nissiana... All right, so you've done... That all works.
I've cast my spell. I have one spell left. That's not a cantrip.
All right, that brings us back up. And Tantin, it is your turn.
I would like, if I may...
You may not.
Oh, shit. Well, I guess that's me done. Given that Tantin used to build Warforged during the war and his experience with them, if you will allow, I would like to see if I can get an idea of where a weak point might be on this thing. If you require it, I will spend my hero point to do so.
That's a good use of hero point. Yes, let's do that.
Okay. So, investigation or perception?
Yes, and you're going to have to get... not investigation, perception. You're going to have to get right behind Alarian. I mean, not right where you have to be exposed to attack, but like behind Alarian.
I wish I hadn't said that. My investigation is much higher than my perception is, but that's okay.
Also, I'm stretching the use of hero points slightly because I think this is a good use of it. But
well, here we go. Natural 20.
Wow.
Shit, well done.
Yes.
So there is a spot that you can actually see that is below the level of basically it's got these this arm blade, right? That it's got, and essentially between the arm blade, which is basically its whole body, and the shoulder, you can see a small but very distinct symbol. And for a moment, Tantin, as your kind of like practiced eye is looking all over it, you can note there is a place where you can see what is very clearly a wolf's head on this thing. So it's literally on its shoulder. It's small but distinct. That's the only thing you think is a weak point.
Right. I will immediately communicate that to Alarian.
Okay.
No, but wolf's head on its shoulder.
There beneath the shadow of its breast, where the moon rises.
I have to stay upright for at least one round to do that, you realize.
I gave you an extra 2 HP AC.
Well, I know that may make a huge difference. So yeah, it's true.
Okay.
I'm just worried about how much damage it's going to do if it hits me. Yeah.
That was my action, right?
Yes, you could still, and you can move back if you want, because you moved like 5 feet or whatever.
Yeah, I'll move. Yeah.
Yeah, exactly, Rudno. So yeah, I'm sorry. You said yes. You're moving.
Yes, I'm backing up.
Okay. All right. That brings us to Spanner, who defends himself, and then Yana. So you are downstairs.
Okay. So can I, from where I can't see myself, there we go. can I, from where I am, get to where Nissiana and what's-his-face are?
So you can get here, and if you double, okay, here's what I'm going to allow you to do. You got a choice, okay? You can either double move and get here with no question, but you'll have to double move, or I will allow you to run here, but you're going to basically jump up on the table and then onto the stairs. So basically, we're talking about a fairly difficult but possible acrobatics roll, and that would
I will
still
take the
save
acrobatics
you your action.
roll.
Okay.
I will
But
take
just be
the
aware, if you don't
acrobatics
make
roll.
it, you won't get up there. So just you're
Well, I
right?
can't do jack if I don't get up there anyway, so it really doesn't matter.
All right.
All right, so it's an acrobatics roll to get up to where they are?
Yeah, and I mean, you can get here with no problem. It's just the last part where you have to do the acrobatics.
Yeah, no, I'm going to do the acrobatics roll.
All right.
You got this.
Yes!
Yeah, right on the table and then
21!
Yep.
Not natural. Let's go.
Yeah, so on the table and then up onto the stairs. So Hilar is kind of like, like sort of as you land, he's like, nice work.
I'm getting used to Yana just sort of appearing, so. Plus
I am going to use one of those silver crossbow bolts and fire that thing right into this sumbitch.
Okay. Now, you will have to fire at the thing behind it. Now, first of all, you don't know about that wolf head and you don't have access to it anyway.
No,
but you're just
I'm
firing
going
at
to
it
fire
normally.
at
That's
it.
fine. Yeah, like that's good.
So, what is this, damage-wise?
So this would be, well, let's see if you hit first. So ranged attack.
All right, but do I get any? So is it just a D20 plus
your dex modifier?
Plus your dex
my
modifier.
dex modifier.
Would be the
Okay,
case,
so
yeah.
I think
I don't know
that's
if you're
plus.
proficient in crossbows. Do you?
I don't think I am, but I'm not.
I think hand crossbows are simple. I think. Let me double check that.
Yeah,
I'm trying to remember. Daggers, clubs, spears, slings. No, I am not proficient in.
I didn't think the
hand
crossbow was a
crossbows.
simple weapon.
Marshall.
Light crossbow is a simple weapon. I mean, listen, it's not going to be more complicated than a light crossbow.
But you said it was a hand
No, I
crossbow.
take that back.
Not...
I take that back. It's a martial range weapon. Yeah.
Right.
So then, so you're not proficient in it. So yeah, just a straight.
So it's a 20 plus
your dex
2
modifier, whatever that would be.
Yeah, 20 plus 2. Garbage.
No, sorry.
Absolute garbage.
Bangs into the wall.
All right, I'm gonna duck back down, and that's my turn.
It kind of looks over. It's
and actually, as a bonus, can I hand Nissiana her dagger?
Can you hand? Yeah, sure. I think that's fine.
All right, so I'm gonna hand her her dagger.
At first, I was like, "Where's?" Yeah, no. For a minute, I thought you were talking about Merame,
right
like
there.
tossing it to Merame. Like, no, you cannot do Merame. Yes. Okay. So let's see. So this creature.
So I'm down to 29 of those arrows, right?
Yes, that's right. 29 of those bolts. Okay.
Bolts. Sorry, I keep saying arrows.
This creature turns, this creature sort of looks over its shoulder, doesn't turn away. Then it turns back and keeps its attention focused on you, Alarian, and it is going to, let's see, it's going to try to hit you twice again with its arm blade. 19 and 20.
Miss.
This thing is rolling well too. It just like
What is it?
slams.
But his AC is a 23
I
now,
know,
right?
I know.
It's a
23 now.
24.
It's a 24.
24?
Good.
Shield of Faith. He is the tank for a reason.
Oh, I'm sorry, Thordak. Thordak had inspired Rob. I didn't see anything about that.
I
Thordak.
didn't need it, but Thordex, I love you. Thank you.
Oh yes, I
hold
see
on
it.
to it.
You did get inspired.
I totally didn't
so,
see it. So
yeah.
can I just pocket it?
Yeah.
I mean,
as long
this
as
is
you
our
use it last session of the month. Yeah.
This is our last session. All right, so I'll use it next time I get an opportunity. Hopefully, I'll get to use it before the end of the session.
Okay, let's see. It's going to do that. All right.
Actually, I'll use it on my next attack roll.
Alarian, you were up.
Who's up?
Trend, do I have that inspiration?
Alarian is. Yana just went.
Yeah.
This creature went. Alarian goes.
So,
and Hilar, Great Dogs,
Arr.
Merame, and then back up to you, Nissiana. Yes.
what do I have to do to hit that wolf's head now that it's been pointed out to me by Trent?
You did get your plus
Use
4
content.
temp, or I mean not plus 4, but your 4 temporary hit points.
Oh yeah, I have them up here. Yes.
Okay, just making sure.
So what I would say about that is, since it has been pointed out to you, You can make essentially what is a called shot. It's not a big wolf's head. However, it's not a disadvantage. I would say that you would make this at -2. If you wanted to use an inspiration, if you had it, you could do...
Which I do.
Which you do. You could definitely make it at advantage, but it will be -2 for each of those rolls, obviously.
Yep. Well, that's what we're going to do. All right.
I see.
-2. Well, we'll just take it off afterwards. So there it goes. With advantage, yes.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, here we go. So 17 is my best roll.
We'll hit.
There you go. Okay, so and actually that's solid damage for once. That's 7.
Yes.
7
well, it's
radiant.
more than that. When you strike this thing in the wolf's head, it lets out a roar of pain. In fact, so much that you almost stagger back from the force of it. This seems to have really hurt it, like double hurt it type of hurt it.
Yay! Okay, good.
So it does more damage than you might have expected from your standard hit that looked like that.
It's all right. Let's start.
Okay. All right.
Brace for impact. Yep.
Okay. Hilar is going to, let's see, fire away from the area. Is going to miss this time. He's been hit, miss every turn, basically. Gray Dogs are still there with the Oracle, trying to fiddle with that. And that leads us to Merime. You will be up next.
Now, I've seen what Alarian did and how successful that was. I can't get around Alarian, can I?
No.
So basically, I'm trapped kind of.
You're little, well, unless there is a way to get to it, actually.
There's what?
There is a way to get to it.
Yeah. This is a door right here. That.
Well,
right?
also, I mean, I'm not going to tell you, but there are other routes that you may be aware of to get to this creature.
You could acrobat over Alarian.
No. That would be really impressive, but no.
I could run outside and go around, but yeah, I can just...
That's true. You could do that.
Could do that.
You could do the long way around. That's a good point.
Can I just go here and then go through the door?
5, 10, 15. Yeah, I guess so. I guess you can sneak around the back of Alarian because he's kind of in the door. So, yes.
And then I want to flank it.
You cannot get that far. 5, 10, 15, 20, 25, 30, 35, 40. Well, you can if you double move. Let me put it that way.
No, that's okay. I can go here and be in melee at least.
Okay. Yep. You can do that.
I'm going to try to strike the...
Just one double to Rudno.
Just what?
No, I'm sorry. I was talking to Rudnell in chat. He wanted to know if it was doubled and doubled because of Radiant and other, or if it was just doubled once. No, it was only doubled once.
Right.
So.
Okay. So I'm going to stab at the wolf. This is a +2 because of my College of Swords, so it's 22, not natural.
I would say that hits. Also,
but
because it's a called shot, it's a -2, but that's okay. That still hits anyway. So.
And the damage is +2 as well, so that's 7.
Which, and again, more than that, because you hit it right in the stuff.
right in this.
Right in the business of it.
Right in the business.
Oh,
right in the soft bits.
Because I love living.
Arv, PG-13, please.
I am going to expand one of my remaining bardic inspirations to cast a defensive flourish. So I'm basically gonna and that adds 6 to my AC. So I'm up to 23 for AC, and I am defending.
Nice.
Nice color on those dice, by the way.
I just have this image of this as you do this, just this flourish that, almost like a movement that almost feels like a dance, and is astonishing. All of a sudden, it's that classic 80s movie where, the master, the guy's like, who is the master? I am. And all of a sudden, he's doing all this stuff. Okay, good stuff.
John, I am not left-handed.
Yep, no, it's good. Now we go back up to Nissiana. Nissiana, you were
down to Nissiana. Or
yes,
over.
Down and up in the same way.
I have fought with this group long enough to know that while I am not good at physical, I am good at flanking. So what I am going to do is I'm going to run out of the door with the dagger in hand, and I'm going to place myself here.
Oh, okay.
And I'm going to stab it in the ankle with advantage and flank so that Alarian can flank.
You got a Ray Harryhausen thing where they're unscrewing the
basically
bolt
what
on the bat. Yeah.
I'm gonna do the I am no man. Stab.
And I'll be
Okay.
like, oh God.
All right.
So this is the Starfleet Miranda Otto maneuver.
I'm not
Okay.
very good at it.
Yes.
But
Yeah.
I am right there flanking now.
Those are
You got
sadly.
spirit.
That's actually the most important part, to be quite
It is
honest.
sadly a miss. I'm sorry to say.
I know.
Okay,
I
that's okay.
tried.
You have
really
attracted
hard,
its attention, though.
Yeah.
But
Don't worry.
I
It'll be
am-
remembered as the Miranda Otto maneuver, like I said.
My job is to make sure that Alarian makes sure so I don't die.
Okay. Very brave of you, Nissiana. And Tanton, you were up next.
Yep.
And Tanton is going to get to a position where he can see the wolf's head thingy, and he's going to fire at it.
Okay. Sounds good. -2. Same deal.
Yeah.
Um,
Figured that'd be the case. Bink. And
wow. That wanted to go onto a 3, too.
I saw that. I was like, every muscle in my body was like,
Yeah. That will hit.
I
So-
fucking hope so.
And that will hit, and it does, again, roars in pain as this thing hits it strongly. Yes?
Mm-hmm.
All right, and you're going to stay where you are, Tanton.
Yep.
Spanner will defend. Yana.
All right, I'm going to pick my head up again and not knowing that people are hitting this wolf thing unless somebody said wolf thing.
No,
Did somebody say
not
wolf
to you, I
thing?
don't think.
All right, then I'm just going to shoot it with another bolt.
And also, you can't see it from the back anyways.
All right, but I'm going to use my inspiration to try to hit it this time to make sure that I hit it.
Okay, give me a second. Let me just put you back up
There you go.
there. Okay, proceed. Okay. Whoa,
Nice.
what?
So I'll take the 18.
Oh, okay.
So that
I was
was
like,
that was
I know
a,
what
so
you
that
were
was a
doing
non
there.
so that was a non-natural 20.
Okay, so 18, the +2, and then there's the -2 because you, or are you no because you
He's
wouldn't
not
know about
doing
the
the-
wolf
he
thing.
can't do the
right,
call
right. He's
shot,
just doing the
yeah.
thing.
No.
So that would be a 20. Yes, that will hit.
Yes. So what is the damage on this? Have we clarified?
1d6.
Hand crossbow is 1d6. Yep.
And do I get any
Plus-
bonus or
plus
is there
dex,
any?
Isn't it plus his dexterity?
I don't think for damage.
Oh no, we talked about this. Yes, it is. It is. We had a discussion about it, but yes,
Right.
range.
So it's
does
one.
affect
So it's
dexterity.
1d6 plus 2.
+2.
Correct.
Right.
All right. All right.
And again, this won't take
1d6
as
plus
much
2.
damage from that, from what you can tell. because
Well,
these
it's the
are-
silver. It's the
it's
silver bolts.
Yeah, I know. Yep.
Ain't no werewolf.
And it's
Good
8
roll, though.
damage.
Wow. Okay. So,
Nice.
your silver bolt, straight and true, and hits it in the neck, and it turns kind of around, and it brings its blades as if it's going to just cut Nissiana, who's behind it, but your bolt fires, and then there is a second later where, as it sort of is coming down, another bolt, and it's that scene from Die Hard, to jump out of the movie for a moment, where the guy just keeps getting shot at the end and then just falls backwards, basically, and he falls backwards. And
On
you see-
Nissiana.
yeah, no, Nissiana ducks out of the way, and you can see Hilar just sort of lowering his crossbow, having shot on top of it after the bolt is there.
I immediately sever its head.
No, and she immediately turns to
Yes.
Hilar and says, "My kill.
That one counts as mine.
You're
That
able
one counts
to,
as mine." Exactly. Yeah.
Okay, so you're able to sever its head. You do hear more roaring coming from the distance outside.
Take its arm. Take its arm. Use its weapon.
And then I'll chop its arm off.
Okay. That'll
Pick
take
it
you.
up.
It'll take
Toss
you a
me
minute
the arm.
to do that. It won't be
Fine,
immediate.
Fine. Yep.
Toss me the arm.
No, I'm picking up myself. It's too heavy.
All right.
The thing is, it's huge. He was like chopping stone out, for God's sake. I will take the arm.
Okay.
Yeah.
Alrighty. You take the arm.
Yeah.
You can do that.
Head downstairs.
Cut the witch.
Okay. So you come downstairs, and let me bring
Yeah.
all of you downstairs. I have
Yeah,
never
I think
And
we're
jumped.
all, I
and
think we're
Yana's
all
yelling,
rushing down
I have
there.
never jumped down
blood,
in force
blood.
so many times.
Blood.
Let's see. So all of
Blood.
you, not you, all of
I will
you,
give my sister a big hug because that was very brave.
come with me all the way down here.
Come with me, and we'll be in a world of true terrification.
Bloody mutilation.
Bloody mutilation. Okay.
Okay.
Tren, 2 points to you.
All right, you folks are all down there. Good work. You've made it all downstairs. Okay, so now
you're switching over.
you have the blade. Okay. Oh, sorry.
Yeah, I haven't switched over yet.
Beg your pardon. Here you go.
Yeah, I'm still on the other screen.
There we are.
Okay.
So,
there we are.
All right.
Go over. Literally take the blade and like slice the body in half. Just draw it through. So it's like clotted, whole thing, clotted, just gore dripping off this fucker.
Okay.
Climbs on the table.
Yep.
And with all his now 12 strength, not 17, hopefully that's accuracy, but still, like, bends down with all its 7-foot height, and they thrust up as hard as they can into the wolf's eye.
A bright blue light, much brighter than before, emanates from the wolf's head symbol on the cellar ceiling, and it shines through the floorboards and fills the house with a vibrant energy. And you can feel the sort of almost thrumming underneath you. And then you see around you, there's a weird sound coming from the corpses below you. And suddenly they all explode as the blue light does, just everywhere. And
all hits Merime.
And all of a sudden it doesn't. It all misses Merime miraculously this time.
But it hits the rest of the party.
It hits the rest of the party. And as all of this happens, you hear a horrific shriek and a wail, and then a silence from outside the cottage. And then there is an eerie silence that sets in. And for a moment, you all sort of look at each other in relief. And then you realize there is an eerie silence, a complete silence. And Hilar says, "Where the hell's the Oracle? Where are the Grey Dogs?" And that's where we're going to bring our session to a close.
Son of a bitch.
Bastards!
Son of a bitch must pay.
So
the zombies.
Wow.
There are no friends in this world, man.
That was a siege and a half. Good work, people. Say again?
No, we don't get that. We just get to keep fighting stuff over and over and over and over again.
Yeah, exactly.
Well, I say this again.
We don't get long rests. We don't get short rests. We don't get rests.
She'd get a long rest. Because I thought you'd get a long rest. Rest your
Can't be
Kratos
far.
for sitting out after them. Yeah, no kidding. Exactly.
Yeah, we're gonna go after them, and then we're gonna
I'm surprised they had the
fucking
balls
string
to
'em
leave the house.
Yeah, they can't be that far. They might just be in the little stairway or something. I don't
Given
know.
how heavy that thing
The door
is,
was locked.
That's true, because you don't have
Yeah.
they can't be moving that fast.
Yeah, that door was locked. So
They may be regretting doing that.
No
wait a
friendship amongst thieves, bastards.
minute. Well, I assume they could open it from the inside.
Yeah, we will.
Oh
see
yeah,
that.
they moved the door. They moved the blockade or whatever the
Well,
hell
they were the
out of
ones
the
who
way.
put it up in the first place.
they did.
We're making assumptions. We're making
That's true.
assumptions.
We kept it here for
We're making
safekeeping.
we're making good assumptions.
Okay, maybe so, but we have to.
That's true.
You know what, Lone Wolf? I very much appreciate the offer, but no, I cannot accept an inspiration trade for a long rest for the players.
Oh
The
God,
players-
we really need a long
The
rest.
players have
We
done
really
extremely
need a
well,
long
and I do want to
rest.
say that this is replicating the experience of being in this horrific siege, although I will tell them that pending what happens with this Grey Dog situation, that this is the end of Where the Dead Wait. You've essentially finished part 3.
Okay, well, who is to hurt the most?
I am
Not
the
me
person.
anymore. So
probably Tanton.
It would
It's-
probably be
yeah.
Tanton, yeah.
Because I have 1 cure wounds left.
That you'll have to save for next time. We'll have to do that next time at the beginning.
Yeah.
And remember, you have 2 problems. You've got 3 problems. You've got the missing Oracle all of a sudden and the Grey Dogs. You've got the healing with Tanton, and you've got the fact that Ilarion is a weak little babe now. Not quite that weak.
You
but Ilarion
forgot
has
the
been,
4th problem.
Is there? And the 4th.
What?
You forgot the 4th problem.
Is
Yana's 4th problem. We're still in the fucking gray.
Oh yeah, yeah, and that. But
she's gonna have to come to terms with that, man.
you have
No,
driven
no,
forth
you
the
don't
undead
tell
from
her.
this place,
Excuse me,
so.
excuse me, Ilarion. You don't get to tell her what she has to deal with yet. Okay?
Well,
Let's be clear about that.
Yeah, you've driven forth the undead though.
She is her own shifter, shaman, shifter. Okay?
Very good stuff from everybody, though.
We need to heal Tantin. The Oracle of War and the Grey Dogs are missing. Alarian is at strength 12. What's the last thing?
Well,
Yana's still bitching about being in the gray.
the last thing is that Yana just hates being in the gray. So,
Okay, that's normal. So I don't need to mark that down.
And Hardhead, in answer to what are the times you guys do these streams, I can tune in more. If you take a look at if you type in !calendar, it will show you the calendar. We actually do 2 of these sessions per month. We also do a bunch of other tabletop role playing on this channel, most of which is GM by me, but not all of it. And we will have, in fact, tomorrow, our friend Brandon O'Brien GMing a tabletop game which he has developed called Soundclash the Clampdown. So you should stop back for that. And this crew will be back with 2 more sessions next month, starting the part 4. And by the way, chat, part 4 next month. Part 4 of this is going to also be the end of season 1 of the Oracle of War. So they're going into their last part of what is going to be the Oracle of War, and I need to track that down. Anyway, I'll track that down in a minute.
This session was amazing tonight.
Yeah,
the session was awesome.
It was very, very intense. It was obviously quite combat heavy.
Fun.
This adventure was, but there was I really, really loved, and I want to give the party kudos for this. Everyone immediately picked up the fact. Thank you for the tier 1 sub gift to Jen. Thank you, Configuration.
We did pick up on that. It's very good that you noticed.
Right, and it just happened.
And it just happened
amazing.
Right now.
But we were aware this whole time. It's unbelievable.
No, you picked up quickly on the fact that it had something to do with breaking the ritual and obviously dealing with the thing on the ceiling, and also the fact that you weren't getting to it at all the time. So like you were doing some damage, but not all the damage. But Tantin being able to see the weakness in Jagged, that was really helpful. The idea that there was something weird about all of the magic in this cottage, so that some things were preserved, some things were not, some things were, true, some things weren't. There are revelations that the party discovered, which they've still got to conjure with. Nissiana finding out this stuff.
Yeah, it was almost the end of our world. It was those kind of revelations.
Yeah, exactly.
Really.
Nissiana, thank you for the sub, Hardhead. I appreciate that very much. So if you like what you saw and heard enough to sub, then you're in the right place, because these also are wonderful players too. So, but anyway, the party did a wonderful job sort of balancing that all out, and it's really going to set up for, there's all kind of conspiracies now, like just Nissiana's knowledge of figuring out this thing about like, wait a minute, someone is making these things and then actually seeing a version of something like that, this Warforged white or whatever, like that's weird. Crazy stuff happening. So there's a lot there and a lot of implications for what we're going to look at down the line.
Trent, how much weight can your thingy disc super duper? How much can that hold?
500 pounds.
Shit, we can't take both. Because okay, just wondering. Actually,
both what?
The body and the Oracle. We can't take both.
Well, we don't have the Oracle, but okay.
That's true. You take the body for now. We'll figure it out later. We'll make them carry it. I should take this thing back if possible, but I don't think we can do it.
Depends. How big is it?
Well, I'm actually larger. Well, I guess we can ask this next time.
The session's over,
I am
guys.
larger than most Warforged.
No, it's okay. I'm glad you're still processing it. Put some notes in here, and thank you for the cheer too, Harded. Thank you for definitely think a little bit about that. Take some notes down and process it, and then we can come back to that. I will tell them that the name of the last part of season 1 is called, what do you think it is? I'm going to ask you if you know.
It's called, what do you think it is? That's stupid.
No, I'm asking you.
I said Total Party Kill.
Not
where did the Oracle go?
No.
Hunting the Grey Dogs.
That's not bad, but no.
Running with the pack.
Is something
I'd like to buy a vowel.
Jen, you have a guess before I say?
No, I actually don't have one. I can't think of
the third protocol.
It's something about the
third. It's okay. Jesus.
What about
actually? You know what? That's true.
I'd be fine with never hearing that phrase ever again.
The road was the best. You're like, oh god damn it.
Except that's how we're gonna track it, because
that's what it's called, the third protocol, which I think is great.
Oh yes. Do I get something extra for guessing?
Did you guess that it was the third protocol? Did you really?
That's what I just said.
I didn't hear it. Yeah, the third protocol. Yep. That's it.
Nobody else heard it, so she could be lying to us.
Yeah, no, I believe
Jen is
Jen.
not lying.
I believe Jen. So the third protocol will be the last part of season
You would
1.
defend her, Marie.
Season 1, so
I'm
you will not
right.
want to miss this.
Your sister, you're defending her.
Yes.
You don't know.
Jen, wait, part 4 not gonna happen, so it's gonna be called the third protocol part 1.
Yeah, it'll be part 1 of the third protocol. Yeah, if you don't finish on
Season 2.
part 3 of the third
God.
protocol, then it's real. But anyway, Rob, good stuff tonight with Yana.
Thank you.
I liked a lot of Yana had a lot of sort of passion shining through about a lot of the things that Yana did today.
Mhm.
I loved the image of having the sword and then being like, it's got to be a blade, and then you just randomly handing the
Well, right, why wouldn't she?
No, I know, but it was just
Why
a great
wouldn't she?
visual. Thank you,
She doesn't-
Configuration Queen, for gifting a tier 1 sub to Radio Johnny Panda. That's really kind of you. Thank you, CQ. I appreciate it very much. Yeah, that was really cool. I thought it was there were so many fun little visual moments there.
Nobody
that were
said
part of it,
magical, so of course she would have interpreted it that way. Again, she's newly magically connected.
Right.
This is all stuff that she's figuring out, and again, because Altus did not clarify any of that,
and could have if things had gone differently.
If things had gone differently, she just assumed, and she doesn't have time to wait. The thing that I recently remembered about shifters is that they don't live very long. They're if you find a shifter that lives past 40, you found an elder shifter.
Right.
So the truth is that like idea and action are very close together with shifters. And she's like, you need a blade? I have a blade, dunk it in the blood. I've watched you do it. Here, try this. And that's why she gets so mad at Tanton, because Tanton is such a smart ass, and emphasis on smart. He's a smart person, but he assumes that anybody who isn't as smart as him is stupid, and it drives her insane because she doesn't think of herself as stupid. She just knows she doesn't know stuff, and she's trying to help, and she's told everybody she wants to help as much as she can, because at the same time, while she's helping them, they're helping her, even if they don't know how much they're helping her because of who she is and what she doesn't know about herself. And that's why a lot of what happened tonight went down the way it did, which was just, yes, Alarian bothers her for a different reason. I mean, that's, I think Alarian bothers everybody for a different reason. And honestly, even with the frustration that she had with Tanton tonight, she still likes Tanton more than Alarian. I think that's pretty obvious too. But it's just like, okay, stop treating Yana like she's a fool. She's not a fool. She just is young and doesn't understand this magical world the way others do, but she's been thrown into it and she's trying to figure it out. And it's fun to play that because, again, one of the things about her being a shifter and a shaman and having a water spirit and being magical is that this is not usually how this goes, and she knows this. She's never encountered other shifters who are magical. Mm-hmm. This is very raw for her. But, again, it's not Tanton's fault. Tanton is he's familiar with this. There are lots of people like that who, when they know what they know, they expect everybody else to know it. I've made this mistake for sure, but she doesn't have the luxury of accepting that as a stumbling block to getting the thing done. And it's fun to play that frustration because, again, she's a chaotic character, but essentially she's a good person and she wants to do the right thing. She just doesn't always necessarily have the vocabulary for it. Yeah. But I think, I'm hoping in future, this is one of the things that's so painful about only having this, or the last couple of sessions being so far apart, is I'm hoping Altus will make more appearances in the future and help to flesh all of this out for her, as well as potentially other things cropping up that will fill in the blanks for her, so to speak. And that's all I'm going to say. But yeah, no, this was super fun. This session was fantastic, and I'm so happy to be back playing this session. And yeah, what wonderful chaos this was, in every way that kind of definition fits. This was very fun.
Chaos. Before I ask you where we're going to see you next and move on to Jen, let me just say we had a bunch of gift subs that was going on. Thank you everybody for the super generosity. Great turnout tonight too. Bulgaris, thank you for the tier 1 sub again. Rudnell, thank you for gifting a sub to Mighty Mur. And while we're on the subject, hi Mur. That's Mur Lafferty, who actually is over at Twitch and does stuff over on Mighty Mur. And I haven't gone over to see it. I haven't had a chance to do it because the schedules don't sync up. So I don't even know if Mur's in the channel, but if so, welcome and hi, and thank you for stopping by and watching.
Mur is also over at Escape Pod.
Right, of course. Yep, absolutely. Yeah. And has done I Should Be Writing and a bunch of other stuff. A podcast pioneer in the speculative fiction field as well. So, but good to see you. And yeah, thank you for doing that, Rudnell. And then thank you to Lone Wolf for gifting a sub to some Marie Bilodeau person. I don't know, like some
don't know who that is.
Someone there. So thank you for that, Lone Wolf. And
I don't speak French.
So thank you everybody for all the gift subs and all that stuff. I really appreciate that. Yeah, really. Everyone was in a very good mood with this. I think everyone was enjoying watching all this play out. So it was good stuff. Rob, where will the fine folks see
I hope they were enjoying watching it more than we were suffering playing. No, I'm kidding. Where will they find me next?
Yes.
So for those of you who may or may not know, my name is Robert Austin James, also known as Darkside Rob on my nom de Twitch. I stream on twitch.tv/DarksideRob, RAHB. I'm streaming God of War right now, PC version of the Sony port. I'm also streaming Final Fantasy XIV, playing as healer and DPS, playing through the Heavensward content, so friendly to new players. If you are new to Final Fantasy XIV, if you want to catch up on some of the backstory that we're playing through, moving through Heavensward, Stormblood, Shadowbringer, and Endwalker eventually, whenever we get to that, definitely come by the channel. I post stuff on YouTube, on Instagram, and on Twitter. You can follow all the links on my page on Twitch. I also have a link tree, which I don't think is linked here, but it is on my Twitch page somewhere. I'm also an audiobook narrator, audiobook producer, audiobook editor, and audio video and music and production composer / whatever the hell other term I can stuff in there. Essentially, I do a lot of audio and video stuff. If you want to check out some of my music, it's on Bandcamp. If you want to check out some of my audiobooks, they're on Audible. Just search for my name, Robert Austin James, or search for Russell Zimmerman on Audible, and you can check out the 3 books that are posted there, and there'll be new books coming soon. And lots of fun stuff coming up in February and running into the end of January. How are we already through the first month of 2022? What is time even? It is insane. But yeah, I love this party. I love this channel. I love doing this campaign. I love being here with this wonderful DM, Arv, who is a good friend of mine, who one of these days will actually grab a coffee or a meal or something and actually meet in person. Yeah, this is super fun. You'll catch me on our vocalist here as well. And these people are amazing, and Tren has left the building. So with that, I have spoken too long. It was a beautiful song, but it ran too long, so they cut it down to 3:05. Jen.
Thanks, Rob. Always a pleasure. Jen, Nissiana had quite a busy session with a bunch of stuff, trying to coordinate the gray dogs, and then it turned out, those bastards betrayed. They chose betray. Nissiana had a clutch heal in there, had a very brave moment at the end, which surprised me a little bit, actually, which was the running out I understood why it was done, but it was risky. I mean, there was the chance that it was going to turn around and be like, blah, and don't aim for the 24 AC creature for a change, that could have happened. But I think that you managed a lot of that well, and the instincts were good about trying to investigate, find this, and everybody at some point was like, where the hell is this goddamn blade? And then it's attached to actually Jagged, who shows up with it in the end. But it was a lot of fun to see you and everybody work through all that. How'd you feel about today? Where will the lovely folks find you next?
Well, I wasn't certain that we weren't going to have a TPK, so I was like, all right, gonna show my best foot forward. And knowing that Alarian really needed the advantage to fight this creature is why she ran out there. Plus,
Shield of Faith helped too. I forgot about that.
And
yeah,
can heal, and also she's really tired, so she's not thinking the straightest at this point. So she was just like, I can't think of anything else to do other than give my ally, who I have trained with for a long time, the ability to kill this thing. So it's like I said, a mouse to an elephant, get in its way, stab it in the ankle. I had a good time. I am disappointed in the gray dogs right now. I'm very, very disappointed. And I will be expressing my disappointment to them very soon.
No uncertain terms, yeah.
They are, that Oracle of War is very heavy. They can't have gotten far. And based on how they don't fight, they're not going to get far without us. So we will track them down. We will lecture them mightily. And hopefully they'll still be alive to receive my lecture, because I am very disappointed in them right now. Otherwise, I'm very happy with the rest of my team, because they didn't die. I still have one healing spell left.
Yay!
Yeah,
and,
you made it with one healing spell.
We'll have the extra +2 for like 10 minutes to his AC.
Oh, sweet. Yeah, jot that down. That'll be useful.
We need to
when I carve up some gray dogs.
No, we're going to lecture some gray dogs. We were hired to go save them. So
hey, injuries while apprehending. Now they've turned from saving to criminals, as far as I'm concerned. Well, don't worry, I will be good.
Yeah.
Mostly.
It depends on how they react to us chasing them down like the dogs they are.
Especially after saving their asses like several times.
I'm online under Twitter as Jennifer Brozek. I will be having 2 calls for submission coming up soon. I don't exactly know when, but I have a publisher who is currently courting me for new anthologies. So follow me on Twitter. And if you want to see my kitties, follow me on Instagram, Jennifer_Brozek. Otherwise, buy my Shadowrun or my Battletech. And there will be new Shadowrun soon.
And that's going to be it. It's good stuff, Jen. I am excited for all of those things. Good work tonight. And moving right along, John, Alarian definitely had things to consider during this time as well. Obviously, Alarian had. I mean, there were a lot of funny moments, like just being like, I need to look into the toilet. Okay, here's the deal. There's body parts, and like Mermaid being like, we have to have a talk about this.
Valerian was scarily involved with that toilet. We need to have an intervention.
Yeah, that was interesting. And then Alarian obviously doing what Alarian does with the tank. And the biggest issue was getting drained. The strength stuff was really an effect, and could have been worse with the Spectre too, which hit Tanton once, but not but not Alarian. So that could have been bad. But Alarian managed to get through it along with some help from their friends. And now Alarian's got stuff to think about as well regarding, what does all this mean, and processing things with the Oracle and all that kind of stuff. So how did you feel about the session tonight? Where will the folks see next?
I want to start off by saying we handled this better than the Green Bay Packers, who decided to switch up this year and not get beat in the championship game, but they got beat tonight by the 49ers.
By the 49ers.
Delightful. So once again, the curse continues. And anywho, we did much better. And actually, I thought at least one of us was going to go down. I'm kind of amazed we didn't with the party split, like the idiots we are, but we pulled through. So good on everyone. Teamwork still worked.
I'm sorry, was somebody talking about sports ball? I was trying to...
Sports ball and sports.
I might have passed out.
And you in New York City. Shame. Anyways. Yeah, this was a lot of fun. Very nail-bitey for most of it, especially with that thing Mr. Bloodford J had crashed through the door. I'm like, oh my God, they're so But no, we actually pulled together. The heroism, the armor of faith was... luckily, I know you were rolling well, Arv, but it still missed, and thank goodness. That really, I think, played a part. I shudder. Now that it's dead, do you mind telling me what damage that thing could have done if it had hit me?
Let's see. That would have done
obscene, I'm sure.
What's your budget?
What do you need? Let's see. So it would have done. Well, it would have done 1d8 +2. And then there's a life drain problem that you have to deal with.
Oh, okay. So it's not the damage, it's the after effect. Gotcha. Yikes. Okay.
Yeah.
Okay, yeah, but look, that team.
It's always the afterglow, John.
Yeah, exactly. It really pulled together. We did a really great job. Well, this was awesome, except for the Grey Dog's perfidy, but they will pay. Oh, yes, they will pay. They will betray.
I just want to reference, I do love that we spent all this time and we made Merime go all the way down into a toilet for something that was on a creature's arm that we just needed to wait for them to show up. It's wonderful that we put so many people through like PTSD inducing garbage.
Oh, the moment she went down there,
I've been in a toilet with severed limbs.
Well, listen, you also had done
she went in there.
Toss a coin to your Twitcher.
And said it would really suck if it wasn't in here. And of course she said, yeah, exactly. And of course it wasn't in there. It was like, oh.
Yes. I grabbed the only thing that was in there, but that wasn't enough for you.
But
yeah,
the thing
is, magic.
Remember that if you had not done all of the work to destroy the other aspects of the ritual before this creature shows up, that's not the last wave. I mean, there's other worse waves that would have shown up, except that you would already done a lot of the prep work, let's say.
Right.
So,
yeah, but no, this was awesome. Stream, guys, thanks so much. Hardhead, I think is this the guy's name. Welcome in. One at a time, man. We'll get them. We'll take out. Let's see that by that we'll take out Critical Role in about 1,000 years. That's all right. We'll still be around. It's all good. It's all good. But no, welcome in. You're gonna have a blast, man. This is a great group. It's a great chat group too. It's a lot of fun. So
yeah, this
looking forward. I'm glad we're back on schedule. Looking forward to February. Should be awesome.
That's going to be great. And thanks, best to everyone, John.
And you don't find me except for here. You find everyone else's stuff that I help put together out in the world. So there you go.
That's right. Thanks, John. And Rudnell points out, and this is fair, I think this is quite fair to say, hate to take their side because he wants to see them ground up in a hamburger, but they might have tried to flee with it away from the horde because they had been told this absolutely cannot fall into their hands. Could be. I mean, who knows? There are multiple
Devil's
options.
advocate, Arundel. Devil's advocate, sir.
But always a pleasure, John. Thank you very much. Marie, Merime, obviously, Merime, this was the house this was the house of hell for Merime. I mean, my goodness. But Merime was obviously hugely pivotal in this on multiple levels. First of all, being able to destroy all of the things leading up to the end of the ritual in the first place, being able to cast various critically important spells. The Dissonant Whispers was super helpful. And then there were multiple moments of having to go down into toilets. I mean, so there was
in the toilet. That's important.
That was part of it too. So there were a lot of things going on for Merime, and still the sort of the cheerfulness kind of remained nonetheless. And also beat one of the creatures. You were the killing blow on one of the creatures too. So very eventful, it seems to me, for Merime. How did you feel about today's session? Where will the fun folks see you next?
I enjoyed it. I liked the teamwork kind of coming together and how everybody was off doing their little things. I did enjoy going down the toilet and getting picked up and just being like, what is going on? We need to talk, Hilarion. There's basic training here. Come on. She did enjoy all of that. She's working on the song.
I can't wait for this song.
It's hard to work the rhymes between blood barf and toilet and but she's working on it, or she might just delete this entire thing out of the saga. Maybe this isn't worth mentioning.
I think the toilet journey deserves its own song. Actually, that's an epic ballad by itself.
I just said this image of the fire weave bizarre. Salvation when we got back, and you're like, wait, what happened between? You're just like, never mind.
Wait, nothing happened.
We went into the grave. We came back. It was great.
It was great. That was
can you please all stop saying the toilet journey? Please.
Toilet quest. Is that better for you?
Toilet quest.
No,
yes.
No, it is not, John.
Saga?
The deep dive.
No, it is
the
not.
Toilet deep dive.
I don't know what your problem is, Rob. You're all flush with success now, and what's the issue?
Oh, that was bad.
Upset stomach, diarrhea.
He just
I
wants
was
to dump this
free
whole
to just
experience.
jokes, and I thought that I would.
He just wants to dump this whole experience.
Anyway.
Yes, this is one chicken tikka masala away from a bad afternoon. All right.
Anyway, Marie. Sorry.
That was enjoyable. So thank you. I had a lot of fun today. I do enjoy quirky things happening, and Miri does as well.
Well, you've come to the right stream.
okay, let's work through this, yeah. Give me some thinking. Ilarian and I will chat later.
Talk whenever you're ready.
It's going to be a hell of an RP session. I cannot wait.
Arudnil, you behave.
Let's talk. I'll bring my sister and she can help moderate this here.
Right.
Yeah, people can find me on Twitter, Facebook under my name, Marie Bilodeau. You can find me on Instagram under Glitterbomb Bilodeau. I have a website. Sometimes I blog at least once every 2 months, maybe give or take. And my latest offering is The Heirs of Broken Land. The full epic fantasy trilogy is now available in paper and Kindle ebooks, all ebooks stuff. So that is available, and I hope you'll check it out.
Good stuff. Thank you, Marie. Good work tonight. And wonderful work as well from Tren. Tanton also had a bunch of stuff going on. Hugely important that Tanton, and it was your pitch, Tren. It was a good idea. The idea that Tanton had knowledge of the Warforged that was going to give you an opportunity to use that. And yes, I was stretching a hero point. That is 1,000,000%, not only within prerogative as DM, but absolutely what they would want it to be used for. That was an example of something which fits the backstory of that character and also is appropriate for the circumstances. And so much has been driven around this whole wolf's head thing that there was a lot of that. I thought the interrelationship with Yana was interesting. Rock God mentioned that like the big through line, the Infinity and Beyond campaigns, is that Rob's characters always hate Tren's characters. But I think
John's characters.
And that's not true. That's not true either. Yeah. My characters have been friends with John's characters all the way through.
But Rock God was just pointing about the fact that sometimes these tensions within the characters happen. But I think that it was interesting to me. I mean, I'll be interested to hear what you think about Tanton's reaction, because it read to me more as kind of like we've got things to do now type of thing, more than anything else. But I am happy to be corrected if that's not how you were feeling. But a very eventful session, and one that is going to probably have Tanton thinking a little bit too about what the hell happened with the Oracle, because the one thing we haven't mentioned yet is leave aside the fact that Grey Dogs just took it. What the hell happened with the Oracle? Like all of a sudden this thing with the purple smoke and the third protocol and all that stuff, that's not good, right? That's another big layer on top of this that was hugely important as well. So Tren, how did you feel about today's session? Where will the fine folks find you next?
First, I want to address something that Lone Wolf said, where he mentioned, or where he told Rob that this was a character building experience, which I think what he means is have a backup character built and ready to go.
Building new character.
Because you can get that closer back. John had asked me, you do have a backup character, right? It's all this back channel conversation that we have while these games are going on. It's like, of course I have a backup character. I always have a backup character.
I put so much work into the character that I'm playing at the time that I haven't thought that far ahead, because I really don't want to do that for a backup character when I've put so much emphasis into this one. But that's just because I'm very possessive of stuff.
That fine, Lone Wolf. It's close. It's in the neighborhood of the bullseye, somewhere. Anyway, I thought tonight was awesome. I thought it's exactly the way that things felt like they should go, because Tanton knows that these things are coming. You can hear them coming, and it's like, okay, I need to figure this out. And I don't have time to explain to you what is going on. The hourglass is running out, and I can't do this. And so it's just, this is one more, not breadcrumb, but one more stepping stone along the path that Yana and Tanton are going to have to navigate to figure each other out.
Yeah.
And I love it. It is so awesome. Absolutely.
And I think we will. I think, I agree. She doesn't hate him.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, and he doesn't hate her. He just gets frustrated that she won't let him do what he needs to do to save all their lives.
Yes, so. And she desperately wants to understand.
Yeah.
Because this all is meaningless to her if she doesn't have some idea what the hell it's all pointing towards. It's great. I mean, this is what's so great about this party. If we all work together perfectly, there wouldn't be any story to play against.
That's right.
There wouldn't be anything to build on. Otherwise we would just be the same place we started this session at the very end of it when we hit level 20, and that's no fun.
That's right. Side note, by the way, Trent,
that I would sacrifice all three of you to save my sister. You know that, right?
Yeah, well, listen,
no
I mean, that's obvious, you know.
Yeah.
Fuck, here we go. All right. Just have to ruin it. No,
the other thing I was going to say was very quickly before Trent goes on that I also love the reaction when I said you have 25 real world minutes and everyone was like, oh. It was very like anxious, like we have 10 minutes. Everyone's like groaning again. It was the best because it was the kind of like, God,
did you forget the advice you gave us before the cast? All right, sure. That's his.
All right, on you go, Trent.
Where will people see me next? Not here until next month.
Right.
Unless we wind up playing.
Unless we play No Man's Sky. True. We'll see.
Orally dangerous. And anyway, on the 27th, my next narration for Escape Pod will go live.
Nice.
That was Payday Weather by Matthew Claxton.
Okay.
Which should be fun. That'll be the last narration for the month for Escape Pod. That'll be it's a good story. It just hit a little close to home to me because it involves California being on fire. It's just like, I don't want to get yeah. So anyway, once that's done, we'll be back here next month for more of this stuff and things and whatnot, be it Adventures in Middle Earth or back here with the Infinity and Beyond crew.
Represent.
And yeah, I think that's about it. Yep.
Good stuff, Trent, and good stuff really from the party. This was a tough sequence of things to deal with this siege, and you did it, and now have a whole other political intrigue thing to worry about and figuring out, and of course dealing with the great.
Yeah, because that's what we'll be really good at, political intrigue. Or score.
Yes.
Oh yeah.
You will
Our
all
biggest
do
problem.
beautifully with all of it. Chat, can we get some love for the amazing players of the Infinity and Beyond crew? Trendane Sparks, Marie Bilodeau, John Helfers, Jennifer Brozek, and Rob, Darkside Rob. Good to see all of you today. Wonderful work,
Y'all
players.
are amazing.
And I will see you next month. Bye for
Toodles.
now.
Thanks, everybody.
Bye.
Night.
And chat, I'm also going to give you a pop because, as was said, I think all of you did beautifully as well. Really, really nice stuff today. There was a lot of good stuff. I wasn't even able to interact with chat as much as I normally like to do because I was very focused on trying to make sure I was dealing with the combat and the stuff that was happening and the kind of going up, down, up level, down level, up level, down level. It was really split level most of the time until right towards the end. And they were all doing valuable, important stuff as a part of the combat. So that was hugely important. After 15 or 16 times, it's funny. So this was good stuff. And chat, I want to thank you all for being so wonderful and interacting with everybody, and then for your generosity. All the gift subs, we had a hype train go on and all this stuff. So thank you, everybody. That was really lovely. I appreciate that very much. And of course, I am very excited about this campaign. I feel like all the campaigns are in a good place. The Esper Genesis campaign is in a good spot since we have announced that we're going to be wrapping up Shadow of the Zephyr by ArvCon, and then we're going to be launching our new sponsored campaign of Expedition from the Mysterious Peaks by Alligator Alley, set in that same world. We obviously just announced that Adventures of Middle Earth is going to be sponsored now by Free League, so that also is in a spot where that whole adventure is in a very good place, I think. Over on GOG.com, Talisman Adventures has been going well, although we have a little bit of a transition because Tasty Chai is leaving that group, but we have D&D with GOG Ghosts of Saltmarsh, which has been going super well, and that's been tons of fun. I love those players also. And then obviously this crew, D&D with Infinity and Beyond, and that's just the stuff that I DM. That's not counting Soundclash the Clampdown, which is amazing, or the Speculate games. The new Girl by Moonlight looks like it's going to be absolutely awesome. We've got more stuff coming down the pike with Speculate, of course. The Bag of Giving stuff that we're doing, where I'm going to be part of the Tales from the Loop game coming up at the end of the month, and then we've got other Bag of Giving games, these one-shots, part of the charity events that we're doing there. Not to mention Community D&D is going to be making its return very soon, so we'll get the Shadow crew back on board. So a lot of really good stuff. The characters are not going to be the same, Rock God, but the characters are going to be, I don't want to spoil it, but it's partially going to depend on how this campaign comes to a close. but the characters may not be completely inaccessible to the new characters. And remember, there are 2 for fantasy and 2 of more science fiction-y ones that are going to be used. So it really is going to be mixing things together and set in the same world on which my Tales and Tomes, the Forbidden Library, is located. So very, very cool. And the Midwinter's Morning conclusion. That's right. The conclusion of that, we cannot forget that. With Triffid and with Prince Justin and with Sean Duke. Yeah, that's going to be finishing as well. So there's a lot of great stuff coming up in the tabletop realm. And I was really happy today to see Hardhead do that sub, because the gift subs and everything else are incredibly valuable, and I really value people who do that, people who re-up and everything. But someone who comes onto the channel, watches a session, says, how do I tune in to find more from you folks? Here's the answer, and then subscribes. Sign me up for stuff like that, because that's really cool. It indicates that we really do have, I've said all along, we have, I think, the best community on Twitch, and we have, I think, some of the best players, and I really loved, we had an excellent turnout, and a really good active turnout that was really enjoying this. So it was exactly Critchwich. It's the good kind of growth. So I was really happy to see that. And it was a very energizing session. I have some work to do. Of course, the best mods, but I always say that, Dragonspear, the absolute best mods. I have some work to do. I got to get done. And then tomorrow I'm going to be working and stuff. So I got a lot of stuff to finish, but it was worth it. This was a great session tonight. So I am very happy about that. And as I said, it is not the end, because we will have more coming up on Sunday with Sound Clash the Clampdown, and you will not want to miss that. That is going to be Brandon O'Brien and the epic crew of the Clash crew, which is going to be joining Brandon again. So you will definitely want to be there for that tomorrow at 6 p.m. Eastern on Sunday. Hey, Miranda, good to see you. So if you liked what you saw and heard, I hope you will follow the channel, as many did today. I hope you will do us the honor of following us and subscribing to us on YouTube. Again, we're really asking people to subscribe over on the YouTube channel. It doesn't cost you anything to do that, but it really helps us, because we want to be able to get that to 1,000 subscribers. Then we have a lot more flexibility in terms of what we can do with that channel, and it will affect this channel as well. We're up to about 810 subscribers right now, so if you haven't already, please consider subbing over there. That's !ArvTube. Thank you, Critchwich. I appreciate it. Yeah, I think it'll go okay. One of those pieces of work has to do with something. Well, I can't talk about it, but one of the people involved in the call tonight will know what it's about. But anyway, so !ArvTube, !ArvCord is the Discord channel. Please join us over there on the Discord channel. We always love to hang out in between streams. Discord is up to like 238. I think it's closing in on 240 subscribers now, so that's great. You can join us over there. And !ArvTweets. If you follow me over there, then you can always get my tweets when I go live and make announcements about various things. So all of that is good stuff, and I would love to hear from all of you over on my Twitter with !ArvTweets. Website, arvanelleron.com. Financially, !ArvShop is the merchandise area. If you think this looks cool and you're like, I want my Infinity and Beyond shirt, you can get it if you go over to !ArvShop. That's stuff which benefits the channel. Also, we have Adventures of Middle-earth stuff, and soon to be Expedition from the Mysterious Peaks / Espergenesis stuff coming up over on that shop as well. Patreon's right there. 21 patrons, $203 per month. That really is the backbone, the financial backbone of the channel. I get the most money through that, and that's the one that allows me to do things like custom commission. That's the word I'm looking for. Intro video. And the music for it allows me to do those overlays, stuff like this that Shadowed Mage, the amazing Shadowed Mage did. All that stuff is possible thanks to the amazing quality of Shadowed Mage and the other people that I'm able to pay to do those overlays. And of course, commission the music peripheral. Mike does the videos, a lot of them now. Obviously, we have Chrono Wolf doing stuff. Also, the people at Greenforge Studio doing stuff for our music. So I'm able to do all of that because of the support that we get from the Patreon. Plus, it helps support my writing. So I really do appreciate that. !ArvTreon. You can get good stuff for yourself and good stuff for the channel. And subbing to the channel, as so many of you did today, that is really appreciated as well. And you get those custom sub badges and emotes and all that kind of good stuff also. finally on that score, on the publishing side, exclamation point Icarus is my Icarus graphic novel from Athos Arts. Exclamation point Library is my Tales and Tomes from the Forbidden Library, my 5e adventure and source book from Alligator Alley Entertainment, which is going to be available in print in the next couple of weeks to non-Kickstarter backers. That's got a very good response so far, so I'm very excited to see how it does out in the world. And in the meantime, you can get it at Drive-Thru-RPG in digital format. And both Alligator Alley and the Athos Arts are going to be working together on my Greyshade Kickstarter, which is going to be coming up soon. Greyshade is going to be launched on May 31st is when it will be published, and then Greyshade will be kickstarted, a tabletop role-playing game, the last 2 books in that trilogy, and an audiobook from the very own Trendane Sparks that we were just speaking to, as well as potentially a board game also, and that's going to be launching after the May 31st publication of Greyshade. Unclear whether it's going to be immediately thereafter, although that is the hope. Presumably sometime in the summer, and definitely sometime this year is when we're going to get it, but more details about that to come. And of course, as always, exclamation point BLM. Oh, sorry, exclamation point Greyshade KS for that one. Exclamation point BLM, Black Lives Matter, very important to affirm and assert the significance and importance of Black lives. And exclamation point Help Now, which is the World Health Organization page on suicide prevention. Very important to reach out to others when you need help and to reach out to others when they need help as well. That is going to do it for me, but we do have a good turnout tonight, so we are going to do a raid, and the way raids work is like this. If you are not a sub, you're going to do this. The Arvanauts have landed, followed by Twitch raid, lowercase Twitch, uppercase R, lowercase AID. If you are a sub, you're going to do this, which is Arvany Hype, which looks like that. Arvany Roar, which looks like that. Arvany What, Arvany Witch, Arvany Smug, Arvany Love, all the Arvanys, when you are brought over automagically to the place that we're going to be raiding. And speaking of that, let me see what we've got as far as raid potential here. I can see a few different potential options. Let's see. Let's see. Let me just check something here quick. Once I script through this ad. Hang on just a moment. Bear with me. Okay. All right. I think I see who we're going to raid. So, okay. Sounds good. Sleep well, Rudnell. Catch you soon. Thanks as always, my friend. Appreciate it. All right. So, and see you, Thordex Mommy. Thank you as well. Appreciate that too. Thank you for all the support, etc. So we're going to do that raid when you were brought over automagically. But before we do that, I want to thank everyone who made this an awesome stream tonight. Thank you to my wonderful mods, Rudnell, Dragonspear, Rock God, Triffity Mats. Thank you so much. Best mods in the business, as I've often said. Thank you so much to Rudnell, Dragonspear, Rock God, Triffity Mats, Darkside Rob, Echo Elf X5, Ali Freeborn, Commander Dunsel, Configuration Queen, Crit Twitch, Lone Wolf, Mrs. Dunsel, Prince Justin, Radio Johnny Panda, Thordex Mommy, and Trendane for the Patreon support and the subs. Thank you as well to all those who gifted subs today and those who cheered today. Thank you for all of that awesomeness. Thank you to my wonderful viewers. Thank you to Animatzi, Black Fury. Thank you to Coven, to Erebs, to Galadriel Bot, who's totally not a bot. Thank you to Lock Haley. Thank you to Light and Passion, Marinda, Nonstop, who's a sub. I don't know why it's not showing up that way. Thank you to Tano Django, and thank you to Timaeus, as always, for being awesome. You folks are the best. But that is going to do it for me. I will see all of you lovely folks tomorrow, later today at 6 p.m. Eastern for the awesome and amazing Sound Clash, The Clampdown with Brandon O'Brien and company. And more of this campaign, of course, to come next month. But that's it for now. Much love to all of you folks. And thanks for stopping by and making this a great stream. I will see you lovely folks soon. Until then, everyone be good to each other. Have a good night.
It all started with the dragons. The progenitor dragons, Cyberus, Kyber, And of course, Eberron. Kyber betrayed the others, tried to take control of the material plane for herself, tore Cyberus apart. Eberron bound the traitor, locked her in place, and our world was born. The overlords rose and fell. Giants built mighty kingdoms, then fell to the Arganessan dragons. Dakan's goblin empire ruled the continent of Corvair until it, too, burned into the ashes of history. Galifar rose with its 5 nations of Ondair, Brayland, Karnath, Thrain, and Seer. And then, civil war. The last war. For 100 years the war raged, until one day all of Seer was consumed in a magical cataclysm. They called it the Morning. When the dust settled, all that was left was an uneasy peace, shattered lives, and what was left of Seer. They called that the Mournland. We call it the Gray. So much for history. What we got now is the present, and a group of people trying to survive. Here, in a salvage outpost called Salvation. You can see the Gray from here, swirling, flowing, billowing, never getting any closer or further away. There's treasure there for sure, riches and weapons and power. Salvagers go into the Gray to get what they can and get out while they can. Some of them make it. Most, eventually, don't. But not everyone's a scavenger, because the last war ain't over. Not really. Oh, it's quiet on the surface. But below, the nations are planning and scheming and getting ready for when things get loud again. The nation of Brayland's no different. If we're to survive when the peace ends, we need to be ready. That's what you're here for. The King's Citadel. The ones who do the job no one else can do. In the end, all we got is each other. And if things go different this time, it'll be because we didn't forget that we all need each other. Long live the King. Welcome to Eberron. Welcome to Corvair. Welcome to Salvation.